Hey, VOD viewers. I gotta press record. Okay. So today, we're doing something special. We're gonna be playing a game first. That's not special. We're gonna be replay reviews. That's not that special either. But later on, we're gonna do some Dota 2 riddles with Czar Potato. Czar Potato. Actually, how hard of a T do I need to pronounce on that? Let's be real. We're playing Nature's Prophet, so I mean, what's a nature's hero? Should I just go for the blind courier kill? Okay, I'm gonna take this, and then before we queue, let's do a little bit of fact checking research. Let's go to our nature's games and see if I had just teleported to Fountain, enemy Fountain, like right as the game starts, how frequently would I get a courier at this rank? Hey Cavalcade, hey Hugo, what's up? All right, let's verify this real quick to see if it's worth doing. I've just been saving it. I've been using my teleport to just get to the lane faster, body block creep, stuff like that. But you can, in fact, go for the courier snipes and then teleport to lane. The thing is... Oh shit, guys, I could have gotten 3. Oh! I was about to say, at my rank, people might not put it... It's mixed. You need to be high enough rank where people put the courier out of the fountain, but not high enough that people think, oh shit, they have a Nature's Prophet, I can't leave them out of the fountain. Yet. Apparently, I'm not at that rank yet, so this game, we could have gotten 3. That's pretty funny. Let's see if any more came out. Some people are moving around. Oh, someone's saying, like, wait, put him back in. There's a Nature's in the game. They're pinging it. They're like, Zeus, please, bring it back. Zeus! There they go. That would have been 2.
You get nothing.
All right, let's go check another one. But yeah, if you guys watch TI, you may have seen they found him and they did a small section a little bit with him. Tsar Potato had made a bunch of Dota 2 riddles, and he would just give them out at the audience if you approached him. But he had a bunch more riddles written that he never got to use, so we're going to do it. He's going to give me some riddles, and a lot of the content he makes is about comparing League and Dota 2, kind of introducing one game to the other for people who play both or are thinking about switching over. I think that's great. And so we'll just like casually talk about it while doing these riddles. I think it'll be a good time. We'll do it for like an hour or 2, depends how long these riddles take. Start in about 3.5 hours. Okay, we could have gotten 1 courier here.
This one's in the bag.
30 seconds to showtime, and away we go.
2, 3. I think we got to start doing it. I think we just got to TP in. The question is, should I buy... Is it worth it if I use a Smoke of Deceit to sneak into the base? They won't see it until I pop up, right? As long as I kill 1 courier, it was probably worth it. Okay, we've only checked 2 games. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 3rd game. I think 1 courier justifies this play. This Congo had a rough time, yeah. Hey Changies, what's up? Alright, so there's me doing the TP. Alright. Here's 1 courier. Only in that first game. Okay, no. This game, 2 people are aware of it, and they're bringing their courier out, but they're keeping it in the fountain, so I can't snipe it. But Slardar's not, and they're not telling Slardar. Like, bro, your courier's the sacrifice. Okay, and then despite doing this, people are still calling their couriers pretty much right away. Well, I say that. It's 18 seconds, so he did wait for it, right? Like, he had the money. Well, I guess he had to process that he had the money, maybe. So, okay, nature didn't kill anyone, so I'm going to go for it. Okay, I think in this next time we get to play natures, we're just going to go for it. I'm going to start queuing. We'll keep doing this until we find a game. I'm just going to attempt it, and we'll TP out right after. If someone TP's back to stop me, that's totally worth it. No one's gonna do that. No one's gonna try to stop me. Hey, Changies, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, my hair's getting very long. I had a brief moment of panic there, guys. I was like, oh shit, I'm in a game. I'm not ready for this. I hear the TPing noise. I didn't press that. I forgot we were in a replay already. It's because I pressed Q and then I started hearing the noises. I thought I was just getting distracted, as per usual. Reading chat, fixing things while the game's starting on. All right, I think we go for it. I think we are in like the perfect rank where we are high enough that people are consistently putting couriers out of the fountain and calling them quickly, but not high enough that they are thinking beyond the fact that I am a natures in the game and I could snipe couriers. Only one game showed it. Or two, I guess, but like that one they didn't communicate it, so we can still get one. Here for the wolves. I thought Lycan was supposed to be decent, but we haven't been seeing him too much. All right, here we go. Courier snipe incoming. Gee, Nature's getting banned this game. I'm only gonna play one game before we switch over to ranked replays. Or it doesn't have to be ranked, but you know what I mean. Replay reviews.
Time to ban. Five seconds.
To ban someone to mildly reduce the chance that Nature's gets banned. Damn it! Ah, our whole idea. All right, let's pick Spearbreaker to get him banned, and then, I mean, we made the Grimstroke guy today. We played Grimstroke. Our guy just picked Jakiro. There's no combo really there with Grimstroke besides the AoE setting up. Spectre Pudge. Does anyone have that bet for the first phase picks? I hope this guy just disconnects. I hope he's gone. He also wanted to stream snipe my Nature's Prophet. I hope he doesn't reconnect and this game fails. Get me out. Get me out. I want to snipe couriers with Nature's. Damn it. Ah, too bad, too bad. All right, we got Primal Beast, so it is possible to get kills. Spectre AA. I think we definitely have the power. I don't think we start with a stick. We get another mango. Jakiro's also buying mangoes. Perhaps I should get a stick just because if both of us are fighting over mangoes, then we're both going to be sad. If I get a stick, we can at least start building up charges to make up for the fact that there might not be mangoes in stock. I think that makes sense. I'll buy an observer, but I'm actually going to go place it bottom. I want to go spot that Pudge. I don't need it in my lane. Spectre AA, we know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to play in the lane. If AA ever rotates mid, I don't know, like, what's he even doing? It's all Pudge, baby. This is going, like, right here.
All right. Better get ready.
And then we'll probably block the camp later. But actually, if I unblock my own camp, that might be good, too. Make sure we have our camp. Yeah, Jakiro and I are going to be fighting over these things, so.
My way. Forward.
Okay, if we see them coming in, I might start Inkswell to get a kill with Primal Beast. We won't have a way to secure range creeps, but I think it could still be good. All right, I see we're kind of far back, guys. For having an observer ward, why don't we stand a little closer?
Yes. Your nightmare continues. Know your place. Showtime. Nothing wasted. You should have known.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Careful of Bloodchoke.
And they're off.
I don't think it's worth it. We lose a bounty, but I think getting first blood is worth it. And then we just like swap lanes now. I am going to be late to get to like place this, but it's whatever. I can't believe we didn't get a stick charge. Like they walked in together thinking for first blood, we surprised them, and they didn't even cast a single spell. They're like, well, that's it, it's over. Just die. Naturalizado. What does that mean? Did I just say something extremely offensive in a way I didn't know? I don't think so. But what does it mean? Okay, I was not familiar with the amount of damage Onslaught does, and I thought he had that calculated. But I guess in hindsight, I should have hit that range creep preemptively. All right, I just made her miss both those last hits, get absolutely destroyed. We did not do any of that camp blocking we discussed.
Oh my god, it's too good. But no, it's not good enough at all. Or wait, is it? Maybe.
Camp is indeed blocked. We'll unblock it later. Right now the lane is pushing into us anyways. So that's the downside of starting Inkswell. There's been a couple range creeps we've missed, or that he's had to put himself in danger with that onslaught because we didn't start with it.
As if they could stop me.
I almost messed that up really badly. I was trying to give him a tango, but I think I was just missing last hits for nothing there. Uh-oh. Lotus time? But I don't know if we can go for it, guys. This shit's scary. Yeah, I don't think I can do this. In fact, I think I've messed up. Wow. I shouldn't have walked over there to begin with. We're gonna feed a double kill. Oh my god! I'm gonna salve him. I know it's half efficient, but I can't have an offlaner sitting here at 5 health against Spectre AA.
Nothing wasted.
Damn. There was a very small chance I was able to deward this in time. I was hoping for it.
I paint my way.
think he's buying more regen, or...
Going.
Yeah, he is.
I set my brush.
I should have queued for that. I don't know what I was thinking.
Forward.
I was clearly not thinking. Peanut brain. Fortunately, he pulled a kobold camp, so it's not going to do too much to us.
At last.
Not even kill them, bro.
Didn't make it. I have become the way. With dripping brush.
Look at this. I'm going to give him the tango. So nice.
This way now. My eye turns. The line is true. Well, now.
Oh no! I thought he was gonna be able to get to her.
So we begin.
Alright, that was unfortunate in the,
Well, now.
how that ended up being executed.
Steady grace.
Scaring
I
me.
see where this goes.
Maybe I should have popped Inkswell faster. I wasn't paying enough attention to where his, like, where he got cold feeted.
Steady grace. It was always so. Fear what comes next, I insist. Willingly.
Okay, we gotta back out. He needs to get level 5.
Before the ink sets. With dripping brush.
Couldn't get to her.
Well,
This is kind of a weird ward, but
meant to be.
I'm kind of like being filled with regret now that I've placed it. 'Cause that's how it goes sometimes.
I picked my way. As I planned.
I remember when I was like, if AA rotates out, LMAO,
Forward.
eating my words.
As expected. Well now.
Killing spree.
Okay. Come closer.
Yeah, I should have TP'd, but
Effortlessly.
I should have TP'd, but after Lifestealer died, I was like, whatever, it's too late. Let's go on Spectre if she shows.
Smash that bottom tower.
But she did not show.
At last.
Too late. I didn't expect the Spectre Haunted. Alright, this guy's...
This way now.
I'm just gonna mute him.
Fine. Memory serves. As if they could stop me.
angry so quickly.
Dominating.
As I will it.
I'm gonna ping it.
Brush. Well now. As I planned.
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot.
As expected. Face your fate.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower.
I'm not denying that I think I should have TP'd there, but they seem to be losing it over like the one.
Structures.
Especially when they didn't say anything about it, right?
Your bottom tower ain't.
It was
All right, now I am missing like more rotations than I probably should be.
A flash of inspiration.
Oh my goodness. Can't really sidestep here. Hopefully they don't kill me.
Kill.
At last. I insist.
Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind.
This way now. Okay. Okay. Final stroke falls. I see where this goes. Yes.
Mega kill.
As I will it. As befits my artistry.
Okay, we really need this tower. So we're playing well with the Primal Beast, but the rotations could have been improved. Primal Beast watching them flame me, he's like, oh, I don't know. Gripshook's helping me.
The other fella's top tower had a little accident.
Willing.
A flash of inspiration.
I set my brush. Effortlessly. Going. Revenants of my people will
How should I build this game?
land.
It's a good chunk of magic, so I kind of don't mind the occult bracelet, but I think I should be far enough back that I don't need it. Thinking about this shovel, I have a lot of slots for consumables if I want to go for something greedy. Like a shard, can take up a lot of slots. Though I am wondering if the shard will be worth it versus an AA, but it is pretty good versus Pudge. And like cold feet, we can remove that, stuff like that. Ooh, this is a sus TP.
With dripping.
Especially because I meant to TP to this one.
Nothing wasted.
tranquility.
Get out of here. There's like a little bug on my screen. I was like, what new Dota world ambient creature is this? No, just a small fly.
Big burn.
I insist. Willingly.
We smoke, guys?
I set my brush.
Unlucky to run into Night Stalker. It's the worst one to run into in that situation. I think maybe I should get a 4-staff first. Deal with Night Stalker silence and with AA. Well, I don't know. I like want the shard. I don't know. Good work, team.
Effortlessly.
But I don't know. I kind of want this 4-staff. Tough call. This guy's already working on a Glimmer. I'm going to preemptively buy Dust.
As I planned.
Unless he's working on a Pipe. How wild would that be?
I see where this goes. Yes.
No, I'm not going to make it.
Fine.
So sad.
Steady. Our enemies deserve an audience. This way now.
It was a little dangerous without knowing more about where Pudge was, but Pudge showed bottom, unfortunately.
Well, now.
Okay, Spectre was top. We could maybe go there. Looks like Primal Beast
As
noticed as well.
expected.
Let's swap this in.
Moving. Well, now.
See if Spectre came back this way.
As if they could stop me.
Hate to be your mid-tower right about now.
I
Have
paint
fun trying to
my
bust
way.
down radiant structures now. Your mid-tower ain't
Oh, my ward gonna expire before they can get it too. Perfect. Hopefully.
Unburdened. So we begin.
I think I'm dead. When I have a 4-staff, oh boy, am I gonna survive. Whoa. Gossamer Cape might be kind of good too, actually. But I'll go Eye of the Vizier.
Dying's just a path in the top tower. This ain't gonna
As
end
long,
well.
as long as my team doesn't tilt out too hard, I think we'll be okay. They're tilting, but still. I think we're in an okay spot.
Yes.
Maybe, maybe not. The kills don't look great, but I think we'll still be okay. it's not nearly enough. I think it's starting to lag. Uh-oh. Lag issues.
Steady grace.
That's not going to be good.
As expected.
Kind of want to stay here for the Wisdom Rune. I don't feel like my team is doing the stack, so I don't think I should bother stacking again.
Fine.
I'm just kind of like standing here, guys. But I feel like, you know, if I walk away, I'm just going to have to walk back. So I could have maybe like pushed top a little more and then come back. I think at this point, you can say, oh my god, guys, the lag is so bad.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right now.
Wow, I think that fight looked good. I'm not sure. I only saw like 3 frames of it.
I paint my way. I set my brush. Forward. All right. Unburden. So we begin.
I think I'm contributing. Not sure. Oh no.
Double kill.
Oh no. That fight did not go so hot. Why is your ping fluctuating? Well, we've been playing on the EU servers. For the most part, it's okay, but I'd say we're approaching 30 to 50 games, somewhere in that range in this server, and maybe about 3 or 4 have been like this. So overall, it's pretty manageable, but yeah, this one's a little messy.
Partial to your bottom tower.
Oh. Well, that last fight wasn't good, but the fights prior to that, I think, showed some promise. Not too far behind level-wise. Lena is kind of the big outlier,
Okay.
but not that bad. Lifestealer 16. So especially if we just pick up 1 or 2 nice Lena kills. Just team fights in general should be okay.
Fine. I see where this goes. It was always so. Willingly.
A little slow on that. I should have ulted first and then done my stuff. But we ended up with a double kill. This is not the worst.
Effortlessly. Well, now.
I guess I should kill this actually, because AA has such an easy time rechecking high grounds. I I should
Your mid
remove
tower
it.
needs a little help. It was always so.
Crucio, what's up?
This way now. The inclines flow. As expected.
Uh-oh.
Going.
That doesn't look like the greatest place for him to be.
Nothing wasted.
She has an orchid! I can't cast! What do you want from me?
Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind. Bad news about your mid tower.
Might need a Ghost Scepter. They're going to initiate on us. Ah, he's already got a nullifier, though. That's disgusting. What else? I guess we could get a blink to try to stay totally out of sight till the actual fight. Our other option is an Ags. And try to get that off before being killed. Doing Roche. Team could maybe contest if we all bolted there. They don't have the fastest Roshan. Well, maybe they weren't even doing it. Night Stalker's not even in there.
Unburdened.
28-minute rune soon. I could just go straight for Ags. My other thought is Blink. Not sure which yet.
Effortlessly.
I really could have contested that. That's slow as heck. They come for my rune now?
As if they could stop me.
Should I ward here?
I paint my way. Meant to be.
I hear Lena. I'm gonna do it. There's a good chance they come up for the... yeah. We're doing this.
As I planned.
There's a good chance after the Roche they like come down here. That's why I was thinking about that ward.
So we begin.
But there's also a chance you like back off and reset things. So I wasn't sure. But when I heard the Lena stun and the creep wave, I left.
Willingly.
This guy's gonna be such a pain in my ass.
Set my rush.
I think I do go Aghanims, because if we copy Spectre or Night Stalker, that's really good for us.
Is true.
And then
Towers hurting.
Lena's probably not a very good steal.
Radiant's gone.
Is me for Pudge worth it? Oh no! He got his charge interrupted. Alright, 2 of us for Night Stalker is not worth it. This is brave. This is very brave. Our guy's got damage if he's allowed to hit, but that's the hard part right now.
Tower's coming apart. Just tower's done for. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind.
Remember when I bought this dust earlier? We have not needed it the whole time.
Going.
Psychic Headband could be good. We can push Night Stalker away from us if he's not BKB'd.
Meant to be.
Unfortunately, he has just finished it. Okay, we need to get this guy farm
I paint my way.
to finish the BKB. Totally mistimed that. And I think the game is getting started desperate a little, so I will start to work towards an Aghanims as our like, you know, they're kicking our ass, so we need our own version.
As if they could stop me. Memory.
They're all missing, so I'm kind of scared. I feel like I should be near them to Inkswell and stuff, but I'm scared.
Moving. Willingly. Yes.
Fights, we probably have to prioritize this Lifestealer. Inkswell him to remove stuns and stuff. Well, we'll just try to do anything without being insta-killed. That'll be the tough part. Night Stalker, Spectre are just gonna go for us all the time. Like so. If we tank the smoke, it's like kind of okay, but I think multiple people are dying here.
Killing spree.
When I saw AA, I probably should have staffed away, but I don't think it matters because Night Stalker was with him, so he would have just ulted and then found me anyways. $10. I don't have to buy back. I don't think I do. That tower's dead anyways. Oh no! Speaking of needing to buy back. It's so laggy, guys.
Double kill.
Great.
A fitting end. Yes.
Do you think Jakiro's still mad at me? I bet he is.
I will it. As expected. Okay. The dire will structures. The line is the rune of illusion. I set my brush.
Yeah, I know. The ping is not helping. Fortunately, we just Inkswell people and hope they go in, and then even if it's lagging, it's doing something. Though I won't be able to manually activate it reasonably.
Well, now.
Let's attempt a double stack. Oh, I messed this up. I don't think I'll be able to. And attempt this stack.
As expected. Patron of the arts.
Just lagging. It's okay, we gave him a stack. That makes up for the tiny golems we took. Okay, let's send a courier over to the secret shop. Actually, let's have it bring dust first. If we get this point booster, we'll be a little tankier. I'll be approaching 2,000 health. Not bad. I don't have the best armor, though, so Night Stalker will probably still kill me, but it might take 1 or 2 extra auto attacks, which is, you know, that could be all the difference.
Fine.
Oh, that's the Roche timer from earlier. Okay, they were doing Tormentor.
Before the ink sets.
I do not have dust. I mean smoke. Guess I should. I'm not the only support guilty of that. Where am I, guys?
Memory serves.
Oh, Lifestealer got killed. Do you think we could have saved him? Not sure. Overall, pretty good for us, so I'm not complaining.
So we begin.
Get my salve back. At this point, I'm just going to base anyways. But we'll keep it. Keep it in the inventory.
I see where this goes.
We're pretty lucky we managed to get our spells off, literally, last second.
As if they could stop me.
We need to try to farm a little more to get this Ags. I think it will be really strong, so... If I steal a couple last hits in front of core faces, I think it's okay. But this game's dicey. I can't afford to tilt people, so... We gotta be careful on that front.
Going.
Jakira's already mad, so... Fine, fine. If he's gonna macro pyre.
Meant to be.
Very tilting if I steal it from him. So, what can you do?
This way now.
Trickster Cloak. This could be good to help us survive.
With dripping brush.
Can this be dispelled, actually? I don't even know. Didn't kill Night Stalker. Or didn't kill Spectre, which is too bad. The Pudge save came in time. I wonder if I had ulted her preemptively. I don't know if my leash prevents him from eating people. I have a feeling it doesn't. This guy's so mad.
Your top tower's in trouble.
Too bad I didn't have this Trickster Cloak.
There goes your top tower. Best mind your mid-ranks.
I could have probably bought back at the start when I died right away, like buy back and come in. At this point, it doesn't matter because I won't do anything on my own.
Don't break it down the radiant structures like this.
We got one though. Let's go. Getting a little richer, getting close to this Aghanim's. I should have been keeping my shovel with me to stuff. I can't believe Spectre's doing Roche right now. We're all dead, and she's like, yeah, Roche time, baby.
Steady grace. I set my brush. Moving. Fine.
I was hoping someone would be like dawdling about. We could maybe pick up a kill. Doesn't look like that's the case.
All right. I insist. Unburden.
What in the hell?
My labors live on.
Where the heck is he? Was he like running in this tree line? I guess he must have been.
Getting shook up.
So I gotta buy back, but
I beheld the others.
I'm worried I'll just be killed a second time while they're all like out of the base like this, you know? It's time to force someone into fountain.
As I will.
Angle sim, no food poisoning. Oh no, I hope you're, well, you've already said you're dying. Are we on the road to recovery or are we just currently still dying? Damn, I'm stunned so long. Yeah, get in here, nerd. At least I got a Lena kill. Damn it, Jakiro got the Lena kill. Nuts. Seafood pasta. Oh no. Jakiro better than Grim confirmed. Damn. I'm sorry you got food poisoning. I hope it gets better. I think the last time I had food poisoning, I think it was from chicken. I think I was doing my masters. I remember being really sick and just like laying in bed for a while. Triff Money, are you also in the food poisoning vortex, or are we commenting on Angle Simp being in the vortex of food poisoning? Hopefully. Okay, yeah, it looks like you're good. You eat garbage. Well, as long as your garbage is sanitary. Oh man. All right. I think the lane started okay. I should have done some of the rotations. AA was disappeared for a while and he was going bottom and I didn't realize. We should have helped with some of that. So that is actually on me. And then the mid rotation, I actually could have TP'd into. I didn't think it was going to become such a thing, but that's the power of Spectre. She just hopped into mid instantly, and then I was not prepared for that. So by the time I TP'd, it was way too late. I think our combos with Primal Beast were decent, but not enough. Spectre, still decent. There was one fight in the lane that I think could have really tipped it in our favor, but instead tipped it towards them, which is we were going on Spectre, but his Onslaught and my Inkswell got wasted because he got stunned by Cold Feet, and I didn't really realize that. And then because of that, I don't think we died, but we lost a ton of health, and we lost so much lane pressure because of that. They did some weird diving, which kind of helped us, but you see, like, in the end, she's, like, decently farmed. That's not great. And then their initiation on the team fights is much easier than ours. Oh, well. Current MMR, good question. 60, 80. Grubby is past me. Yeah, Ember mid. It's a tough matchup. Lena into Ember. And I didn't really help with runes and stuff. But he was, yeah. We should have tried to help him more. I wasn't thinking enough about that. Yeah, we'll say for that game, the rotations were our weak point. Crucio, I mastered in food science, ironically enough, about this topic on food poisoning. You think you could be 7K before you had 20 years of Warcraft experience? I think I could be 7K even without that, but I need to improve my focus and consistency. I think genuinely, if it was like, Zach, you have to hit 7K or like you'll die, right? I think it's get very disciplined about my sleep schedule so that I am sleeping like 8+ hours a day. And then I probably still need some source of caffeine. I don't take like any ADHD medication.
Thanks for all the content, sir. Less than
Thank
3.
you. Sergeant Patton, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting all the content. Can't make that content without you and all the viewers and the support. Thank you guys. I think if I like did enough things to help maximize my focus and then I work on consistently communicating with my team, I think I can get to 7K because we were pretty close before. But I don't do any of that. And so we're stuck. We're stuck at 6K. We're working on it though. Okay. So usually we play like 2 or 3 games, but I want to get going on the replay analysis because we're going to do riddles with Sour Potato later on, and I don't know how long that will take exactly. We're not setting a time limit on it. We'll just see how long like we want to go through it, how long the riddles take. And I want to make sure we still do replays for you guys. So I think we should just pivot, start the replays. When we get the bot open. Okay. Then where's my little thing? All right. Get in the replay if you want. Exclamation point replay to enter the raffle. Triff, how's the leagues grind going? I was doing Cerberus for the first time. It's pretty easy in leagues. You don't need to know any of the mechanics. You just beat him to death in like 10 seconds. Electrolytes are good. You lose a lot of liquids when you got food poisoning. Blue vomit. Oh no. Oh no. What's a soothing what kind of soothing music do we play for Angle Sim? He needs to lay down and rest and sleep. What's the peaceful soundtrack of healing? Oh, let's play the Song of Healing for you from Zelda. I'm sure this will help. There you go. Feel better. Gotcha. I don't have the 8th relic yet. And I've been debating. There's so many points behind doing bosses and raids, and I've started to do some of the bosses. But I want to start learning the raids because that's my goal, is to like experience the raids. I know it's much easier in this version, but then I'll kind of know it, so then I can go to the main account and do it. And there's so many points behind doing it. So it's like, should I just try to do some of them to get points? But it's going to be a lot easier with the 8th relic to do them. So I've been debating which should come first. And I know I could do a lot of like skilling and stuff like that first to get the relic, but I don't really want to do that. I just want to do the combat challenges. There should be a healing soundtrack playlist. Perhaps we should do it. Pokemon Center. We can get that next. Do you have Asgarnia? Yeah, I do. I've been going through the God War dungeons. I've got everything, not pets. I don't have a single pet. All my time ever playing RuneScape, I don't have a single pet anywhere. Let's pick our first winner. Race to 0. Let's get going. I don't think you've won before. Nice. Yeah, I did. I got the max combat. I got max combat. I'm debating doing it a little bit more to get the points at 25 million and 35 million, because it's pretty easy to get that. But I'm gonna be doing so much combat that I feel like I'll get those anyways over time. So see, I'm so like iffy on should I bother doing it. Hey, first time viewer, nice. That's good luck right there. Thank you for watching the YouTube videos, and thanks for taking the time to drop by the stream. Okay, let's see if I can help out then here. So, let's see, who are you here? No, I have the production prodigy. I did get cooking. I haven't gotten the 50 million cooking yet, but I'm gonna work on that. Crafting. Okay, where did you go for the gems? I don't have the desert to do emeralds, so I only have access to sapphires and Falador, and it's just kind of, it's fast, but it's slow. It's tedious to buy a single sapphire at a time. So I haven't done the math yet. Is it worth it to buy runes, sell them to the volcano, and then buy like the bigger gems? What's the like price difference on that? I don't know if I have enough money to do it quickly. But individually clicking sapphires is such a pain. Yeah, she should really put that fire out. Then she'd cool off.
This one is in the bag.
Your Invoker? Nice.
Places, everyone.
All right. So, Ancient support for Invoker. I think he's definitely playable. It can be hard depending on who you're matched up with and stuff, but it looks like it's off lane Centaur, which is not too bad. You guys don't have damage over time to make Cold Snap easier, but you at least have that aggressive potential with Centaur, which is good. I think this is Ricky Carey though, so that's a little annoying. A little annoying for both of you because his jump and his Tricks of the Trade don't take very long to activate, so he can get away from you and Centaur before the stomps happen. So you might have to focus on the support, whoever ends up in this lane, and you can do something like tornado them to buy time for Centaur to run in and stomp, and then you have dropped EMP below them, and then you like cold snap them, or maybe you like cold snap to land the tornado. You know, whatever, the combo, we'll see. But I kind of think that's what you could look for, and then just play pulls, play Lotus, rotate eventually for like different stuff. Lunch is ready. Oh, thank you. I'll do this replay and then maybe we'll get lunch while we get the next one. Is it better to watch the VODs on YouTube or Twitch? Honestly, I don't know. I think currently Twitch might be better, but at some point the VOD channel is just too small on YouTube currently, so like I don't get anything out of it right now. But maybe if it grew big enough, I would. Like ads would start going on, and then you're gonna have to watch ads on YouTube though. It's just kind of annoying as well. But it doesn't really matter. Watch whatever is most convenient for you. That's why I upload them to both. All right. So it's Skywrath. A little cold snap poke. I think it's okay because you're full health or full mana. But we'll have to be a little careful going forward. Good. Oh, well, he got it. That's okay. It was a good deny attempt. It was very close. Oh, I forgot you do have the blood grenade to proc cold snap, so that is good. And it looks like he just blocked that camp. Now, I don't think you have to trade with Skywrath. Centaur has so much HP regen, and he got the 2 ringer protections that I think when you compare Skywrath hitting Centaur and you hitting Ricky, I think you're winning when that happens. Ricky does actually happen to have quite high armor and base regen, but Centaur has more raw HP combined with then the potential nuke damage that Ricky does not have. I think if you're both, like if both cores are losing 100 health from being chipped down, I think that hurts Ricky more than it hurts you. So I might try to pivot to this left side and poke the Ricky rather than the Skywrath. Well, I said that. I did say earlier it's kind of hard to kill Ricky. But I don't know, maybe I'll make a mistake, you know? I think still threatening him is good. Like I wouldn't force it too hard, but putting him in risk of dying, especially when he does this, right? He uses W to secure creeps and then he uses W to harass. Like now he's pretty vulnerable. So
No more bets, please.
yeah, I think it's still good to harass him. Make Skywrath quit the lane. I guess it's possible.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
I like the surprise pivot. Looked like you guys were going on Ricky and then you switched over. Yeah, just stand and fight. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Yeah. Let's go. All right. You can just run home right now or go die to neutrals. Pros and cons to TPing back. So on one hand, you regenerate right away. You can get the teleport cooldown going right away, and then you gotta walk back. You could flip that. You could run home and then TP out. Downside is that the teleport cooldown is, you know, it starts later, so it takes longer. Plus side is that you can TP somewhere else if you are needed. If it looks like, oh, mid needs me or bottom can get a free kill, you could do that. You could still TP back top, and then you'd have the fountain buff to maybe throw out one free spell. Either way, honestly, I don't know which is strictly better. Ooh, okay. I think you should try to have EMP ready. Like Tornado, if you think you're going for a kill, Tornado EMP so that once you do one, you can then invoke Cold Snap. And I think that extra nuke damage will help you. I mean, you're only level 2, so it's not that strong anyways. But he got pretty low. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to close the... Hold on. Don't enter the raffle yet. We got to finish this one, and then we'll open a new raffle. True, can also bottle refill. I think you were trying to... Skywrath was missing, so you were staying out of sight, trying to, like, bait him in. Slash, maybe Skywrath is in the area, so he played to... Oh no, the urn's in the backpack! Slot attack, no! No worries. That kind of mechanical mistake happens. It's too bad. And I'm trying to debate if it's better to just run at the Ricky and just... Like, don't even let him near the creeps, even if you don't get the kill. I think you can wait for a bit and see what he does, but if it's taken too long, you know, you maybe just do it. I think here you should peek bottom at least, even if you don't actually rotate. Take a look, because they're really close to the tower. Maybe they're low health. Maybe you can actually get something done. Oh, it looks like you're watching the minimap at least, or maybe there's some team comms going on. This is where I would earn if I had any charges. Damn. See, this is where small mistakes do add up sometimes. And of course, like,
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged.
you accidentally putting the urn in the backpack is not going to affect you in the grand scheme of things, but it does hurt this particular game. And it's also why small habits really do add up. Like, not just the accidental mechanical mistake of putting the urn in the backpack, but like, oh, I get extra 3 last hits because I'm, you know, careful with this or whatever, or like, oh, I'm good about this behavior or whatever. It does slowly push games in your favor. Like, always centering low grounds and checking high ground, stuff like that. Like, you slowly pick up more and more things.
Burns, doesn't it?
This is where I get confused at what to do. Oh, when you're like trying to pressure that Ricky. I'd say you can... It depends on the draft. So if you can just dive, you can potentially help Centaur push the lane and just go. Okay, that was close. I don't think you should save anything. You had the mangoes. So drop that EMP, mango up, get that cold snap out. A mid kill is super worth it. Even your life, right? Even if you died for it. Very nice, nice, nice. I don't think I've seen any issues with your spell casting as a whole. I think you're landing the spells, using the right ones. Like the actual combos and stuff. I think choosing to hold some or not, or maybe you're just forgetting like you have the mangoes and stuff. Forget about the twin gates and the wisdom runes because you recently started playing. Yeah, so that's what you should do when you have that confusion. Take a look at the minimap, because you literally have to consider all 3 lanes, right? You like, I keep playing my lane, I look bottom and go to that lane, or I rotate mid and help with runes and stuff. So that's usually what you should start thinking about. And if none of those look good for whatever reason, you can stepwise, like the next step, think about pulling and stacking. Those are very consistent, right? Let's say you get a kill, and the kill's worth 300 gold. Or you get a double stack. The double stack is almost like 300 gold if you're doing ancient hard camps. So that's also good. That's also very consistent. Ah, so close. Hey, October, what's up? 7 streak, my man. Pos for 6-minute rune, mid, wisdom, 8-minute rune. That's also a good cycle. I would say strongly consider that when both mids care about the power rune a lot and they've both built bottle. I think you can deprioritize that a little when you have someone like Sniper who doesn't care about the rune, but of course you don't want Lina to just get like free control. So it's still good to do, especially if nothing else to do. but maybe you have some heavy stacking or heavy farming lineup that can do stacks, then that might take a little bit more priority. But even then, you can do something like, you know, stack one camp, get the rune, come back, stuff like that. So you can still do both. But if you have good kill potential, I understand if you're like finishing off a kill rather than going mid. But that is a very good plan as well to like consider. We're diving a little harder than necessary for kills, right? Sniper is not a hero that plays that aggressively in terms of chasing them down. For Sniper, it's easier to chase up to a point. Like, if we both stand in the lane, I'm winning because I'm Sniper and I'm so long ranged. If he realizes that and starts to leave, then rather than chase him into the jungle, Sniper, a hero with tools that like can't do that, I just take the tower. So I think in this situation, this kill itself is not that deep, but Sniper having to come from over here made it very awkward where they could rotate in like they did. So in those kind of situations, I think you just like, you poke this guy a little bit maybe, but when he starts getting away, you all just like fall back and you just go back to hitting the tower. That's right, this is the Z-Quill stream. Welcome, welcome. Z-Quill for the food poisoned viewers. Is Warlock 4 bad? It's not the best, but if you want to play it in pods, it's fine. You'll get away with it. I was doing it in Immortal. And again, it's not the best, especially after it got a couple nerfs, but still pretty doable. You might suffer a bit if your team has some issues. Okay, this is probably not helping the food poisoning. Isn't it funny how I probably do something similar? Actually, every player has their own way of moving the minimap. And when you do it yourself, and when you watch the fast-forwarded version of yourself, it doesn't bother you that much. But when you watch someone else doing it, it can get to you. The way you like edge pan and snap back to your hero so much, it's good. Don't stop that. You're gathering information, that's good. When I speed it up too much, I'm like, oh man, I'm getting this jerky. This ward's a little shallow. You already took this tower. Unless you think they're sieging this tower soon, I wouldn't do this. I would aim for a deeper ward so that you can actually try to like make plays in the jungle or something. If you were watching the game I just played, I had a deep ward like somewhere here, and because of that, we saw Spectre farming, and we were able to smoke in and kill her. There are heroes you can kill in this game with Centaur and stuff. You don't have the greatest initiation, but you could potentially tornado into the rest of the setup combo, right? Get a kill before everyone can rotate in, but not when you have a ward like this. It's pretty shallow.
It's the humiliation.
Yeah, pros for sure. It's tough. Oofty goofty, boy are you in luck. Wednesdays are in fact the replay streams. So I'm doing one right now, but we are going to just keep raffling them away as we finish off one and go to the next. So if you want to hang around and get a replay, go for it. Also, I've been meaning, you'll probably see it posted on YouTube soon, but I need to start collecting submissions for the next Whose Fault Is It Anyways. It's been a while since we did one of those, and I think it's time. It's time to like bring it back. So this one, first you have this one. They see different things, but again, think about the state of the game. One of these is okay, but this is pretty deep in your own base. It would be better for it to be somewhere out here or at the entrances. Like somewhere in here, I think is good. And then with the sentry so that you can spot Ricky going through them. This is pretty deep. Like, someone farming here has already been found by Ricky or Night Stalker. So putting it further out would help your team more. It is kind of useful for defending this tower. And it would be okay for defending this tower if it was still up. Although it should, maybe be like more over here to spot people like in this area. This actually can't see through here. But are they going to do that? You know, there's still 2 other tier 1s. We do have this one, and if you move it out here, that will also kind of help you see people coming in to potentially siege this tower. So I'd say, like, instead of this one, further out would be more useful for you. Is there a better way to camera move, edging or mouse dragging? I think whatever you are best at is ideal, but I personally like the camera drag with the middle mouse because it keeps the mouse near the center. I find edge panning like forces you to move your thing. Like for example, right? We use the edge mouse whatever to like start moving our screen this way for a fight, and then suddenly someone blinks on the left. So now you have to shoot your mouse all the way over to the left to click them. Whereas if you're like using edge panning, it's kind of always roughly in the center. So it's like less time to travel to any particular point. But you can set your mouse DPI to whatever, and however good you are at moving the mouse is fine. So if you like the amount of time in between this, and then like this and this, if your mouse DPI and your hand is fast enough, it's really very quite minimal. So as long as you are comfortable with whatever you are doing, that is the most important part. For me, I like the camera, the mouse drag. It is the easiest for me to do like what I just explained. But if you're used to edge pan, like it's no big deal. WASD gang, I have not been able to get into that. I tried it as a meme a couple times. Part of me likes the idea because there are times I want to keep my mouse hand free, and I actually thought, especially when playing Invoker, of having both, like both the mouse drag and the WASD or something similar to WASD, right, to move it, so that either way I could do it. Like sometimes you want to be like tracking someone with your mouse or like your body blocking, but you want to move the camera. Having like a camera key is kind of useful in those cases, but I just could not work out enough hotkeys. After limiting 4 different hotkeys to the camera, I could not fit in the rest of the hotkeys I wanted. I think I could if I shifted the way I play. So right now, I like have pinky on shift, and then like my abilities are QWER or QWE, and then like the other stuff, whatever, right? I think if I shifted my hand 1 row to the right, I have access to more hotkeys. My hand is big enough to do that relatively easily. I would have to get used to it, but I think I could do it if I wanted to play that way. And then I might have enough hotkeys. If I did like EDSF for the camera, and then I have hotkeys all around that, I think I could make it work. I have 6 fingers. Do you think someone with 6 fingers has an advantage in gaming? Most of your life, 6 fingers probably does not matter that much. But when you're like a piano player, or you're playing guitar, or typing, is a 6th finger an advantage? Is this what we're waiting for? Is the future of Dota 2 players like people, you know, like who's that swimmer? Michael Phelps? What's his first name? I don't feel like it's Michael. Maybe it is. And they say like his joints are meant for swimming. It's like super optimized, right? He won the genetic lottery. Is that the future of esports? The people with like the extra fingers and like everything, they rise to the top. They get it all. It is Michael Phelps. It's his wingspan to height ratio. I never did much swimming myself, so I don't really keep up with the swimming. So I know his name because I mean he's super famous, right? But I don't know much about swimming or like why he's good and stuff. Can they control their 6th finger? Well, if they can't become pro. It's not possible. You need 6 fingers in the future. I've been thinking about your itemization a little bit. Earn, I think, is definitely good. I don't know if Spirit Vessel's really required this game, but I don't know if Invoker supports just get it anyways. Let's go look a little. I don't know if anyone's even playing that much Invoker support. Yeah, we don't have a big sample size to pull from. I don't think Spirit Vessel is required on Invoker support. I think it's very good, but you don't always have to have it. And there's actually, like, no healing whatsoever, really. And they're all pretty low health besides, like, maybe Night Stalker. So I kind of think you don't have to get this. You could get Urn for the Cold Snap combo. And then, like, a 4-staff, I think, looks really good here. 4-staff versus Ricky, Night Stalker, Skywrath. Even Lena stun, right? If they get stunned by 1 and you see Lena setting up, you can 4-staff someone to get them out. So I think probably go 4-staff here rather than the Vessel. You have a cat with a thumb? Oh, get that cat into esports.
Burns, doesn't it?
Gamer cat. I almost thought I lost Hephaestus yesterday. I usually check up on them before we sleep. This is like, because we came to North Carolina. The lore for people who don't know. We came to North Carolina to visit my family, my parents. We're staying at their house for the month for the holidays. So brought the cats. And I usually check up on them before sleeping. We used to just only keep them in one room, the bonus room, but now they have access to like upstairs, downstairs. And we just try to keep them out of certain rooms like the basement. I couldn't find him last night, and I was worried he like slipped out of the house or something. I was getting scared. We were like looking everywhere for a while. But he just like snuck his way into my parents' room where he's not usually allowed. He was just in there, and I even asked my parents to look, and my dad was like, "I looked." I took a very quick look. I'm like, okay, I guess we have to go look around everywhere else. We looked for a while. We were about to start like going outside looking, Moon Jellying and I, and then my parents are like, "He's in here." He just starts meowing because he wants to leave their room. Oh, that was stressful. I was starting to get worried. It's too cold outside. Okay, so a little bit sidetracked there, my bad. For this game, I feel okay kind of going later. I think PL will be alright. You also have a Sniper, and Ricky and Night Stalker will try to kill Sniper, and I think that'll be one of your jobs. You're either enabling PL, but he's usually a hero that he does his own thing once he has like his item set, right? He just like sends illusions in and out of the fight. And you don't actually want to put Alacrity on him and stuff. So I think it'll be easier for you and Ogre to play around Sniper and keep him alive from the Ricky and Night Stalker. And if he's alive and not being chased, I think he'll do the rest of the damage while Centaur and PL kind of draw attention. So I think that's what I would focus on, which also leans itself towards not actually needing the Spirit Vessel, since it doesn't help accomplish that goal. Now just going to every room, shaking treats. Hephaestus? Hephaestus, where are you? Having to like look under things. He likes to sleep under blankets, so I gotta like pick up every blanket and like flip things over, trying to find him. Oh, I think this is Mifa's song. Oh, never mind, I'm totally wrong. This is Animal Crossing. What the heck? I thought I heard Mifa's song. I'm crazy. I was gonna say, Mifa's song is also a healing song. Okay, you do get 4-staff next. Okay. I think you said that. You could maybe place that Observer further. I think this is kind of funny. You guys killed Lena. I guess Sniper's not with you is maybe your thoughts. But I'd actually say you guys can stay in this area. It's kind of funny to ward and then walk away completely, like all 4 of you, because I'm worried you're going to show somewhere else and they're going to go, oh, I guess we should walk in here and check for wards now. You're not going to defend this. Let's see what happens. I kind of like the idea. Sniper push mid and then we smoke to him. But Sniper's not on that same game plan. He's like farming the jungle now. So I think this plan would have worked better if he's like, I guess he did push the lane. You probably will get this tier 2. But it feels funny, right? I thought the smoke was to go connect to sniper and take tower, but if we weren't going to do that, he probably could have just kept taking, you could have kept pushing top and then like leave later. I don't think you need to tornado there. I would do the cold snap, ice wall. Because tornado is a weird stun where no one can actually hit them. It's good setup, but it's better when someone is far away and you're catching them and everyone's running up in the tornado lift time. If you're all like waiting for someone to walk up high ground, then you don't want to waste time, because in your lift time, the whole team could be teleporting in like, oh shit, come here and fight, guys. In a pub, less likely to happen. And Skywrath is squishy enough that he probably still dies before his team gets there. But that could be a mistake you make if you... Night Stalker, for example. You lift Night Stalker, he's much tankier, and the extra lift time allows his team to teleport in. You can't kill him in time, he gets saved. So when they're walking up high ground, I would just do the like cold snap, maybe ice wall right in front of them. Unfortunate. I actually like that, though. You were looking for more because your team should kill Lina, and I think that's the right call. I think it's a good call. You did get killed for it, but your team also gets Lion for it. I would have thought their team should be in retreat mode. It's kind of good on them for going for a kill, but clearly by going for a kill, it costs them to stick around, and you end up going for an even trade. So I think it's worth doing something like that, even if in this case you did dive. What's the MMR of this game? I forget everything as a whole because it's a party game, but this player's ancient. Yeah, Hephaestus, like the Greek god. That was his name when we adopted him, and I liked it, so we kept it. A hard time living this game. Yeah, they've got some annoying heroes. This is where Force Staff... Actually, your life did get temporarily saved by Force Staff. I don't know who it was, if it was Sniper who had one, or Ogre. I think Ogre saved you, but that kind of shows, right? If we went Force Staff first item, we can save ourselves / save other people. Ricky only has so many jumps. The charge cooldown on his jump is shorter or longer than PA. So when he jumps and you Force Staff, he's in a very vulnerable state. If he continues to chase, he has no escape now, because he likes to jump in, kill someone, and then be able to jump out. But if he has to use double jumps to like chase a support, you may still die, but the cores probably wrap it up after that. So yeah, like a first item Force. I know we keep harping on it, but I do think it's good. And then maybe Ghost Scepter. It depends if Night Stalker looks like he's already working on Nullifier or not. I really like the build up on Night Stalker. I think it's a great item for him, but not everyone does it. So if he's not building Ghost Scepter, you could potentially go for that to try to stay alive. What else? I would say Drum Boots if you didn't have Centaur. Potentially could be something good. They're going to be running at max speed pretty much with like Night Stalker ult. And when you Drum Boots, you can like also run away from Night Stalker. And he'll probably still be able to keep up, especially if he applies a slow to you and all that. I mean, I know you can't be slow during the drums boots, but like, you know, before and after the drum boots, you can probably like catch up in that time and then like slow you more. But you can buy yourself more time just running around, making them chase like way too deep. Yules could also potentially be good. When they jump, if they're not BKB'd, Yules them. If they are BKB'd, Yules yourself.
This will come in handy.
Ogre working on drums. Okay. Then yeah, maybe you could do Yules. Shard is also pretty good. Forces people to like the vortex is very annoying. Other than that, Glimmer's weird on Invoker. It's like kind of okay. I wouldn't hate Solar Crest. Just like Solar Crest, Sniper, Alacritium, just Cannon Sniper. He's very tanky then as well. Whoa. very tanky as well when they like try to kill him because it's all physical damage. No! I thought you were good. You can probably ogre
Love
seal
the
totem there.
content. Keep it up.
Hey Carnage, thank you. Thank you so much. Ooh, Jason. I'm gonna start up the next raffle.
The Dire couldn't hang on to that mid tower. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower's getting the Dire just couldn't save that bottom tower.
Okay, next raffle started. Crucio. Boy, are you in luck. There is a micro guide on YouTube, actually, that covers some tricks and stuff as well. I think it's literally called Micro Guide or something like that, on Micro or something. I think if you go to my channel and look up Micro, it'll pop up somewhere. What do you mean riddles? So Czar Potato wrote up some Dota riddles. I don't know how easy or hard they will be, but he brought them to TI and he was giving them out there, but he has more that he never got to use at TI. So we're just going to chit chat. He's going to give me riddles. You guys can participate as well. I'll try not to read chat too much. I'll try to think about them myself, but I think I'm going to get wrecked by them. So at some point I'll like phone a friend, help or something. Okay, let's keep going here. I will probably go get my lunch as well.
Double kill.
Are these like the patch note? I wish. That would be great. I'd love patch to be final here. No, I think it's like it'll be a riddle about an item or a hero. Those are the ones I saw as an example. I don't know. Maybe he's got something crazy. Maybe he's going to describe a patch to us and we have to be like, this was patch 6.93. I don't think he would go that hard. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's got. That's why I'm excited for it. I like riddles. I'm not the best at riddles. I think he actually... I play Dota more now, but I think he actually started Dota before me. So I don't know if he's going to pull out some really old stuff about Dota that I don't even know. Maybe you guys got to help me with those.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
All right. I'm going to leave this playing while I go pick up my lunch. And then we'll pick a new winner. Actually, I'll do the winner first.
Radiant lost the top
I'll pick the winner next so you guys have time to go grab the replay and stuff. Okay, Joy K, you're going to be next. Go grab a replay. You guys, give more feedback. Here to Ray. Be right back. We talked about everything you wanted. Great. Let me know if you have any other extra questions. Happy to answer that. I'll be right back.
Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. Sight right now.
I'm back. AA soft support. I was trying an interesting item build, but I think it backfired. After laning, felt useless, not sure what to do. Alright. Oh, legend/ancient game. Here, I forgot the... We used to have this up here, right? I'll shrink the text in a moment. Legend. Okay, AA4 is a little weird, so if you feel confused at what to do at times, that might be part of it. But we'll check it out as we go in. I don't know where to put my food space-wise.
Places everyone.
Well, is the reality of it. What can I say? There's an estimated time on the reels. Yes, 3 p.m. EST, so in about less than 2 hours. Just play Quap 5. AA4 is more acceptable than Quap 5. You're good on that front.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
I might buy more right-click items. I think that's one nice thing about AA support is just really long range, so you just harass. And then I think double sentry can also be good because it's
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
like you're playing for creeps essentially. You're harassing people to make it annoying. You're pulling. You're doing stuff like that. If you have to contest pulls, you're very unhappy with that because it's very awkward for you. You're slow and weak. You'll easily go out of position and get killed. I think it's double, triple. Wait, who? I thought I saw 3 blood grenades there. I would probably skip this stick, actually, because Drow doesn't give very many stick charges. And then Witch Doctor and Omni-Knight is like an okay amount, but I think you can get away without a stick. If you want to start with it, I guess it could be okay too. But like Tango, stick, double sentry, and then maybe all iron branches. Oh, blood grenade potentially. But I think you just want right-click damage from your cheap items so that you can, every time you attack, it'll add up. And it's okay to stand like on the left side as well. I mean, here's fine too. Just see what happens. If the other support comes in, you don't want to directly fight the other support. We're just throwing as many free auto attacks in as we can. And so far, doing just that. But we are floating money. See what I mean? We get a little close to Omni-Knight. Bop, bop, bop. Not a fan. AA's just looking for free harass. This is starting to real. Those last attacks revealed you had an observer. You shouldn't have vision over there. Just keep that in mind. Also be careful of aggroing creeps like that. I have a video for you, Joy K. Yeah, I think with the starting gold, you can buy another sentry. And if for whatever reason you didn't have like all your cheap stats, you could buy some. You could get like a fairy fire, you could get whatever. Maybe more tangos. They're not really for you, they're for your ally. Like Tide is gonna tank all the damage and you're just gonna like poke back and feed him tangos. If you need them. So the actual harass you do, pretty decent. I think you can improve how frequently and consistently you do it. And then a couple times, though, you extend when you don't need to. Especially when they're, like, surrounding you from both sides. You're going on Drow, Omni's coming from the other side. And that's where you're tanking a lot of damage. I think you could play this lane not even using a single one of your tangos, and you feed them all to Tide. Maybe you use 1 or 2 on your own. Because Omni-Knight is just, he's just not the hero who can get to you. Yeah, the stick charges are kind of okay because they will build up over time. And if you don't need anything else, I'm fine with getting it early to start building that value. A lot of people, a lot of pros have been doing that. You should secure those like range creeps with the E. Especially because you could spend your rest of your money on like cheap iron branches or something. Okay, going for a courier, a little risky, but I kind of get it. I only took a little bit of damage for it. I think you commit. I think you just keep going there. You might be able to place another ice vortex and then go for it. If the lane just sits here, you can consider going for a double stack. Tide, Bat, and Jug can all do stacks. If they do a pull while you're gone, it's a single pull. So it's like, you know, not a huge deal. This camp is blocked, so they're not going to do a bigger hard pull. And then you can just come back here. And he's going to be like, oh, I missed a creep or two. And you'll be like, it's okay, buddy, you got stacks. Right. Harassing like this is quite difficult. When the lane reaches this point where the creeps are like right here, it gets a little tough. Because you have to kind of come out here without bodies in the way, and they might be able to actually get to you. Ooh, should be a kill, I think. Oh, he doesn't have 6. What's he doing up here? Killing Drow. Alright. That was unexpected. I didn't think he would rotate here without 6.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Question again. We're trying an interesting item build. Okay, we're gonna see what that is. After laning or later felt useless. Okay, so we're approaching the end of laning, and we'll see. I was kind of reading chat. I don't know if you went for the wisdom rune, but definitely do that at 7 minutes. If you weren't. Lane is going well. Drow's level 4, and you killed her twice now. Ooh, unlucky bounces. Or a bad Omni Slash choice. Who knows? We won't go back and double check.
The Dire let's do something about that bottom tower.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We were showing Tide's items there.
Beautiful.
We got it? Yeah, yeah, okay. I don't think you should go bottom. I think your top lane was going well, and he actually has his Meteor Hammer now. I think you should just be backing him up, pushing this in a lot together, and then just Meteor chipping down this tower. If you hold towers while Batrider rotates and make these plays, then that's also kind of okay. And that's sort of what's happening a bit. But I feel we're extending the life of the top lane more than it should. I feel like it should be dying now-ish, if not sooner. And I kind of think Drow is getting to farm in the lane more than she should. Jug was having a crisis in lane, or in chat. You didn't even need to say that. He's a carry player. I knew. Alright, we don't take this tower, I'm gonna be pissed. Where did Crystal Maiden go? Get back in here.
Cool.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Okay, you're trying out drums, it looks like.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
See, this is the weird part about AA4. I don't know what he should build, actually. Oh, you're gonna try mech. See, the weird thing about auras on AA is that you're usually so far back, it's difficult to get the auras to apply. You're not a hero at the front line, affecting more people. You're like in the back.
Tower's seen better days.
Providing armor for your team is kind of okay, though, with a Drow and a Legion. Solar Crest could be decent and easier for you to use. Maybe a Pavis. I guess Greaves is not that bad, though. What about Yules? Kind of good versus Duel and Witch Doctor and Omni Knight. Maybe you could get Yules into like a fast Wind Waker later on.
Them dire buildings on tower. Mid tower's heaven.
Sustaining for the early push is what you were going for. Kind of get that idea.
The dire might want to top tower.
Lol. That should be your Midas, actually. You should have swapped with Crystal Maiden. You should be getting a Midas. He's scaling up for that late game AA Ag scaling. I actually think AA has some ridiculous talents. 450 AoE cold feet is nuts. That mech just saved you.
It's time for me to go all out.
I don't think you need this urn. Though you immediately got 5 charges with it, which is quite nice. Casual urn's not the worst, but I feel it should be picked up sooner, not after Arcane. Yeah, Tide Shard is sick. I like it. I don't have the mana for mech. That is one issue with the mech on AA. Spamming out Ice Vortex is very expensive.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
I guess they have Omni and Witch Doctor healing. They have a natural Dispel though. Pudge could eat people as well. This does not Dispel anymore. They are going to get some extra strength and HP regen, but I guess it's reduced actually. But then it doesn't Yeah, I don't know. There's like 2 ways where Speared Vessel doesn't affect them. And you're already AA, so I think you're okay without it. So you guys start messing up? Okay. So I would say, with that first Aegis, we can probably go for all the tier 2s. You have 1 ward in here. So starting with this tower makes sense, especially because this is where Roche, you guys just took it. You might want to wait for a Ravage, though. So maybe just hold the area. Don't push that hard till Ravage is up, unless you see them scattered. Or you just don't push at all until Ravage is up, and then you 5-man. That's why it's a 5-minute timer. You have time to do stuff like that. I'd be okay with that. Yeah, the high ground is scary because of Pudge, Omniult, Drow, stuff like that. You want certain items on your cores, like a Nullifier coming up or Blink Daggers to be able to like jump in a little bit better. He's going Ags, so the jumping's not really happening. And I guess it has to be Bat Rider who jumps people. So the high ground itself is kind of scary. That's why I'm kind of okay just like tier 2s, farm up, second Roche, high ground. Hopefully there's like a Nullifier in the game at that point. Of course they could always mess up. That's always possible. So this part seems okay. Kind of Maledict.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
I would take Tormentor and retreat.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
Mid towers haven't taken it. Radiant's top tower's bad shape. Radiant's top tower's hurting. Dying. One less mid tower's nothing now.
All right. That part seems good. We can go top tower. And then depending on how much time is on Aegis at that point, maybe you can poke a little bit. Oh, especially with the DD. Okay, you know what? If you take a big fight, I'm kind of okay trying for the high ground. The safer play and the pro play is probably tier 2 into second Roche. But in a pub, this could work or this could throw. Oh, we are in here. Screw that Omni Knight. Hell yeah. Witch Doctor, you're not going anywhere. No old Witch Doctor. Alright. There's the hook back. So we're starting to see some problems.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, the fact that you guys got out alive is pretty amazing. You only lost one for that. All spells got used, but you're missing a lot of big spells now, pretty much all of them, and Hook is a very low cooldown spell, as well as Pudge Ult itself. So your team definitely needs to leave. Pudge Ult wasn't ready yet. I'd like to point out that we started this at 15k, and you'll notice it's still around that area. So the longer, like, there's a 5-man in the mid lane, 5 versus 5, it does tend to favor the losing team. This is why if it takes a really long time to push high ground or it's really dangerous, this is sometimes not worth it. Especially trying to make these kind of plays without, like, the ultimates. Right, and then eventually something like this happened. Something like this was very likely to happen because of Pudge ult and Legion. So after sieging mid for so long, we lost 6k, and we didn't even get the high ground, the barracks. Who's the mech? Don't do it. Oh, man. Sus. Sus. Yeah, that's pretty much where your team confirmed through. All right, I'm opening the next one. So if you'd like to get a replay, join in, ! Replay. Curse Band, hey, what's up?
I'll take that.
Which doctor was that? Well, it helps when you guys all have to jump in, right? Or he can wait for the Legion duel or the Pudge hook, right? You all jump to react, and he just sits there BKB channeled. That's why it needs to be a very controlled push. See, everyone was running in to help the target. You guys favor a team fight where you get some big jump with Tidehunter into the AA ult, but they have a much easier time taking the initial pick in a 5-on-5 or going for ganks. It's kind of why you need to play one part of the map, have good vision. You avoid getting picked off that way, and you can see their movements to try to get the big jump or to get your own pickoffs, because that's still doable. But yeah, the way your team went about it after that first Aegis was good up until this part. You got too excited by that DD rune. Dr. Thrax, type in replay so you're part of the raffle, and then if you get picked, then we can cover yours. I just do it by a random system. Yeah, there you go. Now you're in the raffle. I think we're starting pretty early today on the replay, so not a lot of people are here. So I think you guys got good odds to, even if it's not this one, you get one of your games checked out. All right. I think we can probably move on. I think that was the key mistake made here. We've already kind of discussed the itemization. I think finishing the Greaves instead of the Soul, the Spirit Vessel, and then I think I'm okay with the Lincolns. You just throw it on people while you sit in the back. I think I'm okay with that. I'm not fully sure because, like I said, AA4 is kind of weird. If you wanted to just try to go greedy, maybe that's also okay. I'm not really sure. Can we enter again, or do we only want... So far, I just let you guys enter as many times as you want. We've only had a couple situations where someone has won multiple times in this stream. It's not been a problem yet, but if it does reach that point, I might make it a rule. For now, though, I just let RNG decide. I think we can close that one. All right. Yeah. Hop in. Last chance. We got 7 people. You might think that's even odds for everyone, but actually subscribers have slightly higher odds. Just throwing that out there if it makes you want to, if it tempts you a little bit. But someone not subscribed to one. Reverse threaded. Congratulations. Are we referencing like screws that have the reverse thread? Why do you need a reverse thread screw? What is the application of that? First replay since the Frontiers update. Wow, really? You're here all the time, Joy K, though. That's crazy. Reverse threaded, are you here? Did you see Dave the Diver getting a Dredge DLC? No, I didn't. Oh, he is. Great. I let other people have it. How generous. No, it's fine. Make people watch shit. It's fine. Okay, I don't see your name here. Who are you playing here? And let me know any questions you might have. If you don't have any, that's fine. We'll just go from the start. So Archon, I can guess that part. Abba, okay. Oh no, not Abaddon. Hard. I can't even remember. Hard support. Yes. Hard support. Okay.
I have never made a stauncher oath, but I swear this one is in the bag.
I hate vomiting. That's my least favorite part of being sick. Not that you vomit every time you're sick, but I absolutely hate vomiting.
It's in the bag.
Part of the reason I don't really drink, because I would hate, like, I know you can drink without reaching that point, but I absolutely despise vomiting. I know some people just party hard. Totally fine if you want to do that, but I could never do that because I do not want to vomit. I don't like that feeling. Muerta Abaddon, probably not playing too aggressive, kind of just getting through the lane, and then maybe going to go pair up with Night Stalker, shield him up as he runs in. We'll leave it up to see, what happens in the lane, but that's my rough impression. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know the Abaddon starting items right now because it's not terribly popular. Let me pull them up real quick. There's one entry popped up when I looked up Abaddon on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It's Hanskin.
The game is on.
So, like I said, not a very popular hero at this time. Even without knowing, I would say double clarity is iffy because
Double kill.
as a melee hero, you're only harassing when you get close. And one clarity you can maybe get away with, right? You use all your spells, you go do a pull, you clarity up. But the second clarity, it really means you're spending a lot of time out of the lane and you're planning for it. You're like, I'm getting 2 clarities. I'm not going to be in the lane. Like, it's kind of a weird approach right now in this meta, especially because you can buy the first clarity and go, oh shit, I really need more mana, and then buy a second clarity, and it'll deliver to you by the time you need it. So even if you want one clarity, I would get rid of the second one here, buy an Iron Branch. Maybe buy a stick, You could get rid of one of these tangos, get rid of one of these clarities, maybe you got enough money for a stick. Then you can start building value from that stick right away, and when you do need that second clarity, you get the second clarity. As a melee hero, like Abaddon, I don't know, my gut feeling is just don't even get clarities, but like I said, I don't play Abaddon, so let's see how you approach this and see how it feels. It looks like it's going to be Magnus +1. So yeah, Magnus and Shadow Shaman. You're going to run over here. Maybe you're trying to block and you stopped it. Otherwise, I'd say you don't even have to engage. So you might want to click him to see if he can even body block or anything like that. Otherwise, you can just stay in the creep wave till they get there and deny stuff in front of him. This isn't really your fault. Muerta should definitely have just stayed hitting creeps. So this is not fully your fault, but this is actually horrendous. Just to demonstrate, this gives me very low confidence if I ever see this kind of thing happen from my carry player. And actually, it might have been you. It might have been caused by you. So on the Radiant side, do not block at all because the creeps are going to meet right here. If you want to body block, you have to see them blocking because you put an observer here, or you have to let one creep through and then block the rest. This will still tilt it in your favor because the first creep will get killed, but it'll mean the first creep meets out here. If you block blindly, and in fact it wasn't blind, I saw 5 heroes here, which means I know for a fact they are not body blocking, then this is going to happen. This right here, this tower is killing creeps, and the enemy is not even here. It is just the two of you in lane, and you have lost control of the lane. So do not do this body block. You have to really know why you're blocking. You can do it on this side a little bit more because the creeps naturally meet out here and there's a lot more room to work with. But on the Radiant, it is right here. So I would completely cut this habit out of your gameplay because this is already going to hurt your lane a lot. And if you do this consistently, then you're setting your lane back like every single time this happens. So if you just stop doing that, you're already massively ahead. I faced a situation with Clarities too. What do you buy as support for better mana regen? My team snags up mangoes off cooldown. So that is the hard part. It is part of the reason why lotuses are important to try to secure. If your team needs too many mangoes, which I suppose at some point might reach a part that we consider in the draft, maybe this is why. This might also be part of the reason pros are leaning towards an early stick, because not everyone gets to buy mangoes. So that might be something you have to do as well, is to buy a stick very early, even if it's not the greatest stick game, because it is a mana item that you will probably get at some point, right? Every single game, you almost always get a wand. So if it looks like your team's going to buy up a lot of mangoes, you might just need to get the stick really early. And if you have to, you get a clarity. I'm not saying you can never get clarities, but ideally, we go with mangoes or something like that, so we don't have to stay out of the lane. We're not forced to. We can choose how to play, rather than a clarity, which kind of dictates you must exit the lane to get full value out of clarity. That would be my suggestion, I guess, off that. Is Bassi viable? I think it depends on your draft. Abaddon and Muerta can probably get away with it. I like that Salve usage. I was actually going to say you don't need to play this aggressive, but it actually worked out quite well. You just got to be very careful of Magnus in front of his tower running up that hard. I would say here you just keep getting denies, and rather than play this aggressive, this is going to push, right? It's unavoidable after that first wave. But something you can look for, and arguably you can intentionally do this. It's just a little tough, but you'll see you hit level 2 first because your creeps are all dying first. So you can intentionally shove the very first wave to do this, get a power spike, go for a kill. You're not a very good kill hero, so I wouldn't really plan for this for Abaddon. But you can also then go for a hard pull like this. So I'd say that's what you should be doing right now. Help deny a little bit, and then when the creeps look like low, you run over here, hit this, pull it in, and try to do a pull. And they'll still be level 1 because all the creeps are still alive, and then they have to fight you level 1 versus level 2. I like that she could have shot Magnus and bounced it to Shadow Shaman to cancel the shackle, but she didn't do that. She just panic shot it into nothing. That's why Muerta's hard. Okay, you do go for a pull now, though. That's also good. But arguably less in your control, right? It kind of worked out that we happened to kill Magnus there, but it was very likely that, maybe you get, maybe there's better communication on their part. He shoves you under tower, and then you're shackled there. And then just you die for nothing. Also, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even see when you use the clarities. Oh, it's like right there. Okay, so after the first kill and you're pulling. So, yeah, this is where one clarity's fine. Oh, and then you cleared your ally. I actually quite like that, but I still wouldn't plan for it. That's like 100 gold that the situation may never arise. In this case, we did spell spam and we managed to pick up a kill and we had space to double clarity. But many lanes you won't get that point and everyone will just keep playing the lane and the carry can't spend time alone because they always have to last it and they're always at risk of having a clarity canceled. So I would still recommend other things over 2 clarities, but the way you used it in this situation is actually probably the best you could. And then you're kind of just playing a little bit too aggressive here, I think. Not that you shouldn't try to make space as like an Abaddon support, but like this is already quite good, right? She's handling all this on her own, and so like a little bit of poking is fine, but we just have to remember the Hex, Shackle, Skewer stuff. We just gotta be very careful of that. So I'd say around here is a good place to start cutting it off, especially because the Lotus is coming up. So I think just chasing a little bit too hard here. And you had like multiple opportunities to call it off. We just went on a bit too hard, and you lose more health than you really need to. Lotus! That'll help with the mana. No, he's gonna get it! He doesn't deserve it! No! Actually, he deserved it because he thought of it first. But he shouldn't. I saw 2 more clarities purchased. If you have the sticks sooner, you'd probably have like 100 to 200 extra mana, which is over half your mana pool. And has a lot more long-term value than the clarities. I am nitpicking and being harsh, but you guys are actually doing pretty well in this lane. She's not got as many last hits as I would like, partly because she's having to like join in on this aggression, I guess. Good job stopping the pull. You can aggro the creep wave next time by attack commanding an enemy hero rather than the creeps. That was in the recent video, if you'd like to check it out. If you stick and... I guess you didn't quite have enough. I was going to say, you could probably stick there, throw it on a creep, and you might be able to get it blocked. Actually, what happened? You had 2 clarities. Did you get one canceled really early? Or was it used way sooner? I'm just, like, not paying attention. So we claritied here. So this is just to go... Just to really beat this horse dead, right? After popping the clarity now, and it makes sense because you need mana, but wouldn't it be nice to be in this lane? There's like 8 creeps in this lane for both sides. It's very important to be here and go for all these lasts and denies, but popping the clarity now pretty much says, I won't be here for 25 seconds. And at the same time, if you don't use the clarity now, you're going to show up and you're just saying, I don't have any spells, so yeah, you know, feel free to do whatever. So that's why it's like, it puts us in a weird spot. What rank was this again? This is Archon? I'm pretty sure if you do the 2 things we talked about, you'll push yourself to Legend. The 2 things being, be very careful about body blocking the creeps on the Radiant side. That is going to push your starting lanes better in many situations. Then go, like, try to reduce the amount of clarities for better long-term value items, like a faster stick or the Bazzi faster. Make sure you prioritize Lotus. Like, one Lotus pretty much covers the cost of a Clarity, and you never have to leave the lane at all, which means you can pick up another last hit, which means you can afford a Mango, potentially. I think those two things alone will push you from Archon to Legend. It'll take you, like, a little bit, right, to, like, implement it and everything, and you still gotta, like, do the grind a bit. But I think those are pretty significant factors in laning. There's a little bit of over-aggression, but it's better than too little aggression. So, like, I don't want you to go full-on passive, but if you can identify the few moments where it's like, okay, this is a little too far. And in this particular case, we're watching, like, Magnus makes the issue of overextending more dangerous, and that's why it's, like, a bigger issue here. Other games, it's, you know, less important, and you can probably play a bit more aggressive as well. Oh yeah, we finished whatever we were listening to, so now we're just now it's just whatever. Here, hold on. It looks like something big's happening here. We need the right soundtrack for it. What should we go for? What's another very healing sounding soundtrack, guys? Stardew is pretty good. Stardew is a very like healing soundtrack. Oh, the Pokemon Center. We do need to do that one. Okay, Pokemon Center song while we pick like a longer soundtrack. This is not the original. This is the remix. Let's just play it. Oh, Maple Story sounds good. Let's go find a Maple Story OST. Okay, after this song, we'll play this Maple Story OST I just googled or just Spotify searched. All right, how the hell did we get in this fight? This is not really. I like this song. It doesn't feel healing. It's like too energetic. He's got food poisoning. He can't bop. He's got to stay calm. He starts like, you know, bouncing to the music. He's gonna throw up. Okay, I see why we came here because of the fight. A little bit. No, I don't know. Actually, I still feel distracted. I was still thinking of Maple Story. Okay, so we were winning this lane. They start diving top, so we TP in to help. We try to kill Phoenix. Phoenix pops Ego. Phoenix kills everyone. I can understand why you guys went on Phoenix, because Phoenix was kind of like behind the tower, but you also knew everyone was there, and without a stun or a silence, Phoenix is difficult to kill because they can just pop egg. And if he had silence, that is a kill, but I think your team has to like check that. I think Shackle Shot was already used earlier. So then you just gotta be careful of that egg. So I think like most other heroes, you probably could have attempted that. But with the Phoenix and egg, I don't think you do. Also, yeah, you skipped ult, and I honestly have no idea because I don't play this hero. My gut feeling says you want the ult. It's worth it to take. I don't know if that was a misclick or you always do this. Might live here. Well, actually, if you had lived at the Phoenix part, you would have died here because I think it's still on cooldown. Maybe you live at both. Okay, we'll do Stardew, because I do like Stardew. And if you're specifically requesting it as the one who is sick, let's do it. All right, on a Stardew and chill playlist. Let's see how it is. Okay. Item build itself at this point I am fine with. I just take issue with the amount of clarities, and if we like mix it up, I think you'll have a better time. I do think ultimate is probably worth taking. I won't firmly stand on that because I do not play a lot of Abaddon, nor have I seen him much, so I don't know the exact build, but if I were to blindly try Abaddon right now, I would definitely take the ultimate. Because you can activate it. You can activate it even while stunned, right? Yeah. Which means you can get out of Shackle, you can get out of RP, and if you're RP'd with your team, you can ult and then free one ally. Like, I think that's pretty worth it. Like, say you save Muerta, and then Muerta ults, so then they can't right-click her anymore. It seems pretty good, this game, for that. And most games, I would say, but like I said, I'm not sure. It often pops when I'm using my heal, so I don't get it till later. But I do die for it sometimes. I feel like it's probably worth it. You explaining why you didn't get it, I can kind of see. I don't play that much Abaddon, so I have not experienced proccing my own ultimate with Q. I didn't really realize he could do that. But I think if you're getting Tranquils, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Because you should be able to heal and then heal yourself up. And if it's in the middle of a team fight that this is happening, then I think that's kind of okay. Right? Like, you can't... Your Tranquils aren't healing you up enough because, like, there's so much fighting going on. But I think in that situation, if your ult does accidentally proc from your Q and you're healing people, like, it's pretty understandable. And in fact, maybe you should be running in when you know you're about to reach that point, and you're like, okay, I'm just going to go activate my ultimate and then heal my allies. And in fact, I'm going to get healed because of it, because the damage will then heal me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a fever is normal. Because your body thinks it's like having problems, right? So it's trying to kill off the germs. That's why you have a fever most of the time. Is it's your body trying to kill off the various germs. I don't know exactly which situations your body like creates the fever or not. But when I had food poisoning, I remember having a fever, and I think it makes sense. Your body's like, what is killing me? I will kill it first. I'm not sure what you're planning to build. I was gonna say Solar Crest is actually quite nice with what's her name? I think Drum Boots is pretty good against Warlock, and it's good to buff up Night Stalker and Muerta. And it's pretty nice on yourself to always have the healing going. Force Staff can be okay to deal with Warlock slow. It's cheaper than Drum Boots, but it's a little awkward versus Rupture. It's nice against Skewer, because that way if someone gets skewered, you can like Force Staff them back into position faster. But Drum Boots also kind of does that, so I think this game I would do Drum Boots. Let's see what you end up grabbing. Super Chicken, that's a good call out. I've been a little distracted the last couple of minutes. I was between like the music and the chat. But now that you mention it, I think you're right. There's a little bit more spell casting than strictly necessary. Yeah, for example, that Q, probably not necessary. Can probably just hit that creep down. If you feel you need to push something quickly because you think they're coming, that's totally okay. to do when low. But yeah, all of this, farming is good. I don't want you to not farm, but probably just farm this with auto attacks. And you have the Tranquil, so even if you lose, you know, as long as you don't drop below 400 and proc your ult, you can lose all that health and you'll heal it all right back up for free. So then you can save your mana, and then we'd have shield right now. Shield and another Q. We should probably take a look at whatever's happening to our teammate up here. You might have needed to go there instead of farm those static wards with Muerta. I think maybe both of you should have been considering what else was happening. All right, there. I think you gotta like heal and shield. I'm not gonna make a huge deal out of it because I think you were trying and you just didn't quite get the presses off fast enough, and that definitely happens. I'm gonna talk about that ward in a moment. Okay, so you want to be a little careful. So this fight happens, and then you do this. But this area should feel pretty scary to you because, one, your ultimate's down, and then two, 3 people just died, and Zeus is not here. And then quite a few of them are alive. So even if you drop this here and you find they have an observer, now is not really the time to do it because they'll probably just kill you. You do end up dropping something and you see a sentry. And I think that's why you decide to put an observer as well, because they don't have an observer, so maybe they won't know. But you already hit the observer once, so it's like we kind of missed that. But then two, going back to that point where I think it's scary to be here, I think they might just come back here and take this tower, and in which case they're just going to check this right away. So I don't think you should place this ward. I think you should, if you do want to ward in this area, it's got to be in a little bit of a weirder spot rather than the cliff itself. But because you hit that, they kind of know you're here, and so now they kill you. So I think that was an avoidable death right there. I think this is good. I think we're covering quite a few things that will directly help you. I think you're already like Archon 4 or something, right? Archon 3. I think as you like implement a lot of this stuff as we talk about, I think that'll make a big difference.
I wondered if this might show
I'm starting the next giveaway. I hear a big fight going on while I'm trying to do this. Alright. You guys enter the next one if you'd like. Let's go back and see what happened.
I wondered if this might show up.
Okay. I think if you do that a little faster, it'd be better. But wait, isn't this Wind Ranger 4? So maybe I don't care enough. Maybe I'll... No, I think it's okay. I think it's okay if you save her. Especially because it looked like your ult was going to proc anyways over that course of time. So you might as well just like proc it right away and also save her. Okay, and because you saved her, they overcommit. Pick up a Magnus kill. Not bad. I see you've grabbed the Holy Locket. I still like the drum boots idea more. For example, if your teammates are stuck in the slow and you heal them, 800 health, right? A huge burst from your Q and the Holy Locket, but they still cannot move because they're slowed by the Warlock, then it's not going to make much of a difference. They'll still just be killed through that 800 health. So I think getting a tool to help them navigate that danger is better than... whatever I was saying. The extra heal. That was so close. No, 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 stay. Yeah, stay with her. Just keep throwing it on her. Heal.
Killing spree. Double kill.
It's okay if you die, and also you can't deny yourself nowadays anyway, so you can just spam it on her if she's gonna stay and fight. I mean, it's kind of an okay time now to deep ward, but it might be better to have a sentry. Usually when you place a deep ward, you want to be confident that it's going to live. It's not that weird for the enemy to have to defensive wards. So you did kind of piece it together. Because you lost yours, you realize, okay, they have something here. And if that happens every now and then, it's fine. But it can be nice to have, like, placed a sentry sooner. Okay, unlucky she didn't find it. Yeah, you guys realize it's there. Zeus! I need you. Zeus! There's money here. Zeus! Zeus! Oh no! I don't know if there's that much to talk about in this fight, actually. I think you guys got Magnused. You guys got Magnused hard here. The egg bait. This egg bait's actually so good. One hit away, too. Drum boots. You got drum boots, that egg's dead. It's not really anything you did there. Your team shouldn't have done that. Team got too excited about the egg, so you were keeping your distance. I think you did the right thing in that fight, but you can't save 4 heroes who all get RP'd, so.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
This, I don't know if this is really the position 5 build. I would be open to try this, and this is where we'll start to end and pick our next winner. Doomblaze, congrats. So I think Tranquils, Bassy, that's fine. Get the wand. I think the drum boots next is really good. And then if you went straight Aghanims, feels really greedy as a position 5, but they have a lot of uncontrollable AoE damage. And your team seems to have a desire to get clumped up. So I'm kind of wondering, like, it might be worth it to get a very fast Ags. Because when Egg pops and Golem and stuff comes out, you can pop your ultimate and counteract quite a lot of their big ultimates, like the RP Egg, the Rupture, stuff like that. It might be good, but I don't play much Abaddon, so I don't know. It's always Arcane Boots. Can I give you my friend's replay? They said they're a fan of your content. Yeah, if you want to give it away, that's totally fine. It's also fine if you want to claim it for yourself. It would not be selfish of you, even if your friend complains. You want it. But it is yours, so you're free to do whatever you want. Shadow Shaman? Okay. We can tell your friend I said no, if you want it yourself, but you don't want to deal with that drama. You can be like, Zach said it can't be given away. It had to be me. If he asks, I'm like, yeah, I said that. It's true. So we're doing the riddles with Sour Potato later at 3 p.m., so in about 40 minutes. So we might be able to do like another one right after this if we do this in about 20 minutes. And then we'll do that until it's riddle time. We might do more after the riddles. I'm not sure how long that'll take, or if I'll, like, maybe I'll be tired, but I'll have used my brain too much and I can't think anymore. We might stop after that. We'll see. But if you don't get one in this one, the next one, and we don't do more afterwards, we will, you know, we do this every Wednesday for anyone first time here. So feel free to come back on Wednesday. And also, keep an eye on YouTube, because I will probably make a post soon asking for submissions for Whose Fault Is It Anyway. So if you wanna blame someone in your game and be in a video, look for that. Okay, Shadow Shaman got the quelling for the natures. Fine. Tango, stick, branch. That's probably an okay stick game. Clarity. So we already had the discussion on clarities. I won't repeat it too much. If your friend isn't watching this and they're watching the replay, tell them to watch the start of the replay right before this to hear more on the discussion of clarities. Now, one clarity is kind of acceptable, so it's actually not that big of a deal. Shadow Shaman is a very short-ranged hero, though, so it's quite difficult for him to use clarities. Good work, Natures. You are Furion. It's pretty tough to use clarities without it, like, without having to step out of the lane too much. So, I think mangoes are quite nice for Shadow Shaman, because trying to use, like, if you go for a kill, it might be Ether Shock into Shackle, maybe you're level 3 or 4, you're like hexing, shackling, all that. These spells are quite expensive to use all of them in the early game, and so a burst of mana when that opportunity comes can be pretty important. Fun fact, so I also have this mushroom hat on my Nature's Prophet. This was given to me by a friend when we started playing. It's like one of the very first items I ever got, this hat. Because I was playing a lot of Nature's Prophet when I started playing Dota, and I think he got it as a random drop from Dota. Like when you play, you get the random stuff. So he gave it to me because I was playing tons of Nature's Prophet. Had that hat forever now. I too am a mushroom man. Speaking of mushrooms, random tangent story. When I went to China, I like to compare different prices. Okay, hold on, wait. Same issues. This is actually just an extension of the last replay. So the clarity discussion. Blocking this camp itself is fine, but maybe do it at the start of the game. I forget exactly what you're doing, but that might be better. So Slark this time, he let one creep through, so that it didn't end up under the tower. That's good. And then he aggroed back. If someone could aggro forward or aggro to the side, that would be ideal. So on Shadow Shaman, if you aggro them and then run forward, or if Slark does it, Slark is just letting them come back, which means they now come into the tower, which means we're having the exact same issue. This should be a pretty good lane. Slark versus Omni Knight, I think, should be fine for you guys. Steal a couple stacks before you go for it, and just be a little bit careful of the burst damage coming through when you get low. But if we shove the lane straight into them, then it's not going to be good. We'd like it to stand here, because it's easiest for Slark to safely steal stacks, for you then to, like, sneak around the trees and, like, oh, yeah, like, shackle him for, like, however long. I think it's, like, 2.5, 2.7, 2.4, level 1. But it's going to be very difficult to do that if we shove the lane, like, straight off the bat. I like that shackle, actually. This is actually a really good shackle to deny that creep. The only downside is that these creeps are all over here. If these creeps were up here, this would be a really good shackle. Slark would feel free to just hit this Omni Knight, and you'd probably get half is maybe a little bit much. It's probably like a fourth of his health, a fourth to a third, plus 3 stacks, which is very good on Slark. But he feels conflicted because these creeps are dying. So what was I saying about mushrooms? Oh, yeah. So I was comparing a lot of prices between things in China and here. And mushrooms, first of all, we like the Enoki mushrooms. They're like really thin ones. They're kind of chewy. You can put them in like soup and noodles and stuff. Enokis here are like $5 for a pack. It's crazy. I don't know if you guys have Enokis wherever you are, or like you know the price off the top of your head. But it is rare to see them, like, the price has gone up a lot lately, and that's where they're at. They're about like $5 a pack, which is crazy.
And they were only like $1 in China for a similar size pack. I'm so jealous. I would eat Enokis every single day. And then there's like a fancy mushroom called lion's mane or something. And we saw it in a store here, HEB. And it was like $44 per gram or pound or something, which is a light mushroom. So I guess, you know, maybe it's not as expensive as that sounds, but it's quite a lot. And that was also just like $2 for an entire mushroom in China. I don't know. The mushroom's just easier there, maybe. It's more popular, so maybe there's more supply. But when I saw those prices, I was like, what? I am a mushroom man now. Yeah, Nokis. They're hard to find sometimes. I agree. And I think that's part of why they're so expensive here. Also, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Doomblaze's friend. I got distracted talking about the prices of mushrooms. So what are you up to? So you realize the lane is shoving, and you're maybe coming over here to do what? 2 pulls? You should probably just keep playing the lane here. You're both still level 1, so if you leave, obviously it varies, right? But think they're literally twice your strength because they're both. It's 2 heroes both at level 1 versus 1 level 1 hero. If he's level 2 and they're both level 1, like it becomes a lot better, but still maybe not ideal. And especially if he's level 2 and has. Okay, he started with Pounce actually, which I forgot about. It's not very good. He shouldn't have Pounce at level 1, and so he should be in danger. If you get him to level 2, he's a lot safer when you leave him alone. It's like too late. This is blocked or not by this point. So it doesn't really matter whether you see it. Schrodinger's jungle camp, like it is there or it isn't there. And until you actually need it, you don't need to verify. You can just like stay in the lane, play this out. You don't want to run into Dazzle one-on-one like this because something like this will happen. You should probably just run straight back. That would be the safest for you. And you would take less damage. But it also wouldn't be an issue if you were in here because you could just run across the creeps. The creeps would aggro to Dazzle if he keeps trying to do it. Or Slark could help you a lot sooner. Oh, it's actually kind of convenient for you that happened. Sick Pounce! Try to play the lane until you're both level 2. That's a good general rule of thumb. Doesn't always have to be that way, and there are times to come block the camp. But if you can't unblock this camp, like if you're not here at 50 seconds to have time to sentry and then check for the unblock, you actually, like, you don't need to walk over at 59 seconds because it literally doesn't matter. You're not going to make a difference at that point, whether it spawns or not. So you're really just stepping away from the lane, not doing anything, and not actually accomplishing here. You're going to visually see it spawn or not, but then you're going to go, oh, I don't need to pull right now anyways. And then you're just going to walk back to your lane. So you just stay in the lane the whole time, and when it's time to pull, you walk over. If it's there, you pull. If it's not there, you go, ah, shit. You turn around right away, back to the lane.
Dyer's courier has made its final delivery.
The only time you finish, and then just to round that out, I know I kind of said it, but to complete the thought, the only time you actually leave the lane and come over here right away is if you have time to do the D ward so that it will guarantee spawn at 1 minute. If you aren't doing that or don't need to do that, then you don't need to, like, walk over to see the camp. I see so many supports do that. I actually should make a video about it. You don't need to see it. Or you can have your courier see it as well if you want to do that. I know it helps to see it because you can kind of plan out what to do. Like, oh, I can pull because it's available to me. But too many people spend a lot of time walking over when they shouldn't. And they lose out a lot on the lane. This lane's pretty rough. I don't think it's strictly Shadow Shaman's fault or anything. It was partly due to how the lane split at the start of the game, and you guys have been in a weird spot since then. And then he kind of took a bad trade against the Dazzle. You started Shackle for the rune. I wouldn't usually recommend that, but actually because you had a Slark, I thought it could be okay. But Slark didn't start with Essence Shift. So, that kind of highlights why I'm about to say I think it's usually safer to start Q. Because Q will allow you to secure range creeps, and it's a good general trading ability. Hex and Shackle as your first 2 spells, this is very high-level Shadow Shaman choice. This is a lot of confidence in whoever you're laning with. Let me just confirm you're not party queuing with Doomblaze right now. Who are you? You are partied. Whoever this is, tell him not to start with Pounce and tell him to start with Essence Shift. Okay,
So now I understand, like, there is more coordination here. You can share this with your party queue. But if he's going to start Pounce and you're going to start Hex, you're both going to lock down someone and do absolutely no damage. I'm sorry to flame your friend so harshly, but actually it's even better. Now you can both, you can give the feedback and you can both improve. It's actually even more important if you regularly play party queue games, because you wouldn't want them to be bad every time you play party queue, right? You wouldn't want them to always start Pounce. Slark, if you're watching this, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so too often, or not too often, but you see a couple times you're like trying to wrap around and then Slark just gets gone on while you're like moving through the trees. This kind of goes back to like literally just be in the lane. Literally just hit things. And if you guys were winning, you could do what you're doing a little bit more to surprise him and go for the kill with the Slark. But without, now that we're kind of on the back foot a little bit, not totally on the back foot, but it's not going as well as we would like. You don't need to surprise him with a wraparound to commit. We just need to like get these creeps, poke a little bit, harass, stuff like that. That's a good attempt. He was under tower. The tower aggroed to something else, but I appreciate that attempt.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
If they're parting with me, it would have gone much better. Maybe need to Pounce to survive runes. Yeah, so like if it happens every now and then, it is fine, right? Like sometimes we try something and it doesn't work. I don't know if I'm being like, I know I'm harping on something which might have just been like a one-off. But yeah, you definitely don't want it to be a regular thing. In the same way, I wouldn't recommend you always start with Shackle either. If you were trying it because of the rune, I would actually just lose the rune personally. Like I would start with Q and just go for the click war on the rune. I wouldn't Shackle just for the one-on-one to secure a rune, a bounty rune anyways. But if you have someone like Slark who can play quite aggressive at level 1 if you have the Shackle, or someone like Monkey King, Ursa is possibly another example, then that's when I'm a bit okay with it. But I also think it could have been very safe to start with Q. Is Shackle long enough that he could poison time out Poison Touch? No, because Poison Touch is where is it? It is 5 seconds at level 1, so it'd be way too long. If your ally had a stun as well, you could maybe Hex Shackle plus a 3rd stun and get out of it. At max Shackle, it gets really close. Where if he attacks, and then he's like starting to wind up the next attack, and you interrupt him with Shackle, and then by the time Shackle ends, then he has to start a new attack, you might be okay at level 1 Poison Touch. But he probably has more points in Poison Touch by the time you have max Shackle. Also, 1 point in Q is a lot better than it used to. Ether Shock used to only hit a single target at level 1. Now it hits 3. So if you go for a value point, hitting 3 things does help you shove out lanes better than it used to. In the past, it was like, screw this 1 creep, and that was kind of it. But hitting 3 creeps for the 140 nuke damage, you could Q a wave and walk away, and it would decently push because of that single spell. Get her. Nice. Chat, what's your favorite skill in Stardew? Dazzle? Fishing? Fishing's pretty good. Could Slark start with Dispel at level 1 because of Dazzle? You wouldn't really want to.
The dire best do.
I'm trying to think of a scenario, like maybe if the offlaner also had something you needed to dispel off, it could be okay. But the issue is that Dazzle will poison touch, and then you'll press Q. What Dazzle was hoping for was to damage you with poison touch, which you then damage yourself dispelling. So, like, okay, he didn't get max value, but I still hurt myself. And if I had just walked away, I could have saved the mana and have a different spell, which would then allow me to aggressively play against Omni Knight by stealing stats. The other issue is like, okay, say it's worth it. Say he Qs and you dispel. He can still just auto-attack you. And you now have a spell that, like, the only time you can use that spell is for a dispel. Otherwise, you use it aggressively, and then he hits you with a dispel, and you're like, I don't have it. So I don't think it's really worth it at level 1. I think you need to... I think most games you should start Essence Shift unless you are against ranged offlaners.
Something about that.
I think against most melee offlaners, you're supposed to take Essence Shift. So many sounds down here. It's time to run.
Double kill.
All you do is fish in Stardew. Fishing's pretty fun. Maybe that'll be your next variety game. Oh, by the way, we didn't do variety yesterday because I ended up getting caught up in other stuff, and I decided to just make the video instead. So Thursday, we'll definitely do variety. We'll work on Outer Wilds. It'll start a little late. I have a coaching, but after the coaching, I'll do Outer Wilds variety stream. In the past, you might have heard me say that I don't think ult on Shadow Shaman is worth it for kills in the early game when you should just be getting tier 1 towers. Nowadays, I think it's more acceptable to use it for kills. So for this team fight, I think it was fine to kind of drop that ult. The downside is your team then ended up retreating away from the ult, so I want to go back. And maybe it would have been better to just like all stay by here. Because it is a static thing is the downside of it. He went for the shackle and the kill. Your team started to run away. See, I don't know. That's the downside. It might have been good to stay like near there. It may have worked out better, but I think part of the struggle is that your team goes on Weaver when Dazzle's nearby. I think you actually have to pivot and start going for Dazzle, because otherwise he's just gonna do this. Or someone on your team needs to stop and go stun him to prevent that grade. Otherwise, you get that kill, and your team does win this fight. But I think once Dazzle started to show, you can't keep committing to someone that Dazzle can grave. Okay, I'm gonna start... Here. I'll start the next raffle. So any of you who just put it in, you need to put a new one. I'm sorry, I left this up, so you guys got confused. But start it again. I just started the raffle, so you aren't added in until you do it again now. And we'll grab another one so that we're free at 3 to do these riddles with Tazar. What's our recap on this one? Consider the Q value point. If not level 1, by level 4, I would say. Like, if you go for a very aggressive EWE build, I would still pick up Ether Shock at level 4, I think. But I think it's quite safe to take it at level 1.
Radiant's gone and fortified their
The
structure.
clarity, discuss that.
Radiant lost.
Staying in the lane a little bit more, especially at level 1. And especially when the lane shoves out so early. Just keep playing the lane. But of course, ideally, don't allow the lane to shove out that hard. And the lane sets the tone for everything. So like anytime there's laning feedback, I really recommend, like, it may sound like a small thing, but for example, someone who always body blocks by habit, they'll see a massive improvement if they don't allow that to happen every single game. Because throwing off equilibrium right off the bat, like, totally changes how lanes are supposed to go. So the trick I mentioned, like, it wasn't your fault it won under the tower, but if you learn to pick up the trick, you or the Slark, because you guys are partied, to aggro the creeps and keep them out of the tower, that will... It won't matter every single game, but it will consistently help your lane start off better if you, like, think to do it. So I do think it's, like, bigger than it sounds. What else?
Double kill.
Item-wise, I think... I mean, you got, like, arcane boots, right? I think that's fine. You probably have too many dusts all at once. Maybe that was an accident. You usually just need to carry 1 or 2 at the start of the game. You can maybe pick up more in the later game where, like, sometimes you spend minutes outside the base and you don't want your courier, like, in case it dies, you don't want to just get stuck with 1. You also have way more money at that point, so it's okay to, like, have 3. But in the early game, that is a significant portion of, like, the money you own. So you don't want to stack up too much.
Monster kill.
Yeah, the game's kind of getting a little messy at this point anyways.
Double damage.
Okay. Who's next? Flatch. This ward itself can be okay, but it doesn't... Your team only has defensive wards right now. You might want to hold on to an observer, especially because you have 2 defensive observers already. Oh, this one's kind of neutral. It can be aggressive, can be defensive. This one's pretty defensive. They're fine. But now we have a 3rd defensive one, and I know we are kind of on the back foot, so we are probably playing more defense. But maybe, you know, the game's going a little better, / it is possible for you guys to get kills, right? Especially, like, stun into stun into stun into ult global. You have the potential to get kills. You just can't take it in this full-on team fights and with, like, graves and heals and stuff. So if your team is able to find its way out and place, like, 1 deeper ward, it would be easier to, like, sneak over to that and get a kill if you see 1 guy on his own or something like that. But with all defensive wards, you kind of, like, never see that possibility.
Double kill.
It's a terrible game. No. Well,
I don't know, guys. It doesn't matter to me if a game is good or bad. In fact, if a game is bad, I think that's good because then we can give more feedback on it. That would help someone. So
Radiant's top tower.
I don't care if the games look good or bad. I ain't judging. Judging a little, maybe. Mostly in jest. It's mostly just content, you know? It's funny to see some stuff, but I don't really hold it against anyone. Who cares how good or bad you are at a video game? If anyone's coming here to try to get feedback, that means they're trying to improve, you know? So that's all that matters.
Kill.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
Flatch. Oh yeah, you put a game earlier anyways. I'll just go copy that one. Yeah, let's do this one. We got about 18 minutes, and I also want to go get more water and run to the bathroom before we start the riddles.
So we got about like 15-ish minutes, 10, 15. Let's go. Go. Off stream talking shit. Oh yeah, you know it. You know it.
Not about you guys. The ones that get me are like some YouTube comments responding to the videos I've made. It makes me happy because you guys are nice. And that means even if you think my videos are shit, you guys say it in constructive ways, or you just don't say it. You don't watch it, right? And I appreciate that. it's when new people who don't know me come in and they hate the video, they'll say toxic shit and they don't like it and garbage stuff like that. But that means YouTube is showing my videos to new people, and I'm like, nice, you know? And I think in general, people will appreciate my videos more than not appreciate it because I have an ego and, you know, that's what I think about my stuff. So I'm happy enough when I see those kind of comments, but some are stupid as hell. I'm not talking shit off. Like, I'll tell it to you guys live. I don't give a, you know, like, I don't mind getting flamed. It's kind of like Dota. It's part of life, but you got to be accurate. You got to be accurate with what shit you're talking. And if you get flamed and it's totally wrong, you're like, what's this guy even talking about? People will sometimes post stuff about the videos and they're like, oh, this is so bad. Or like, he didn't even say this. I'm like, I literally talked about that. I literally explained why it's like this way. Like, what are you even on about? I don't know what some of these comments are doing. They're like watching enough of the video to complain, but clearly not watching enough to realize all their complaints are incorrect and already addressed. I don't know. Dota players, man. Okay, so we're watching Marcy. I think you're off lane, right? Yeah, off lane Marcy. Okay, not terribly popular right now, but I think it works. Dark Willow Marcy's decent combo. Jakiro will be quite annoying for you though. I think he's gonna beat up Jakiro a little bit here. Gonna sacrifice some creeps for that, but that was a very good exchange, so I think it might be kind of worth it. Okay, I won't be too hard on missing last hits since I think you know you're trying to get them. Okay, small. Oh, maybe we can use this actually. Flatch, you want to be in a YouTube video? Hold on. I did say I needed to start collecting examples of this. This is not the clearest example. So, to make your life easier, not this one. This one here, right? You don't want it denied. And if Spectre was like closer, Jakiro's closer, the two of them could both come up for this and deny it, and it might be tough. So what you can do here is intentionally draw creep aggro, so attack command on one of these two heroes, and pull it back. What that's going to do is going to make these creeps chase forward, and that's going to make it harder for Spectre to go for the deny, because she feels comfortable going for this deny when it's right here, but if you start pulling this creep backwards, even if it's just a little bit, like even if it's just up here, she has to move further than she may want to. Same with Jakiro. He's slow. He has to now chase this creep further up than he may want to, and that might make it harder for them to go for a deny. They might still be able to, but many times you can pull it far enough that they can't go for a deny and you can get the last hit. This is even more important versus like with ranged heroes involved. So when you pull a ranged hero, a creep back, for two melee heroes, you both attack like the same distance, so it's the walking distance that matters, but the attacks, like, they hit at the same time, roughly, depending on attack speed. But ranged heroes have travel time on their stuff, so when a creep is low health, and it's closer to you, even if the enemy hero can still attack it, it still takes more time for their attack to like reach that distance and land, whereas you can attack and it hits right away. So when you do those kind of like creep aggro tricks, it does help you pick up a couple last hits here and there. Yeah, it makes sense. It's not easy to do, but with enough practice, it becomes like second nature. You'll see pros do it a lot. And they're good enough that they will pull individual creeps. So they don't pull the entire creep wave and mess up equilibrium. They will pull the single creep they want by spacing, like putting themselves only within 500 range of that one creep. This is a good engage. So far, so the last hitting could use some work. But I think you're identifying good trades. Like that Jakiro, you realized if you pushed him, like pulled him back and punched him, that was a good trade for you guys. And then Spectre was like near all those creeps. And without the Jakiro, grabbed her. Like, those are good. It's good to identify those. This is a bad pull by Dark Willow. You don't want to do this because erotic yodeling, because the lane was already pushing in, which means this is actually going to have the reverse effect. Without the pull, the lane would hold here, and you would have to trim some creeps off to manage it. This is actually going to push so hard that it's going to reset and come back this way. Or Flash is going to have to tank all these creeps, which clearly he cannot because it's level 2. Don't fight, don't fight. Yeah, just go for last hits. Oh, I missed. Nice. By the way, if you want to, I saw you doing it here a little bit. I think you're trying to pull creep aggro. Maybe not, but if you are. Sometimes it's a lot of mouse movements to attack a hero, move backwards, but then also not move too far that you miss the last hit. So that's what the stop command is for. So for example, if you wanted to pull these creeps towards you without having to do like attack Jakiro, walk back, all this, first of all, they're just far enough that you can just attack Jakiro and then press the stop command so that you don't move. They'll walk to you. You won't like get too close to them so they stop moving. They'll come to you, and you don't have to be like moving your mouse back and then moving it left, all this stuff. That, or you're not trying to creep aggro and you're just moving too far away from these creeps, in which case stay closer to the creeps. Whichever situation happened there. See, you're identifying good fights. You just gotta get the last hits now. I think you could have actually jumped there with W, but I understand it being a little scary. If Dark Willow hadn't ran so far away, maybe. Yeah, do it, do it, do it. 3 last hits, 4 last hits, 5. All right. Your ability to identify good fights is much better than your last hitting. So let's focus on the last hitting now. I think you already said that. You know you're working on the last hits and the creep aggro. But I think that's actually a good place to be. I think getting last hits, at least at this rank, is a much easier thing to practice and work on than identifying good fights. I'd say identifying good fights is conceptually harder. Last hitting has its own challenge, but I think it's easier to understand, right? It's like the timing of creeps and stuff. Maybe not. I'm sure everyone has like their own strengths and weaknesses, so maybe you guys disagree. Maybe it's easier to choose when to fight than it is to last hit. Again, another good place. But we're missing a lot of last hits with some of these. However, if the two of you, like both you and Spectre, are constantly fighting, I think that favors you. Because I think you're building that difference where Anti-Mage is going to hit his timings before Spectre. And that's what you want.
Double kill.
More tangos. I'm also not fully sure, but Core Marcy, I know, does get the points in E. I don't know if you have to start with that, or like even as a core, you get QW first. You might, because it helps you fight a lot better. See a little bit of different stuff. Actually, more people like Marcy than I realized. Oh, I forgot to change the rank info. You're right. I'm just gonna hide it. It's too late. Oh, I forgot to close this too. My bad. Professional streamer, by the way. It's harder now. I used to be able to always see that screen, so it'd be easier for me to remember because I have 3 monitors in Texas. Now I just have 2, and you guys override that one. I forgot to have it open sometimes. Yeah, I had it in the wrong. I forgot to update it. Just hide my shame. Put it away. Isn't phase boots more common? I haven't been keeping up with the build. Have people started to do power treads instead? I see a couple instances of power treads. Seems like it's more on mid Marcy. From my very quick, brief look. Oh no, here's a core Marcy doing it. I kind of wonder if you need 2 points in Wraith Band, or 2 Wraith Bands. Maybe one should be a Bracer. Because Spectre and Jakiro don't do the, like, their damage is quite mixed compared to some very heavy physical damage heroes. Ah, damn, close. Perhaps the Bracer would have made the difference. So I'm wondering if Bracer with more health and HP regen, that might be more effective versus their mixed damage than 2 Wraith Bands. But I'm not, like I said, I don't really know the exact Marcy build. I think 1 Wraith Band might still be okay because Bristleback is quite a lot of physical damage, and she can also be a bit of like a mix of physical damage with her ultimate, though clearly the Maelstrom and the Javelin also adds in magic. But I don't hate like 1 Bracer. Maybe it could still be 2 Bracers, and then Phase Boots, which would cover the armor. But if you want power treads, it might be fine. I don't know that much. Don't know that much about the power treads build. Seems like maybe a more aggressive build. You'll attack faster, do more damage. Okay, guys, I'm gonna let it play. You guys judge Flatch here for me a little bit. Give him some feedback. I gotta go get more water and stuff before we do this riddle thing. So I'll be right back.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
see. Looks like some discussion on the stick dropping stat stuff.
A moment of silence.
What should you be doing here? Let me take a quick look. Let's try to answer this before we switch over to riddles. Looks like you were trying to jump in and then they died right before the jump happened. Show them to this fight itself is probably fine. Last we checked, I thought Anti-Mage was doing better. Right now, I would just keep trying to make space for Anti-Mage to get the Battle Fury while pressuring Spectre a bit. He will farm faster with his Battle Fury. And looks like she's going for a more aggressive build anyways. I think you try to trust that Anti-Mage will carry the game for you. And so you can take on a more like fight-oriented early game build. I don't think you need this Vlad. It's probably just like Basher or BKB. Back at 11 or minutes. Oh yeah, what are we doing here? Let's see. Let's full play here. Jason's Jakiro. Kill Jakiro. But they rotate a lot of heroes. Fight. The move itself is probably okay. Maybe the execution ended up a little bit messy. I think coming to Bristle is very difficult with an anti-mage. With other heroes, it's more doable. So I would keep going bottom or go mid, whatever. But keep farming. Probably work on a different item besides Vlad's.
Double kill.
Give me 1 second. Let me message Sour Potato.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
So yeah, I think don't go top. I would just keep trying to play bottom or mid potentially, but I think bomb's better. I think going to Bristleback is very tough because he has the Vanguard, and you don't have the greatest heroes to kill him. Witch Doctor is actually like decent at it, I guess, and Necro. It's maybe doable, but you might also die while doing it. It might be kind of tough. If Anti-Mage just farms, like Bristle can't totally shut down the Anti-Mage because Anti-Mage can always just blink away. So I think Anti-Mage can farm up here decently while you continue to try to open up the map. Yeah, I agree. Mid seems tough. I think bottom, just playing here, doing pulls. Like, even if you can't siege this tower, if you, like, say, do a hard pull, then maybe you can fight out here while still farming up. Love the latest video. Nice, thank you. Thank you for watching. I'm glad you liked it.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Okay, 1 second, guys. I'm gonna pause the music too. So we're gonna start doing some riddles with Sour Potato here. Hey, how you doing, man? Yeah. Yeah. Chat, give me 1 second. Oh, I don't think you guys can hear him yet either. Okay. Yeah, we gotta sort out all the audio stuff real quick, and then we'll be good to go. So give me 1 second, guys. Oh wait, sneak peek at that, guys. Hold on. I'm not. Okay, 1 second. Let's see. This. Can you say something real quick?
Hello, hello.
Okay, cool.
1 2 1 2 3.
Chat, how does he sound? Loud enough for you guys?
Hey yo.
This is Tsar Potato. And then, okay, collab cam. Let me remember what we need to do for that.
So for the collab cam,
yeah.
Send me if it's a new link. Otherwise, I'll try and find the most recent link. And just copy the link that you have in there.
Okay.
And I'll try and do the rest for you.
Start collab cam, yes. And then I will send you the link.
All right. Let's see if this works this time again.
Phone camera. Here we go. There we go.
This will take me just a moment.
Oh, the camera is slightly too high. You guys can't see the white line at the top. Wait. Let me move this one. Hang on, guys. We're trying to get his camera in here. I'm trying to shift this 1 pixel down.
All right. I should be showable on your side. Make sure you click on my name in the collab cam properties.
Oh, you got much quieter all of a sudden.
Hello, 1 2.
Well, hold on. Let's get the camera in first, and then I'll worry about that.
You are already showing on my side, so.
Well, upside down again.
What?
That's okay. That's okay. I'll flip you here.
just small bug things, you know.
Camera frozen. Let me try this one.
Big thanks to Quixotics for actually setting up the camera overlays. They look really pretty.
I'm glad you like it.
No, I think it's great.
All right, guys. My camera is like 1 pixel too high, but I can't. It doesn't want to move properly. You guys will just have to live
You're
with that.
totally good on my side, by the way.
All right. Okay, I'll work on that as we think, but just to get us started, and we can get a riddle up so everyone can start thinking about stuff instead of just watching me fidget with the camera. But so you made some. Well, first for who you are, how about you say hi to everyone and what you do?
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, I'm Tsar Potato. I'm trying to do some stuff on YouTube and Reddit. You might have noticed me from Reddit posts about League of Legends players trying to look at what Dota is and how to play Dota. I try and comment on a lot of those. I've made guides for League players coming into Dota, which is very different from the guides you might use from Tortellini or Immortal Faith. Because like Tortellini and Immortal Faith, they assume you know what items are. And League of Legends players don't know how to press buttons. Now, I swear, I have coached dozens and dozens, maybe up to 100 League players. Nobody knows how to use more than one active item at a time. They just don't have actives in League. So I have to make guides with like 1, 2 actives, and that's about it. Outside of that, in Dota, in YouTube, I do a lot of comparison videos comparing League of Legends and Dota 2, the different champions and heroes, mechanics. I'm currently doing an entire series overview of what the jungle differences are and stuff like that. Quixotics. Do you prefer Quixotics? Zach, what would you like for this stream?
You can just call me Zach. It'll be a lot easier.
All right, you got it, Zach. Now, Zach, I did invite you to this event for some Dota riddles, but I also wanted to learn a little bit about you. So I saw both of us got interviewed one at a time by Slacks. I thought that you did really well there. And I gotta say, what brought you to do YouTube? What gave you the start? I'm not saying what propelled you into fame and fortune, but what motivates you? Why do you perform those YouTube videos?
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Well, it just started as like when I was growing up, I just liked video games and I couldn't like imagine what I wanted to do as a regular job, I guess. I just like I wasn't happy in school, wasn't happy in like things I was like trying as work. And so I was like, what do I like? And I'm like, I like video games. You know, how can I make that a career? So I tried like some different things. I kind of wanted to be pro, but for like various reasons, like I didn't think I could do that. So then I went back to school and like started to like work towards a normal career that I was happy enough with. And when that was settled, I was like, let's try one more time. Let's try something else, you know? So I spent a lot of time in Dota in school instead of school. And I noticed like on Reddit, there's like very rarely like educational stuff. There's a lot of memes maybe, but there wasn't a lot of like useful information, especially for support. So that's kind of why I decided like I'm going to become a really good support player, and I'm going to make YouTube videos for it to fill a gap in the community. And then yeah, now
is it
now
true
we're
that
here.
support players in the higher ranks get shit on all the time? My jungle isn't warded. Fucking support, go jungle. Why is there a rune or a lotus or anything like that? How much hate do you get as a support? Or do people like bow at your feet? Thank you so much for saving me with that glimmer cape. Otherwise, we would have lost the game.
No.
At
all ranks, I think support is pretty underappreciated. It's getting better now, but at all ranks, you will be underappreciated in the actual game. But the topic of what people are upset at you for varies depending on your rank. As you go higher up, it becomes more specific. Usually about the lane, I'd say, is the biggest complaint. The lower rank, I guess it's also about the lane, but it's usually he's not supporting, he's not doing anything, he's like stealing last hits. The higher up you go, it's like, why'd you step away this one time, idiot? Why did you do that?
Oh no, it's 7 minutes. You're not here, and I didn't get the memo that a rune is spawning. I don't know. I totally understand. What's interesting, I like to compare educational content for high-tier Dota and low-tier Dota, which is where I tend to survive and make my impact, I guess. And it seems that as people get higher into Dota, they get more and more focused into just one or two different core roles, and they don't branch out as much. And as you're starting out, you only focus on one or two core roles roles that you try to main all the time. It's somewhere in the middle that people will play every role. And what do you think? Like, do you think that if somebody has a main role, it makes them worse at Dota because they don't understand what the support is supposed to do? I feel like whenever I'm coaching, the core doesn't recognize that the support has a lot of different things they have to do. They have to contest pulls, contest runes, maybe rotate at the 6 or 8 minutes for the mid. What do you think there? That like, do you think that core players, especially like carry, like, do they understand that the support has more jobs than babysitting them, or like, what do you see?
Yeah, but I think it applies for not just Dota, but like every game. The more you know about a game, the better, especially when it's a team game with multiple roles. And it's possible to just play one role and learn about the other things, but I think it's easiest when you try everything for yourself. You don't have to spend, ages on each individual role, but just trying it out for at least a little bit, I think is quite good. And like you said, if you only ever play one, you develop an understanding, depending how good you are at like analysis and self-awareness and stuff. Like as a support player, if you only play support, you might have an understanding of what you need the core to do, but you may not understand like what else the core needs to do that doesn't involve you, that the core needs to consider and balance out of like, here's what I need, here's what my offlaner needs, here's what my support needs. And I decided like my needs are more important at this moment. But from the support player side, like if you don't understand that, you might just be like, he's not helping me do what I need to do. I hate him, right? And that's why it's good to try all the different things to understand like, oh, it's not so easy for him to help me. Like I decided to play core, and so I always did it, and now I realize like, oh, it's hurting me because I wasn't doing this other stuff. So I think it does help to play all the different roles, even if you end up going back to one particular role. You can take that experience and understand like how they all fit around you.
I see. And I think I'd agree with a lot of that. Well, thank you so much for the little bit of introduction. We'll talk a little bit here and there as the riddles get more and more difficult. But I think that it's time to get started with just a quick few. Here's some quick rounds. You should be able to get these pretty quickly. Again, tab over to Discord. That's where I'll send you the text version so you can copy them onto your side for your chat to understand.
All right.
So here is riddle 1. Once you've copied it, I'll read it out to you.
Okay, I got it.
Again, these are all Dota-themed riddles. So don't get stuck on being a hero, being an item, or being something on the map.
Okay.
This is the first one. A magic wand of wizards past. Wield me now and have a blast.
I'm scared to get things wrong now.
No. You have infinite amount of attempts. But the important thing is, Twitch chat, I am watching you. I'm watching you. Do not cheat. Don't tell them the answers. You can put like emotes if you know it. Or if you want to guess, come to my chat and just like type it out. I'll try and read. I won't really respond to you. Maybe I'll type.
Don't worry,
yeah,
guys.
Don't tell him anything. He's not looking at chat because he knows that you guys are gonna cheat.
I'll have chat closed, so even if you guys talk about it, I won't miss it. So if you guys want to talk, it's fine. It's whatever.
All right, you have infinite guesses. The whole point is we'll just go through 30 riddles. We'll have a fun time. We'll talk about League, Dota, everything in between riddles. It'll be cool.
All right. So my thought here, I feel like magic wand. So that is an actual Dota item, but I think it's a bait in this riddle based on the second part, which is like wield me now and have a blast. That makes me think it's like an active one that you can use on people. So I'm gonna say like I'm thinking of wands, like things that do that, and I'm thinking of Dagon. And that's kind of like the main one that comes into mind. I think so. I think Dagon is my first guess.
Dagon is actually the right answer. If you go and look up the Dagon's like lore tooltip underneath the actual tooltip, it'll talk about how it grows with power with every wizard that uses it. So well done. Good job on the first one, and we'll jump right into the next one. Again, these are going to be quick rounds to get us kind of warmed up.
Yeah, let's do it. And I think especially as we get to harder riddles, maybe we can put them up, and then we can talk while also thinking.
Sounds good.
All right, so yeah, let's do a couple of these easy ones back to back.
Riddle number 2. I run like flash to catch my prey and cry as they TP away.
Run like flash to catch my prey. Cry as
also in between riddles is probably a great time to take a look at your chat. Chat for Zach, I actually have you open on my side alongside my own chat. So I'll be watching you guys, and you can talk to me, and I'll respond if you have any direct questions.
Okay, so this one, someone fast and doesn't have a way to cancel TPs. So I'm thinking Bloodseeker.
It is actually Bloodseeker. Well done. 2 for 2 here. And Bloodseeker, if he ults you, puts stuff on the ground, you just town portal out. It's totally just a meme.
Yeah, Bloodseeker's I like that. That's actually fitting for you as well, being the bridge between League and Dota, because I think one of the experiences of starting any game, you identify a couple heroes that are assholes. You're like, I hate dealing with this hero, and Bloodseeker is a classic. He's a classic for new players because you don't realize like you just got to TP out sometimes, like in the early game, and you keep trying to run away and you die and you're like, this is uncounterable. Like, what can I do? If I move, I die. If I stand still, I die. So it's like, it's one of the first heroes that you'll hear complaints about from new players. Like, Bloodseeker's broken. What a stupid hero. I hate this.
Maybe from new players, but since I mostly coach people coming from League of Legends, they almost never struggle against the Bloodseeker.
Oh,
There's
really?
something about League of Legends where if there's visual and audio indicators, and Bloodseeker has like that really loud splashing sound whenever you get ruptured, they kind of get it. And I say, hey, if you hear the sound, or if you see that you're ruptured, stand your ground, either attack back or you town portal out. And they seem to pretty quickly get it.
Pick that up.
When it comes to new League players, what they struggle with is Sniper. Because they're like, what the fuck? He's attacking. I don't even see him on the screen. Where is he? Or things like global abilities. Because if they don't see someone in their line of sight, they almost assume they don't exist. They're like, they compartmentalize the other lanes as their own little islands. You've played League of Legends, you know that, like, for example, the top lane in League is just called the island. Essentially, nobody interacts with it except for maybe the jungler here and there. So it's really funny to watch League players totally struggle against global abilities, but totally handle things like Bloodseeker. Because in League, you got Warwick, which is very close to Bloodseeker. Where Bloodseeker stops you from moving by ulting you, but you get to move, if you choose. Warwick, he's got the movement speed of a Bloodseeker, he's got the lifesteal of a Bloodseeker, and he stops you from moving because he just has a point-and-click stun.
Gotcha.
Well, not point-and-click, it is a single target, but it's projectile, but he's the project. It's weird. The League of Legends mechanics are weird sometimes. But they play very similarly. So I'm like, hey, look, it's an enemy attack damage carry Bloodseeker. Warwick. And they're like, oh yeah, Warwick. I know exactly how to deal with it.
Gotcha. All right.
Same thing of dealing with like Drow Ranger. They totally get it. But other things like Sniper, Night Stalker, they have no idea how to deal with variable vision and people that are just like flying around. You can't touch them for some reason.
Going
and
over
of course,
terrain
items.
all the time, yeah.
Items, man. Black King Bar, he's invincible. Stands there waiting to cast the spell, not recognizing that it's gonna last for a decade. It's just like, when can I use an ability? I was like, you can't. Just walk away. It's fine. But it is kind of funny. All right. Riddle number 3. I think I've already sent it to you.
Yeah, I put it up. Just put it up.
The cost of death is often high. Spend it all or wait and cry.
All right. I think this one should just be buyback, right?
It is just buyback. Another mechanic that confuses League players to no end. I just killed you. Why are you here again? It's tough to describe to them that you have more use for gold than buying items. That is a totally foreign subject, and it doesn't exist in League. I have to just explain it. Oh yeah, you can just purchase Akshan, and then they kind of get it. Akshan in League is a champion who is very hated in the community because of a passive he has. He's got like 3 passives, by the way. League of Legends players have many passives.
They love passives.
For some reason. So Akshan's passive is if you kill someone, you instantly revive all of your allies recently killed by that person.
Oh, it's like an AoE
And
thing.
everybody hates it because he goes into like the carry role, and if he ever does cleanup, your entire team is just alive and they can take Roshan, and it's just impossible to counter.
That's cool. I don't think he existed when because I played League. That was the first MOBA. Some friends introduced me to that, and so I'm like kind of familiar with some of the heroes. I think I started when Darius came out, and I think the last hero I remember coming out is Bard. But I don't remember a hero like what you just described. So I guess it came out in the like last 7 years or something.
So League of Legends has like what, 6 champions a year? Sometimes
they come out with
it's
a ton. They pump
4
them
champions
out.
a year. It's insane. Just real quick, someone in chat mentioned that there used to also be a summoner spell called Revive. I didn't play
Really?
League with Revive.
I didn't know.
Do you remember that ability?
Now that someone says it, like vaguely sounds familiar, but I don't really remember that.
I see. For Revive, they just removed it. Now there's a new champion that you can just do it again. And everybody hates it because the whole strategy behind League of Legends right now is fight your opponents at Baron, kill Baron, and then win the game. because there's like the towers are made of paper. There's no buyback. Everybody's respawn timer is like 40, 50 seconds in the late game. You can essentially take one team fight and with no towers pushed, push tier 1, 2, 3, 4 base before anyone else respawns. It's really, I don't know how these guys are like, oh yeah, this is peak League of Legends gameplay. Let's worship the game forever. There's no counter to it.
The funniest thing to me is, so you're like, oh, they're made of paper, except at the start of the game. Because I started playing a little bit recently, a couple months ago, because I wanted to try to like experience it now and also possibly make some like League to Dota like videos. So I wanted to understand where League was at. And it blew my mind when I was like, you're not supposed to take the towers before 15 minutes. And so we give them extra protection that makes it extremely difficult. And after 15 minutes, you're allowed to take towers. You can technically do it before, but it's really hard. That kind of blew my mind that they put it in.
Yeah, so the plates that they have, it's called like tower defense plates or something like that. The more you damage the tower before 14 minutes of the game, the more resistances it does. A tower at like 20% health has the same health as a tower full health. It's really stupid. You have to basically kill a tower 2 times over if you want to kill it before 14 minutes.
Oh, I didn't know that's how that worked. That's crazy.
Yeah. If you ever want to do some League and Dota comparison stuff or just like something on that side, hit me up. I can help you with whatever information I have.
Sounds good.
Here is the last easy riddle for a little while. So after this, we're going to get into a bit more difficult stuff. Some lore riddles, some gameplay riddles. Good luck. I've just sent it to you.
Okay. I was just changing the title of the stream to make sure we'll know we're chit-chatting now. Okay. Let me see. Let me get it in here. All right. I have learned a dozen spells, while most have only 4. There are just no parallels in all the Dota lore. So only a couple heroes do have more than 4, but for a dozen, that's got to be Invoker.
It's got to be Invoker. If in the lore of Invoker, he's learned many dozens, hundreds of spells over his lifespan, but he's chosen to kind of ignore some of them because they are not fantastic enough or impressive enough to warrant his attention. Can you imagine some ridiculous egotistic maniac that's like, yeah, I know every spell in the world, but I'm only going to cast these couple because the other ones are too lame for me to remember to use.
No, I believe it. I believe it.
There's a funny 11th spell that appears in-game, but only visually. One of the first spells Invoker learned and cast on himself is an indestructibility spell, where Invoker has to be atomized to actually die. Otherwise, he'll regenerate from any surviving spells. If you notice, when Invoker dies, he bursts into light. That's because you're atomizing him to counter his indestructibility spell so he can die. There is an 11th spell that appears, but just visually.
That's cool. I had seen it, but I never realized that's what that was. That's cool.
Yeah,
you know the lore better than I do.
Yeah, I've sadly been playing this game for too long. I think I started in 2009, and I was playing back in high school. It was a while back. When did you start Dota 1 or Dota 2? Like, where did you get your starting?
I never thought I played Dota 1, but actually, in hindsight, my cousins actually introduced it to me when I visited Singapore. They actually had me play like a game or two back when I like barely remember it. So it was early years. And then Dota 2, I played a couple games in high school that my friend was trying to get me into, but I didn't really get into it until later. And I'd say probably around 2015. Somewhere around there is when I like really started playing Dota and stuck with it.
And you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna start Dota and I'm just gonna hard mode into it. Like you got 6K rank right now? Well done, by the way. That's a difficult thing to maintain. That's like what, top 1%? It's insane.
Somewhere around there. Nah, it could be better, but it's good enough. For a while,
you gotta tell me.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say when I was playing, like when I started Dota, I had been playing League and then I started playing another one called Dawn Gate, and then Dota. So for a bit, I was playing like
Dawn Gate.
yeah, I love Dawn
I played that
Gate.
for like twice. I don't know. I was like,
I loved that one, but they canceled it. So I was playing those three for a while.
Nobody, you were the only fan.
No,
They're like, oh well,
the people
nobody's
who
buying
liked
our
it
skins.
liked it. I think it was good. It was my favorite one. But then at some point, so I was like playing both with like different groups of friends, and at some point I decided like League made some balance patch that I just didn't like. And actually, as I played Dota, I know we're here talking about the difference in bridging them and all that, but I'm talking about what I don't like about League right now.
Go for it.
And,
go for it. So we'll get to everything.
Yeah, there were a couple different things I didn't like about League at that point. Like they still had rune pages. Even now you have to like get the different heroes. But back then, like even if you got a hero, you could have the like suboptimal runes and stuff. And like, okay, you can maybe afford this hero, but you need this entire new rune page to like optimally play that hero. And I really didn't like
that.
And
a rune page is like the same cost as a hero. It's weird.
It costs so much to get. And I really didn't like that because like I like trying a lot of different things. And League is like, oh, I want to try this cool idea. It's like, I don't have the hero, I don't have the rune pages. And I just really didn't like that. And then they like changed it where they hid like a bunch of stuff in the UI and they like changed it. I just couldn't get used to it. And at the same time, I was like playing Dota with friends. Like if I want to, like at that time, it was like the Wild West. So it's like, if I want to Ricky support looking for people jungling, like I can do that. If I want to try out Invoker, I can do that. Like it was a lot more free. And I felt I was on equal footing, even with people who had been playing the game for years. I had access to everything they did. I was like, I prefer that way more. And I like the complexity of Dota and all that more than what League had. So that's kind of like when I fully switched over.
I got you. So you played League for a little bit, then around 2015, you're like, you know what? Dota is just a better version, so to speak. At least it has more of what you're looking for, the strategy, the
more of what I
ideas you can counter with items, stuff like that. I still feel like Dota is sometimes the Wild West. I mean, who would have expected that Earthshaker and Earth Spirit are now like top tier mids, even in pro play? I've even seen Ricky's go mid with Meteor Hammers because they're invisible. You just Meteor Hammer the tower down and then you're like good to go. What the fuck? So it still feels like the meta could change at any moment. Somebody just has to discover the next build and then it's over.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It's one of the appeals to me. League is a lot stricter in what they want you to do and what you're supposed to do, which if you like that, and it has a lot of like fun stuff to it, and if you like that, you like that. But I like the more creative elements and the free flow and figure like you have to figure out what's best, and if you can come up with something really good, like you can do it. I like that, and I didn't feel like I could get that in League as much. Like either you can have some creativity there, of course, but it just felt a lot more restricted to what you're supposed to be able to do.
Yeah, when comparing League stuff that you don't like, you mentioned that for a moment there was a bunch of stuff hidden from the players. It's still like that. There's no way to know what your opponent's abilities are because when you click on them, it only shows their health, mana, and their current items. It's like, okay, I can press tab or like open up the little pop-up and I can see all the items. How do I learn what their abilities are?
Yeah.
Everything enemy is red on my screen. They're just red lines and red circles. I can't tell them apart. I don't know what I'm getting hit by.
Yeah.
So it is still very hidden, and it sucks that you can't even demo heroes like champions in League without owning them.
Yeah, I hate
that.
That's
is
another
such
thing.
an oversight.
It's like, oh, I think this hero is cool. I want to get it, but I'd really like to try it first to make sure before I spend like, what is it? It's like 6,300 IP or what influence points back then.
It's still like that for the new champions.
It's still
so
like that.
Expensive.
That's annoying. Yeah, you'd have to wait for him to come on like to free week, and then you could try it. And so I'm like, I'm glad they have that.
That's like a once,
but you don't know
thing.
when it's gonna happen. Yeah, so
exactly.
Not having some kind of demo mode is like, it's such a pain. You have to commit. And I remember doing it. Like I buy someone and like, I don't like them that much actually. So now
I wasted my money. There's no refunds.
Now you have to wait
however
long to try a different hero. And yeah, I actually really I dislike, as someone who's like kind of a tryhard and likes the creative element, I do not like that a game that would push the idea that's like, oh, it's about skill. Like you have to outskill your opponents. But if you do not have access to everything, I don't think it's a skill thing. Like that's a broad statement, I know, but in general, like if we're trying to be like, I'm better than you, it cannot be like, but I also have to own everything that he owns, and then it can be like a skill thing. I didn't like that.
stick on to that thought for a moment. Let's go into the next riddle, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So, this riddle. The sun in the sky, a curse and no less. I wanted to fly, but feel such distress. It burns in my eyes, I feel such disdain. The sun in the skies, it brings me such pain.
I think I know. I'm
Give
gonna
it a
I'll
shot.
pause a bit for my chat to think about, but so the sun in the sky being a curse, I'm pretty sure it has to be about Night Stalker. That's like I think
You think
that's
so?
I think that's the answer I'm gonna put in because Night Stalker has flying like an ability, but he can't he has to use it at night. Or like you can activate your ult and it becomes night, which I don't know riddle wise versus lore wise, but I'm gonna assume like he doesn't like to fly in the daytime, only flies at nighttime. You know, not that like the game turns to night and he suddenly starts flying, like it has to be the ult, but I'm pretty that's what's jumping out to me. So if that's wrong, I'll think on it again. So I'm gonna go with Night Stalker.
It actually is Night Stalker. As everything, all of my riddles should fit every line. I think that one of the key lines in here is it burns at my eyes. I feel such disdain.
Yeah.
If you notice, Night Stalker has 800 daytime vision versus
Yeah.
1800 for everyone else. So it's just he can't see.
Yeah. yeah.
It's really bad. Back to the league. Oh, just a little bit about Night Stalker. I hate it when people like load up as Night Stalker and then they're AFK in the fountain and then they go and just like stick by a tower. Like, dude, you have perfect nighttime vision. Come mid. I want
Yeah.
to see the rune.
Yeah.
I want to see what my opponents are doing. You're just like a slark, right? You don't have to AFK if you have perfect night vision. It's so you're losing so much of the capacity of a level 1 mechanic of the game of the hero.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with that. When you just like, I don't know if it's worse if they're AFK because at that point at least they're literally gone. You know, at least they're not. It's wasteful, but they're not necessarily choosing to do that. They had to leave and do something. You know, maybe had to is a strong word. But if they move but position extremely defensively, they chose to waste their night vision, and then I'm like, that's even worse, actually.
Yeah, you go and you're like, I'm hiding behind the trees so they don't see you. It's like, dude, they don't see you. It's nighttime.
Yeah.
Come out of here.
Get out.
If they
please.
see you, we know they have a ward. It's perfect.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I totally understand it. Going back to your idea where like in League of Legends everything's super locked down, I have been tracking League of Legends pro scene for a couple years now, and it's funny to see that in the pro scene, a lot of carries are actually getting played as support. And then in between tournaments, the game devs are like, oh, we don't want this to be played as support. We're going to nerf the support and buff the carry. But because they buffed the carry, that just means they buffed the support that can scale. And so you see more and more of, Vayne support.
Oh, Vayne's a support
Varus
now?
support, Ashe support.
That's hilarious.
It is crazy.
Maybe
yeah, there's some.
This is my time to
Go
go
ahead.
back because actually, when I started playing, I played AD carry because I thought it was like the MOBA was the first thing I did. And I was like, oh, that's easy. Get last hits. It's kind of fun. I like farming and golding and scaling mechanics in video games, so that drew me in. And I had the friends who played, they were all like, oh, AD carry's so boring. You can definitely play that when you play with us. So that was fine. But then as I learned, because this was one of the first, I never really played this kind of multiplayer game. So then you queue into a game and instantly everyone's just like, I want to play carry, I want to play mid. No one wanted to play support. So then I was like, all right, I'm a team player. I go start playing supports. So I like a lot of carries in League, or I did at the time. I don't know. They probably got all redesigned by now. But I never got to play them. So maybe this is the time I get to go back
redesigned.
and I get to go
That's
play
the
support.
funny thing is they never get redesigned. Like there's almost no redesigns throughout League of Legends history. And I'm not talking just about changing abilities, but keeping most of the same abilities, like what Bloodseeker got. He got the whole Blood Right, which was an adaptation of the previous point and click silence that he had on Blood Rage. So there are very few redesigns even to that level. But I'm talking about there's almost no redesigns for cast speed, cast range, projectile speed. None of that gets touched. I've talked to some of the devs from League, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we can't touch it because everybody has reflexive, muscle memory, and they know exactly what they're supposed to." I'm like, dude, So do Dota players. But all you do is you change it. In a week, everyone's adapted. It's no problem. So if you go back, you'll see the same carries, and they're probably going to be the same thing. And if you play Ashe support, everybody's going to be like, oh yeah, I know this. This is like meta. All the pros are doing it.
Maybe I'll go
None of the
try
pros
it.
even play Ashe carry anymore. There's just support. And it's because you have a 6-second like AoE slow, you have a vision ability, and you have a global stun. That's all that you need.
That's all you need.
So it's really kind of weird. It's talking about you playing ADCs but liking supports. When you quit, was the champion Senna out yet? Do you remember?
I don't think so. What's she look like? Actually, I can
She's
Google it
like a
too.
girl with a really big gun. I'm talking about a gun twice her size. Her idea is that Senna is actually built as a support. She has a heal. She has like a deep depth shroud for a Slark, which Dota's like, oh yeah, we like the depth shroud in League of Legends. Let's just copy it over to Dota. Dota does that a lot. We've copied so many abilities from League. I hate when people say, oh no, but League copied Dota. No, they didn't. They copied maybe Dota 1. Dota 2 has been copying League of Legends for a decade, and it's amazing because we take everything that works and we just improve on it. Back to Senna. So she's built as a support, but she has a passive that whenever her carry farms around her, she can get these stacks, which increase her damage and her attack range. And there is a very viable pro meta build in League of Legends called Fasting Senna. You play Senna in the support role. You only support, and you're laning with another support. So the other support farms for like 15 minutes, and you're just stacking up attack range, because your allies farming near you. And then you just buy core items, damage items, and you go out and become the AD carry of late game. It's
and
really
does
funny.
the support become like actual support then? Or
Yeah, the support will actually become a support because they get some items, and then they play like a position 3. They just roam like crazy and like do some other stuff.
You know, I always had that idea for Dota without strictly need a mechanic for it, but I always had that idea in Dota of like many supports are quite strong in the early game, and if potentially they could get a little bit more farm, they could become really powerful and then make space for cores, especially carries who tend to just farm anyways. Like even if you give them a good lane, many will just continue to like farm, and it's just expedited arguably. So I always wanted to test this, but it's quite difficult to do, of like having a lane where you pick a carry who is quite aggressive actually early and can zone and act like a support while the support farms up a couple small items, and then you just switch back. So I
think it's totally viable, especially if the support is something like Witch Doctor, because we know in Dota, your carry has essentially 2 or 3 things that you're expecting them to do. 1, damage buildings. 2, damage magic immune people with BKBs. Essentially, the right clicker is the only one that can do that in the late game. And 3, they have to scale with items. So there's very few heroes in Dota that can do all 3 of those. Witch Doctor almost gets to it, but he can't hit buildings that well. What happens in League of Legends is the more magic damage you do, the more your right clicks do damage to buildings. Like buildings take bonus damage based on your magic damage.
Oh, interesting.
So supports can do a lot of building damage without having any right click items, and that's not something that Dota is allowing. So I think that's one of the limiting factors. If there was a way to scale your damage with your spell damage, if you're a support and you can hit buildings, then if you can hit buildings, if you can hit BKB targets, I think what you're talking about, totally viable. Like I said, I think Witch Doctor can do it, but I don't think Crystal Maiden can do it. Crystal Maiden, oh look, one enemy has a BKB, you're dead. You just can't do it. So great idea. I'd love to see it in practice. If you need someone to queue with, I mean, I'm not your level, but I'll help you test some stuff out.
I'll let you know if I ever get around to that.
All right, now we get to some of the more difficult riddles. I'm sending you the next one here. What do you think of this pacing for riddles, talking about stuff? What do you think?
I'm having a good time so far. How many? You said we had like 30 riddles to do, right?
We'll do as many as we want. We don't need to go through all of them. but the riddles are cool. Talking about the different games. If you're having a great time, I'm enjoying myself as well.
All right.
It's cool to talk about a little bit of the differences League and Dota and like how we approach coaching. But here is the riddle. When alone, you call for help, but no one hears your plea. I will help you flee or fight by splitting you in 3. Now, you've gotten every riddle so far first try, so let's see if you can get this one.
I think I already have an answer in mind, but the thought process. So, splitting you in 3 first makes me think of the like Brewmaster originally before he had the Void Spirit, but that doesn't make sense in terms of helping someone else based on the rest of the riddle. Then the only other person I can think of, because I think it has to be an illusion, then like an illusion of the stuff. I think it has to be Shadow Demon. When someone needs help to flee or fight, you can disrupt them. And so, like, if you want to fight, like Luna, you get illusions to fight. Or if you're running away, you like buy a few seconds, and they don't know the real one when you come out. So I'm gonna go with Shadow Demon.
You're close, but that is wrong.
No, it's wrong.
It's wrong. Read it again. It's when you're alone, you call for help, but no one hears your plea.
I will help you flee. So then it's Manta.
It's got to be Manta style.
Okay.
Essentially what Shadow Demon can do, but it is something that lets you do it when you're just solo.
Gotcha.
Totally right. Well done.
I think Shadow Demon should be an alternate answer.
I've heard that before, but I wrote it with the when alone you call for help. If Shadow Demon is with you, there's just like you're not really catching on to like a fourth of the riddle.
That's true. That's true.
In Twitch chat, it is 2 illusions. Someone's asking me how many illusions does Shadow Demon create. That is, it's going to be 2 there.
Yeah, 2 others. I'm trying to remember. For a second, I was thinking about if he had a talent before for another illusion, but I think I'm just thinking of Naga Siren.
What I used to do with some of my friends back when Morphling had the old scepter where he could target allies is I go Morphling with Manta Scepter, and I have a support Shadow Demon. And what I do is you Manta clone, then you each use your disruption on one of the 2 illusions from Manta style. And suddenly you have 6 illusions. It's basically Terrorblade with extra steps. It was really funny. But it's no longer viable because they changed it so that, Morphling cannot target allies. So, though you had Manta style, I liked your response where it had to, like, maybe Shadow Demon is in there. I'm thinking a lot of people like Shadow Demon. Perhaps I'll make a riddle for him eventually. Now, when we were talking about coaching a little bit, did you ever get coaching when you were learning League of Legends? Or was that totally just by yourself, anything you could find online, YouTube videos and stuff? Because I feel like YouTube videos in 2015 for League of Legends, not good, man. We've come a long way with people helping each other out.
Yeah, so funny enough, as a content creator who coaches and helps other people, I actually don't usually look for that kind of stuff myself historically, because part of the reason I enjoy video games is coming up with the ideas myself. And so for a lot of it, like when I started playing League and when I started playing Dota, I didn't really look I didn't really watch pro games. I didn't really watch like any of the education stuff. I just like would try ideas myself. In Dota, when I decided to start really try-harding and try to improve, that's when I started spending a lot more time seeking that kind of content out as a way of like expediting the learning process. Because even watching stuff, there is still a lot of room to explore for yourself and come up with your own ideas. So I didn't feel like I lost that. But at the start, I didn't want someone to just tell me, like, here's what's good, do this. I mean, to a basic level, and I did, like, read up on stuff. I don't know. My degree of, like, considering that is maybe someone else's, like, oh, yeah, I was looking into it, I got help. But for me, it's like I casually learned basically like what was good, but I tried to keep it open for myself to try it out and then be like, oh man, this is hot garbage, not do that. Because I don't know, that's just like what I find fun.
The community in League of Legends is so try hard right now. If you do that, you're going to actually get your account banned. What's the issue is even for brand new accounts, I'm talking about first games. Since I had this experience myself, everybody assumes that you're actually a Smurf. No one
yeah.
new plays League. It's just Smurfs, so they get so mad at you if you don't have the perfect like meta build for items, meta build for abilities. They will flame at you to no end. They will quit the game. And it really sucks because I think this creativity in the game it's very supported in Dota. You can have someone, hey, I'm going to experiment running Witch Doctor as a position 3 with an IO4. Or let's see how that goes. And it just like catches on. Or if they go, you know what, I'm going to take this Earthshaker mid because, you know, I can secure lessons. Totally works out. And I think Dota is like, okay, I don't know what you're doing. We got to win this, so I'll trust you. Meanwhile, League of Legends, you bought the wrong item first. GG, forfeit. Oh, ban this guy. I hate him, man. What are you doing? You paid actor. It's like, dude, this is the first item. Starting items. You're going to get mad at me for not purchasing the most item efficient build for the first like minute of the game? It is extremely toxic. I try to play League of Legends here and there just to keep up with my knowledge so I can make videos for it. But mostly have resolved to watching pro games because playing League, it's
not as fun.
The way I compare it, it's like if you think Dota is toxic community, League's community is like a viscous vat of acid. It is just corrosive. Everybody's just I can't play for more like 3 or 4 games, and then I just like I need a break. Let me go and play some Age of Empires. This is too much.
I do think Dota has more creativity. You will have some of the same issues where someone like doesn't like what you're trying and all that. But to your point about new players, I did notice that where Dota technically has like a new player system to a degree, but you can end up with anyone. And it's not always obvious who is a new player because you can hide some of that information on your own profile. And so it's pretty common that a brand new player might end up with a pretty like someone still technically low ranked but who has played quite a lot. And I think the same thing happens in League, but I hate the system, but I'll consider it like one plus to it here is that they have the like level 1 through 30, which goes back to me not liking the fact that I have to be level 30 before I can like even approach being an equal footing with anyone playing the game longer.
Right.
But technically,
Dota has up to 100 hours though.
Yeah, technically when you have an account that is like level 1 through 10, should be pretty obvious that is supposed to be new players. But like you said, everyone talks as if you're just an experienced player creating a new account for whatever. Probably because you want to try a different hero and you like can't earn enough like daily IP or whatever. So you're like making a second account to try different heroes or like try a different role, off lane, whatever. I don't know. But when I started to play it again, people would just talk to me like, what are you doing? Or like, what are these idiots doing this? I'm like, aren't these supposed to be new players? Like, you're not even like... It's one thing to like smurf and like recognize, oh, I'm playing with new players, of course they're bad, but they're like just expecting you're also just making a new account. You also know what's going on and we're all gonna play this way.
When I was starting out League recently, I was starting as a like within ranked. Every game I typed, hey guys, I'm new. Can you guys give me tips? I'll do my best.
Reported.
It takes 7 or 8 game queues to actually load in. Everybody will always quit during the hero selection and never make it to the game because
that's
like,
thing
noob,
that blows my
I can't
mind.
do it.
Yeah, that you can quit at that stage and it's
insane. And it's because there's almost no reprimands. It's like, who cares? It's like a 4th of a loss, a 5th of a loss. It's insanely weak.
Yeah.
Like you can quit 5 games before you get into a game and it counts as 1 loss. Are you kidding me? How do you even play? How do you learn to draft if there's never any pressure to draft? It's really annoying.
Yeah.
And people tell me, "Oh yeah, this is like it's required because like they'll I've talked to League players and they will die on this hill. They'll be like, "You have to be allowed to quit the game before the game starts because what if you're playing with someone that counters you?" I'm like, build an item to counter them. Go to a different lane. You're fine. Like what happens in Dota if you play, a lane and your opponents counter you in the lane? You just switch lanes. It's perfectly fine. Safe lane, just go off lane. Support can roam.
Yeah.
The carry mid, like Sometimes you go mid and you're just shut down. The other guy's level 5. You're still struggling to like sustain level 4. Okay, you hit level 5. You rotate before your ultimate. Who cares if you don't have it? It'll work out. Most of your strongest abilities are on basic abilities anyway. You got a point and click stun on half the heroes in the game. It'll be fine. But League of Legends, they will be in the same lane for 15 minutes.
They can't move. There's no flexibility in League for that kind of stuff.
It's insane. And they're like, I'm hugging the tower. Why are you doing that? I can't do anything. And I lose. Forfeit now, please. I want to lose. And they'll be, jungle, please help. Jungle, please help. They don't recognize that the jungler is supposed to help lanes already ahead to kind of like steamroll. You know how in Dota, you have the dead lane and two lanes you care about. In League of Legends, you have one lane you care about, because if you have just one player ahead, they can snowball really, really hard in League of Legends. In Dota, it's a lot more like team-wise a victory. But yeah, they can't move. There's no flexibility. People tell me, oh, I'm a League player. I don't want to play Dota because the games are too long. It's like 45 minutes, an hour long. I'm like, dude, your laning stage is 15 minutes. We have more game per game. You have just people looking at each other over creeps stage. And like farming. It is just nothing but laning stage.
Yeah. I can understand it when people say like, oh, Dota games are like too long for what I want. And it is funny because I played Dota so long that when I switch to another game and you see like the difference in length, it's like sometimes a reminder. Like I know it's totally different, but Marvel Snap, I have a friend who like makes content for that, and so like I was watching, and I remember I actually just tuned in, and they were doing stuff. And like, oh man, this is a long game, and I was like, we're like 4 minutes in, you know. It's like for what it is, it's short, and I get it. If you have a lot of commitments that prevent you from doing a long game all in one sitting, that's fine. The funny thing to me is when like a League player will say that, but they'll still have like 10,000 hours in League, just like you have 10,000 hours in Dota. So like, what's really the difference of having played like, oh, I played like 10,000 games, he played 5,000 games. Like, we both played 10,000 hours. So whether it was like one long game versus like 2 short games, it's the same amount, like, if you're that invested in the game. But I do understand like sitting down and thinking like, I'm going to play a game, it's 30 minutes versus I'm going to play a game, could be 20 minutes before it's GG end, could be like 2 hours, you know, like I like that about Dota, but it does screw over your scheduling a little bit. You have to be ready to commit like an hour and a half.
You have to commit. I'm going to play Dota for the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
That could be 1 or 2 games. We don't know, but it's going to be 2 hours long.
Could be 3, could be 4, but it could be 1. Yeah.
Yeah. The lower your skill is, the worse you are at closing out the game. People just don't recognize you have to hit buildings. Here is the next riddle, and we'll talk about game lengths afterwards.
Okay. All right.
Buy me for my main effect. There's more that I could do. Some can make things visible, but I can slow them too. This one should be simple.
Things visible, but I can slow them too. So the only thing that I know of that can slow and reveal invisible units would be the Dust of Appearance. And I'm pretty sure that's right. I think it also goes along with like other things do reveal, like sentries and gems, but they don't slow. So I will go with Dust of Appearance.
It is the Dust of Appearance. Kind of sucks sometimes. You have to tell people, oh yeah, you can use this for slow. And they're like, what? It slows? I've been playing this game for a decade. I didn't know.
It's very rare.
It's 25 damage.
Oh, is it 25?
It's like anti-blink taggers. It's not that much.
Dang, you know more than me. Like, wait, what's the damage? Oh, it is 25 damage.
it's anti-blink tagger. That's the only thing it does. So whenever you get a kill with Dust, it's really funny because it's just a 25 damage.
It's the ultra rare Dust kill. Yeah.
It's the ultra rare. So talking about game lengths between League of Legends and Dota, I learned today that the longest professional League of Legends game recently, like of all time, I think was a little over 90 minutes.
Really?
And I'm just reminded, what was it, a couple of years ago? We had that 3 hours and 20 minute long pro game. Do you remember that?
90 minutes.
Who was
is like
casting?
The
It was like
right
Sunspan.
I can't even remember what that 3-hour game was, but yeah, we have some very long 90 minutes in a professional match right now is like you wouldn't be that surprised, but it is
it's
long.
Not uncommon. Maybe 1 in 10 games, but like not once ever, you know? It can be really long. And Dota matches, if they drag on, it's because you don't know how to close it out. What do you think of the current meta in the pro scene, and I'm talking specifically the meta of don't go high ground. You heard about that one before?
Yeah, of course. I think I'm glad you pointed out the difference, because I do think there's a very different reason between games going long for pros versus pub matches. And like you said, like not knowing how to end is very different from not being able to end, which I think is where the pro scene is more at. Just like different mechanics that have changed, as well as we had a very big update with the map getting bigger. And it's, I mean, not that I'm a game developer, but I play a lot of games and I think a lot about game design. So I think it's one thing to say, like, here's what we think will happen when we make a big change, versus like, here's what actually ends up happening. And I think just over the accumulation of the years, ending the game has become very difficult due to just various things that have got changed over the balance. And that's why so many pros are extremely careful, because it's like one thing to try, fail, and then like, okay, like small setback, be able to go again, versus like try and like, the game's completely different now. And that's where we're at. If you mess up one high ground throw, it could really change the game. And that's why so many people are extremely careful and wait for like maybe 20% of opportunities could work, but you're only confident about 5% of opportunities. And so you just have to keep waiting, and it's like, oh, they could go high ground, but maybe they can't, I'm not sure. So I got to keep waiting for that last small percentage of like, this is it, I know I can do it, now we can go, and I'm not going to throw away my professional career losing this game. And,
Your whole career is gone.
It's just over.
I actually have my own thoughts about this. You mentioned the bigger map and some gradual changes over time. But I think it might be related to buyback. See, before we had a shorter buyback cooldown, and people would fight more because they knew they had this safety net of buyback. Now buyback is what, 7.5 minutes, I think? It's almost 8. People don't feel like they can high ground without buyback, without Aegis. Everything has long cooldowns and respawn times. And it's weird because I've heard both sides of the argument. One saying buyback should have a shorter cooldown so there's more incentive to fight and it's more interesting to watch. And the other side saying buyback shouldn't even exist because no one's going to push until buyback's available. I think that buyback is a fantastic mechanic in Dota, and I would hate to have it gone. It's been around since Dota 1. But what do you think? Do you think buyback has something to play with? Like, don't go high ground, especially if you're not ready for it yet.
I think it's difficult to say what is like the main reason.
Yeah, the main reason probably not.
But I would put it at a combination of buyback. Well, actually, I don't. I kind of like what you're saying about if it were shorter, maybe people would use it more and you'd be more likely to get caught out without it, and then you could end. But I actually think the bigger issue right now, which is what puts so many pros into fear, is the amount of fortifications when you're trying to push high ground into the fact that you could lose the fight, which could be around buyback. Like buyback could be part of the reason you lose the fight, but it could also be due to the map being a little bigger, includes at the base. There's now another extra side you can get out of. And so I think for the defending team, there are more tools of which to potentially take a better defensive fight, either around that fortification, around a buyback, around a better positioning with the bigger map, around being more farmed because the map is bigger and you can slip out and pick up more stuff. And if you do win a fight, the actual kill gold has the formula has changed, so there's a bigger reward for it as well. We could throw other things in there, but to me, it's like that combination is what is creating the fear in going high ground. Is like, there's so many ways I could screw this up. And if you play games, like the reasons are a little different, but you've experienced it. You've experienced playing a game. Oh, we're so ahead. This is so easy. Like, let's just go. Who cares, guys? Okay, just run it down, and then you lose, and you're like.
There's like no respect. No. We're so far ahead. The enemy, 2 people just bought back, but we can kill them again. It's like, dude, And there's no respect for enemy buyback. There's no respect for the 3 people we're holding on. And you're right. I didn't think about the refreshing fortification, especially like you kill a tier 2. Now the tier 3 has fortification. Then you kill the tier 3. Now the barracks have a fortification. And it takes you 2 minutes just to push once. Everybody can respawn by then.
Yeah, that's the really hard part. And I see someone asking about the fortification change. And yeah, you kind of like touched on it. Before it was, well, actually it's gone through a couple different things. But
oh yeah,
before this, it was like if you kill it, every time a tier 1 tower died, it would refresh fortification. But currently, we are at the state where the first of any of the initial structures will refresh fortification. So the first tier 1 tower to fall, like let's say you take mid, it'll refresh. If you kill the off lane or the safe lane tier 1s, nothing happens. So essentially, you reach high ground, right? Let's say you've killed all the other towers, whatever. The enemy team has fortification. You try to push. They fortify their tier 3 tower. It gains split shot. It kills 1 creep wave. That's 30 seconds they just bought for the next creep wave to walk in. The next creep wave walks in. Let's say they successfully take that tower with that creep wave. You then have fortification again. So then
that one's meant for the tier 4s, but nobody gonna hit the tier 4s after their first tier 3.
So then you're trying to kill the barracks. They're gonna fortify. It's going to kill your creep wave. You're going to need another 30 seconds for the next creep wave to come in. And of course, it's not so easy to simply take the buildings off of one creep wave. So essentially what this does is like, we killed a guy. We have 70 seconds to push, right? I want to take it. Well, there's the first 30 seconds gone. There's the next 30 seconds gone. And the guy's back alive. So you have to be so careful of it, because if you overextend in that period, then you lose the fight. And then we talk about the ramifications of like how painful that is. So it's like, okay, we forced 1 fortification, we get pushed off, we gotta wait. If you're not able to get there again and fortification just comes back up naturally, then you're at the exact same scenario. They fortify the first wave, 30 seconds just got bought.
Fortification is so short.
So gotta wait.
5 minutes? What the hell?
Yeah.
I think it's like, with all of this refreshing, it would be a nice change to see fortification's base cooldown go a little bit higher. So you don't just like all I watch is like 2 minutes in, the mid fortifies. Why? Oh, because they want to deny 1 range creep that's about to die to an auto attack, and you just like fortify because you have it on the hotkey. Like, dude, that's not what it's supposed to do. And now you don't, because like nobody pushes before the first catapult wave anyway. So it's just one of those weird mechanics that it's. I don't know if the game is better or worse for it. I like long games. But I think the game is long now, not because there's more fighting, but because there's more difficulty pushing. There's less gold from creep waves, so everybody has to farm the jungle. And it's the map being so big, you can get ganked with the 40, like, what is it now, 40-second duration Smoke of Deceit? You never know when
I forget, but
people are just going to jump out on you.
Yeah.
It is longer, yeah.
I have some wacky ideas to address the long games. So let's put a riddle up, and then
I was about to say,
let me
this
throw
is
you
your
some
next
crazy
riddle?
ideas and see what you think of them.
I sent it to you already.
Okay, let me grab it.
While you're thinking about this riddle, we'll talk about your ideas, and then we'll make some guesses. This one's supposed to be pretty easy, so we'll cover it, and then I have another one as well. Once upon a Dota night, I was stolen from the shop. All who want me have to fight till they get me as a drop. While you're thinking about that, give me some of your ideas for fixing the game length. What do you think?
Okay, I think I have an idea for this, but I'll keep thinking, and I'll let chat think as well. So going back to the idea that sieging high ground is really difficult, and of course you could approach this in tons of different ways, and this is where it just depends on Valve, like what direction they want their game to go. Do they want a lot of fighting? Do they not? Right. The main thing I think is like that I kind of want to address is the fact that 60-minute neutral items, the tier 5, those were supposed to be like
they're supposed to be game enders.
But we reached a point where it does get crazy, and sometimes
Both
they do
teams can
end.
get it.
But there's also where it's too crazy, and everyone becomes really scared, and actually just becomes this total stalemate. So, one, you could have. You can make it more difficult for tier 5s to be acquired, and only like the winning team has an advantage in it. For example, Roshan. We reach a point where Roshan just starts dropping the exact same stuff, and everyone has it. So I think if Roshan starts dropping unique stuff, towards the end of the game, such as tier 5 items, and you have to get it from Roshan specifically, that would benefit the winning team. Or
That is a really cool idea.
no, we're gonna get crazier. Forget that one. So the hard
No,
part
but
about
I gotta talk for a second about the neutral tokens.
Okay.
They came out during a smaller map, and there it was easier to control the neutral camps,
That's
so
true.
the winning team has it. The
That's
map
true.
has, with the addition of the side stuff and the tormentors, 30 neutral camps.
It's a lot.
Not even including Roshan. 30 camps. You cannot control 30 camps with your team. Somebody can just like smoke town portal out, or like leave the base and farm tier 5s for your team. Even if you're behind on the enemy side, it's just too large for the
it's
tier
tough.
5s being like game ending. All right, I want to hear the rest of it. Or do you want to guess? And I'll hear your other ideas during the next riddle.
Okay, I'll talk through this real quick. So I know
Let's do
lore-wise,
it.
a couple things, like you're not supposed to mess with the shopkeepers, and if you steal something,
Never.
you get punished. So I don't know exactly. I can't remember exactly what was stolen, but I do know that Roshan exists because he stole something from a shopkeeper and was cursed with immortality, and he would be like, people would come kill him for his immortality. He would respawn, and like that's his life now. That's his curse for trying to steal. So I'm thinking Aegis, and it makes sense because Aegis is dropped from Roshan, and you usually want Aegis before you fight. I'm not strictly sure. I think that, okay, I'll say that's my guess. I'm not sure if like Aegis like itself was stolen from the shop, but I don't know if that's part of it. We'll start with Aegis.
So, did you know that the Aegis of Immortality used to be a purchasable item back in old Dota 1?
Oh, now that you say it, I think I've heard that.
It cost thousands, but I think it gave you like 4 charges of respawn.
4, really?
It was insane. You
That's
just buy one
hilarious.
of these on your carry instead of like tier 2 boots or saving for buyback, and they just like bum rush the base. So yeah, it was Aegis of Immortality, and not because just of Dota 2 lore, but also because it used to exist in the shop, like as a purchasable item.
That's
I think
cool.
that's kind of cool how Dota 2 kind of gives it gives homage to some Dota 1 lore from time to time. Most of Dota 1's lore has nothing to do with Dota 2, but they actually kept the Aegis of Immortality continuity between both games. I think that's kind of cool.
I'm not gonna
It
remember
is
to say
Aegis.
this. I'm not gonna remember to say this later, but so I'll say it now, and we don't have to strictly talk about it because I know I'm cutting in our own conversation about changing late game. But
I've done that too.
speaking of like changing lores and stuff, one of the things in League of Legends, I used to care more about the lore, and I knew a lot of like beginning League of Legends lore, but along with like, I don't know, you mentioned you think it's rare for them to change, and I can't really remember myself, but I feel like it happened more than I liked, that they would massively rework a kit. Which I didn't like because you like bought a hero and then it's different. But also, they suddenly backtracked a ton of lore from their game. They like rewrote a lot of what they had, and they had some lore that was like much more simplified or different. And then
Yeah, you're
at some
talking
point, I
about
took a
the
break
whole
and went
summoners
back. They
thing.
changed everything about the lore of like the
Absolutely.
champions and stuff.
Now, so what happened, and both of what you're talking about is related. Between 2014-15, they reworked the map, and alongside it, they came to a new understanding of what they want League to do. So before that, between 2010 2014, League of Legends was just marketing itself as a Dota clone. Later, it's like, okay, we have this new game genre, the MOBA. Let's lead it in a new direction. So the Dota clone was like, we're collecting all of these different champions from all around universes because these summoners, the players, will use magic to teleport some guy from their universe onto our combat arena and then fight for us because we want to. So what happened afterwards is, you know what? We need we need a lore team. So they hire a lore team, and the lore team's like, okay, your lore sucks. We're redoing it. There's an entire planet now, and everybody lives on this planet, and they have their own different squabbles, relationships. People have families, and the original team's like,
Imagine.
what do you mean families? That's not in the kit. Okay, we need to redesign the kits. They need to reflect the lore a bit better. So
see.
what happened is like you got the new lore, you got the new kits. You may have remembered a lot of old kits being translated, but after 2015, 2016, everything's like, we have the lore, we have the kits. We can't change the kit because it reflects on the lore. So from now on until the end of time, we're mostly just going to be changing numbers.
Gotcha. Okay,
And that's maybe that is how things got really stale.
Gotcha. I gotta say though, it was a good move for them because for all the shit I give League of Legends game wise, their marketing and their lore is very good. So it's a
really
good move on their part.
Dota's lore, what the fuck, man? Have you ever seen my video about the Dota lore summed up in a sentence? That shit is so funny to make. I would suggest watching it at some point, but it's like you have the most out of just left field lore that you can possibly imagine. Like Shadow Shaman. You were coaching a Shadow Shaman earlier, where you're doing like a replay analysis. You know his lore?
I think I read it recently. I don't know all the lore, but I think I do know his. He's just like a guy, a charlatan.
He's just like a guy.
But he actually like has some power, but the guy just uses him to like fake power, and then he just continues.
Exactly.
That.
He's a con artist pretending to have spells by casting real spells, and it's like, okay, cool. That's just the lore. What faction does he work for? I don't know. He's
himself.
Just a bum.
He's just a guy. He's just a traveling charlatan.
Why is he fighting for the ancients? I don't know. He just kind of shows up one day. There is no connection to anything else, and it's a lot like that for so many heroes in Dota. There are some heroes with really cool and interconnected story beats, but League of Legends, almost everybody knows like 10 other people in their faction. Which reminds me, you know, Broodmother is one of the heroes in Dota that knows the most amount of people. And it's because, get this, in the lore, so you and I, we're humans living on planet Earth. But these guys are heroes living on, I don't know, I'm going to use Sir Action Slack's name, Rue, right? The planet of Dota 2. They have different sexual tastes. It is lore canon that Broodmother is the hottest character in the Dota universe. Everyone wants to sleep with Broodmother. Zeus tries to sleep with her. Kato flirts with her. A Monkey King actually has. Monkey King and Broodmother are old lovers.
Of course.
Of course. and it's like canon that a bunch of heroes want to sleep with Broodmother.
It's hilarious.
And it's just really funny because like for us, like look at League of Legends. All the heroes are super sexualized and they're really hot. Like the girls.
That's their marketing.
But like Dota's lore, they're like,
they don't pull you in
we
with the
don't
game.
care about what's hot for humans. We care what's hot for the Dota characters. It's Broodmother. It's Bane Elemental. I don't fucking know. It's weird shit like that. So it's that just reminds me of like how fucked up Dota's lore is. It's not meant for human
I'm not sure if this makes me want to play Broodmother more or not. I think it does. I think I want to play Broodmother more now.
So that's just a weird thing. Let's go to the next riddle, and we'll talk a little bit more about the different games and stuff.
The state of our lore is that you told me that. It's so crazy that I both believe it, and I'm like, I can't even tell. He could be completely lying to me, and I have no idea. Like, it's completely possible. Like
it's in the voice lines actually. Yeah. It's voice lines indicated that basically everybody wants to sleep with Broodmother. And they're like, yeah, you got legs, man. Like, what the
legs for days.
Legs for days. If you're a leg guy, Broodmother, oh man, you know, she's especially for like Zeus and especially for Zeus and for Monkey King, they can both transform into things that can
with more
copulate
legs
with Broodmother. So they totally go for it. So
this is why we have a table of attributes of Dota characters, and you can sort it, and amount of legs is one of them.
No leg strats, I remember back. Who was it? It was Sunspan that coined the term, I think. Look, they have the no leg strat where it was just like Naga and then a bunch of flying people, and then Lena. But there's a Lena, yeah, but she's not actually using her legs, so it's still the no leg strat.
Two legs. That's my stance.
I mean, of course she counts, but that's when the term was coined. Is like how many
No
legs do you
leg
need to win
strat.
Dota tournament?
Gotcha. All right, next riddle.
So here's the next one here. Got 3 stuns that pack a sting, a spell to find you with. Cage match is my favorite thing, although I'm a smith.
Got 3 stuns that pack a sting, a spell to find you with. Cage match is my favorite thing, although I am a smith. So I think my first biggest hint, if I knew the lore better, would be who is actually a smith in Dota. But I don't know the lore well enough. However, then working backwards to the kit wise, 3 stuns. Not many heroes have 3 stuns. I don't know if that's supposed to be 3 stuns in one spell or just they have 3 stuns. I'm gonna go with separate first. A spell to find you with is like scouting, which along with 3 stuns has already limited it to like 1 hero, I think. And then a cage match first made me think of duel. That's kind of like usually what a cage match is, like 1-on-1. But I think clockwork is
actually is clockwork.
Yes, because
you're so good, man.
Yeah.
There's one riddle that you've had to guess twice at. You're way too good for this. I'm glad I have some other content to fill
the Manta
void.
one. I'm like 1 yeah, an 8 out of 9.
1 loss so far, man.
Let's
That's
see.
very impressive. As for knowing the lore, just remember that the Keen folk are all basically smithies.
Okay,
and,
that's what I was thinking.
Clockwork, his dad was a clock maker, and so he knows a lot about like clockwork gadgets. So he wanted to make himself a suit of armor to protect himself from the baddies. So that's where he has his armor suit. It's funny, a lot of people that when they're starting a Dota, they don't recognize that Clockwork. It's a guy in a suit.
He's not he looks like a robot. He looks completely
he just looks like a robot.
Yeah. Tinker
Absolutely.
actually
But
as
if
well,
you look closely,
like, at a glance.
you can see like fabric and stuff for his arms and legs.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the same as a Sniper. Sniper, Snapfire, Clockwork, Tinker, Timbersaw. I think that's... Oh, and I think... Actually, I'm not sure. The guy on top of Alchemist himself, but not the ogre that most people think of.
I actually don't think
him.
Alchemist is
he
a Keen. Don't quote me on this.
He's just a small guy on an ogre?
Like a goblin character. Maybe he's a Keen, but he's like unique in that he doesn't actually invent. He makes concoctions and potions.
That's its own
Which,
kind of
if you look at Alchemist's kit now, and Alchemist from Warcraft 3, it's like the same kit. There's so much still copied. It's ridiculous how much like Dota, not just Dota 2 comes from Dota 1, but Dota 1 copies from just Warcraft 3.
I mean,
it's
it
borderline.
makes sense. It's where it came from. Which actually, someone asked I can see in the chat now, Warcraft 3 having good lore.
Techies.
Why can't it? Why isn't Dota based? It's because of legal reasons. Because different teams made it. Because Blizzard made Warcraft 3, which then Dota 1 was the mod of, but they didn't go further. So then Valve has it. So there's like some tensions there. They technically have the rights, but they don't have rights to like everything. That's why Skeleton King got removed, which is a shame. He was one of my favorites.
Wraith King.
Yeah, he became Wraith King, but now they gave him back the Skeleton King as an Arcana. So it's kind of funny how they navigate it. I don't know all the legal battles that they have to go through for it, but that's kind of why the lore is like similar but different.
Skeleton King actually had 2 reasons for his rework. One is you can't share names between Dota 2 and properties from Blizzard. That's like the main thing. It's not about visuals, it's the names. But the reason that it didn't get changed to like Bone King or something like that is actually because of China. As you know, there's a lot of things that have to be modded and like changed for our Chinese Dota to have less blood and gore, less skeletons, less anything that's like scary. And so they're like, well, we have to change Skeleton King because of the name, and we also have to give him a Chinese model. We'll just make him Wraith King and he'll work for both.
Yeah.
So it's mainly because of those 2 things combined.
I mean, they're on to it. Spooky skeletons, man. Freak you out, you know?
It's so harsh, actually, like how much Dota has to be changed for Chinese stuff. Like you can never, like if you go right now into Dota 2 and open up the server ping, Chinese server ping is never shown because they have their own individual server that
Yeah, they got their
doesn't
own
talk to
stuff.
anything else.
Mhm.
It's crazy. But also talking about why other stuff like got changed. Yeah, we talked about names, items. A lot of the items got renamed because of these like legal stuff. But did you hear about all of the drama between like Warcraft Reforged and Dota 2? Or like Dota, did you watch like listen in on any of that?
I knew Warcraft Reforged. I know had a lot of like issues on coming out, but I didn't know it had issues with Dota specifically.
It did. So what happened is when Warcraft 3 Reforged got released, and someone in chat mentioned it, it is Warcraft Refunded. Nobody likes the Reforged. It was so buggy. In there, like when you launch the game, you have to accept a clause. Any custom games work will legally belong to Blizzard. You can't make money off of it or do anything with the custom games, which everybody hated. Clearly, they are still salty about not having ownership of the Dota IP.
They could have
So
had
now
it,
they have to
though.
lock it down.
Yeah.
This caused a lot of drama because people were making IPs because they wanted to make games for themselves. They wanted to be credited as the owners. They're like, Footman Frenzy. If you ever played that stuff, you play like Tower Defense, you play Island Defense. Man, I have so many games I played from Warcraft 3 days. Only Dota 2 and Auto Battlers, those are the only two genres. I guess Tower Defense as well. Those three genres like really made it. And they got their start and popularity in Warcraft 3. And ever since Reforged came out, I haven't seen anything new or innovative created because they said anything created will be owned by Blizzard. So people are like, why create it then? What's the point?
Yeah,
so
I agree.
there's a lot more custom maps now for Dota 2, but
Our
not that
arcade's
much
a little
new
messy
stuff.
too, but
Arcane, yeah, it's
my wish here. So we got Dota out of a Warcraft 3 mod, and I think it's hilarious that Dota 2 then spawned a new genre, the auto battler, essentially as well, where someone made that super popular auto chess, and we now have a lot
the auto
of
battler comes from Warcraft 3,
Does
so
it?
like that's still it does.
Whichever
I'm
one,
gonna make a video about it as well.
Yeah, whichever, like the fact that Dota then had an arcade and then the auto battler like got really popular as well off of that. But auto battlers, I have not seen have their own arcade mode. So how are they supposed to continue this trend? How will they create a new like genre? The next like whoever's working on auto battlers, you got to add in an arcade mode so you can spawn another game. We're missing it.
Yeah, it's tough. I love the modding support. I love arcane modes and stuff like that, but it's like it's a lot of work from the developers for something you can't monetize. You can't sell skins for the custom games. Custom games are just custom games. So doing all of that work, a lot of devs just don't want to do it. I think you're right though. If you have like custom game modes, mod support for auto battlers, that could be the catalyst for the next genre. I kind of want a re-emergence of Legion Tower Defense. That was one of my favorite games to play. It's like one of the sources for auto battlers, but it never made it to the same point where Legion Tower Defense is like an auto battler team game, which is pretty cool, and I love how it's created there. I'm gonna give you the next the next riddle, and we're gonna go forward with that.
Okay.
This one, very quick. Let's go through it, and I'll give you the next right after. You don't need glasses. That is just me. I will kill fastest with RNG.
I'm being thrown off by the glasses part. I'm trying to... Hold on. Oh, wait. Let me close my chat before I read anything. So RNG limits it to a couple different like heroes and items. You don't need glasses. I will kill fast.
Don't need glasses.
RNG. So being killed quickly through RNG, I'm thinking critical hits. That's like Chaos Knight, Phantom Assassin, Daedalus. You don't need glasses. I feel like that's a voice line that maybe I don't know.
I'm trying to think.
It is not a voice line. I'll give you that one.
What else has RNG? Ogre has some RNG.
Ogre has some RNG. Does that fit in the riddle?
Does he need
What do you
glasses?
think?
He might.
I'll talk a little bit about ogre lore after, like, while you're trying to solve this one.
Sure, go for it.
I love how if you've ever read ogre's hero lore, the ogre species is described as the dumbest sentient species in all of Dota 2, to the point where they can't feed themselves. They're carnivores, but they can't hunt. They don't know how to use tools. They will talk to trees because they'll think the other tree is another ogre, and they won't understand why the tree is ignoring them.
I didn't know that.
They can't walk in straight lines. They don't. I swear they'll like die from suffocation if they forget to breathe manually. They are really, really stupid. And one of the most powerful gods in all of the Dota world, the goddess of luck, has taken pity on this truly pathetic race. They don't want the race to actually die because they can't procreate. Like, the ogres will have sex with boulders because they think it's another ogre. They are totally not mindful of anything that's happening around them. So this goddess of luck is like, you know what? I'm going to be your patron god. I know you don't even know what a god is, but I'm just going to help you out. You're going to be my pets. So they made it so they don't need to hunt. Prey will just die in front of them so that they can eat. They don't need to walk in straight lines. The world will be lucky, so they'll always get to where they want to be. And to protect them, once a generation, a powerful ogre will be born, more capable than any other in his species, having 2 heads so they can combine the wisdom and wield like basic magic and also have conversations. So the reason Ogre Magi has, like, think about it. He throws a fireball as one of his abilities. Lina does that as an auto attack. Like, that's the difference in lore between the ogres and just like anyone else. And so that's why Ogre is super, super lucky, is his patron god is like, you need to defend the entire species of ogres. I know you don't even recognize that there are more of you, but you are the destined 2-headed ogre. You can wield basic magic.
There you go.
So that's the thing. You mentioned ogres, but do you have any answer for this riddle?
So as you were talking, I was thinking, I was doing both. Don't worry. I was trying to figure out this glasses line, like glass cannon or something to go with RNG. But actually, I remembered, like, with Phantom Assassin, she has blur, and I think that's what glasses would be for. So I'm gonna go with Phantom Assassin.
That's correct. It is Phantom Assassin.
Took a little.
She's saying
there.
you don't need glasses. That's me. As in, she's blurry whether you have glasses or not.
Gotcha.
And of course, she's an RNG goddess. How many times have you sacrificed a small goat to Gaben just so you can have a good PA game? You know, it's a daily ritual. I'm gonna give you the next one. This one stumps quite a few people.
Ooh,
so let's see if you can solve it. Right, I'll put it up, and we can talk about it as we go. And I'm gonna put it on my side here. Some of these riddles, for people in chat or for you, Zach, you'll notice that when I was a TI, from time to time, like between games, I would stand to the side and people would come to me and I would give them riddles. These are the riddles I gave. If you're in the chat, or if you're Zach, I guess, if you know the answer from an external source, you can let me know, but don't spoil it for others that are also in chat that may have never heard the riddle before. So here's the riddle here. You got it here. My brother is the one you want, the favorite of us, but only I can see him now, and so in me you trust.
So I think, if you know the lore, the hint is brothers. But I don't know how much of my lore I know of, like, how many brother pairings there are. But only I can see him now, so in me you trust.
Only I can see him now, and so in me you trust.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I should be able to see like, as an outside, maybe I can't see the hero in the game that's the brother, or maybe it means something else.
Remember that the riddles are spoken as if in first person from the answer.
That is good to know.
So that might help a little bit.
So the answer is like whoever's speaking.
So yeah, who is saying my brother is the one you want, the favorite of us, but only I can see him now, and so in me I trust.
See, this is where I don't know how many the brothers are. I'm gonna brainstorm out loud. You don't have to reveal anything.
You can go ahead.
I'm thinking.
Don't use your chat to.
Yeah. I won't.
Don't
I
use
won't
your
look
chat
at the chat.
to cheat. But I can tell you right now, I'm looking at your chat. No one's guessed it yet.
No one's guessed it yet. Okay, so
So
I don't know if actually
Zach's
techies.
chat. You guys gotta try again, man. It's this one's among the more difficult ones.
So I don't know if techies they're actually brothers. I know one's hidden in the barrel, but I don't really know if he's meant to be the favorite or if like
It's
why
not
would be trusting
techies.
the other.
I'll
So
just tell you right now.
Yeah,
it's not
I
techies,
wasn't.
whether
I
they're
didn't think it
brothers or
would
not.
be. I'm also thinking about Anti-Mage and
Dota 2 lore,
Terrorblade.
not Dota 1 lore.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not
So
related in Dota 2.
I wasn't sure where they fell out there. Jakiro, they're twins, but we can see both of them.
We can see
So
both
I
of them,
don't
so
really
it's not
think
really
that's
going to be
it.
Jakiro.
Same would apply to Ogre Magi. Did someone consume their brother? I'm trying to think. Are there any heroes like that? This is hard. I feel like I'm not looking at like a list of heroes either, so I'm just trying to like think about the heroes.
By the way, you
I'm
can pull up a
struggling.
list of heroes. You can pull up a list of items, a list of buildings. Just have the game open. It's totally fine as long as you don't like look up the answer to the question.
Okay. Let me pull up a heroes
You are
page.
absolutely willing to you can totally do that. You can show it to your chat if you wish. But while you're thinking, I want to ask. Actually, I'll give you a moment more to think here.
Okay.
I'll set something up.
Sure.
I'm gonna get some water.
Okay, yeah, go. All right, chat. I can't see you guys, but I'm thinking. Now that I see the different heroes in the game, the Spirit Brothers, they're also brothers, but we can see all of them, I think. Right? I mean, we didn't see the Void one for a while, but it sounds like there's only one brother, so I think 4 brothers is too much. Who else has a brother? And who consumed their brother in the womb? What about the Keen folk? Do they have
I
any
am back.
brothers? Hey, what's
You have
up?
any thoughts?
I'm still going through it. I was thinking there are Spirit Brothers, but I think this sounds like there's only one brother, or I get 2 brothers
Just the
total.
one.
So
It's not any of the Spirit Brothers, nor any of the Keen folk.
oh, it could also be. I was thinking of like 2 brothers, but maybe it's a sister and a brother, and it could be someone talking about their brother.
That's an interesting thought.
But I still don't know who has a brother, because I know Lena and Crystal Maiden, but they're sisters. They don't have another sibling that I know of.
If you learn this answer, you're gonna be like, "Oh, of course, duh. Oh yeah." I'm waiting to see that reaction. I'm gonna check your chat while you're looking at this.
Okay. See if anyone has it.
Without telling your chat much, one person guessed it.
Ooh, someone's got it. See, my brother is the one you want, the favorite of us. So it's the second sibling, the unwanted one. And I'm not sure about the trust part, though. I don't know if it's related at all, but it does make me think of like maybe it's a carry type hero because you have to trust them to carry you later. But I don't know about that one. I don't think Arc Warden. They're clones. I don't think they count as like brothers.
Yeah, that's not
and I
it.
can see both of them anyways.
And for your chat, Inglesimp, you are totally the right one. Everybody's congratulating the guy that guessed it already. So looks like
He's got food poisoning and he's thinking it through faster than me.
Yeah, you can ask me for hints if you ever get stuck for too long, or we can talk about some other stuff while you're thinking about the riddle.
Let's talk about some random stuff for a bit, and if I still have nothing, we'll
Who do you like to watch for like your Dota 2 consumption? Like, what do you subscribe to on YouTube?
I follow a lot of different content creators just to see like what people are up to and to try not to like if someone just made a video on a topic. I mean, if I've already started working on it, then like whatever. But if I see someone has just made a topic, I will try not to like do the exact same thing. Not that you can't, but I don't know. I don't want to
you're
seem
not gonna
like
be
I'm
like, you know what?
stealing it or
They did it, but I'm gonna do it better. Because like when I make video topics, I don't care if anyone else has done it. I know that I'm gonna put in a lot of effort for all the editing and having everything nice and representable.
I think
So I don't mind covering ground, but I usually don't. I think
Yeah.
I'm niche. Like nobody else compares the games as much as I do.
Yeah, it's not too often. Anyways, not as far as I know, not someone who's like regularly does it. It's like a one-off video every now and then or something.
Mm-hmm. So what? You follow people on YouTube just to watch the competition? What's up with that?
I mean, I also watch it to see what they say to like
Okay.
other people like learn. But
you
that's
made
like
it sound like everybody's against me.
no, it's not.
I gotta
It's
make
not
the
like
videos better.
I don't mean it as a competition thing, but just as a like. I guess it is part of that, but more just like I don't want to just imitate what other people are doing, but also to see what is like relevant and topical because I'm not going to copy a full video, but if there is a lot of discussion over like a certain topic, that could be something useful to make a video on. But also just for my own education, like I may not know certain hero, so if someone makes a video on a certain hero, then I'm curious or like a new mechanic, because I do like the game as well, and I'm trying to like keep up with stuff. So I do try to pay attention to that. But to be honest, I don't sit down and watch that much Dota like content from other people as much because now that I do it myself, it's just like kind of overwhelming to like play Dota and then make videos on Dota and then also watch Dota.
Watch Dota.
So I do still watch some, especially tournaments. I watch a lot of tournaments and I'll watch some like streamers, especially as I'm working. But I don't watch as much content as maybe would be expected because it's just it gets like really overwhelming.
My favorite content's probably Dota What the Fuck. I've been watching them since inception, man. It's great to see how the channel's changed and grown. I don't even know who owns it anymore. It's changed ownerships a couple of times, but they're still pretty funny. It's fun that I actually like thinking about it. I watch some Dota content, but I think I might watch more League of Legends content because I don't play League. But I have committed to making comparison videos. So I got to keep up with what's happening on the League side a little bit more. Since I already play Dota, I can just click a button and it shows me all of the recent patches and changes and stuff like that.
At least that's work content still, technically. I will actually watch a lot of content on like I'll watch Age of Empires and like old school RuneScape and StarCraft and stuff.
Dude,
totally
you watch
unrelated. Totally unrelated to what I do, but it's
You
not
watch
it's
Age of
something I don't
Empires
do.
too?
Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
The Viper is the best gamer of all time. I don't care what everybody says about Faker. I don't care what everybody says about Anna or like No Tail. Dude, no, the Viper is so good.
He's very
7
good.
years, nearly uncontested, single-digit losses in tournaments for 7 years. That is absurd to me.
It's pretty
Who
crazy.
does that in professional gaming?
Flash and Boxer.
Maybe, but like
I think they're
so
also
rare.
up there. I can't remember who. I think Flash is the biggest, right? Actually, I'm thinking Boxer was dominant for a bit, but I know StarCraft has some like very extreme domination for a while.
I don't actually know anything about StarCraft, but for their competitive scene. But yeah, Age of Empires 2. A couple years ago, I was really into it. I got like top 15% in the game for ranked, and I'm like, you know what? I peaked. Let's call it here. I just went back to playing Dota. G-Force in my chat says that he's rooting for Leary. Dude, Leary is so good. Ever since the Viper got like carpal tunnel, essentially, he's not been playing as well. I think Hera and Leary are both trying to take his spot in the top.
I see a lot of
See what
Hera.
happens.
I see his videos a lot. I've seen his channel growth.
Hera is also really good. Any guesses on this riddle? My brother's the one you want, the favorite of us, but only I can see him now, and so in you trust. If not, I'll give you a hint.
I think I might need a hint because
It's
am
not a
sure.
hero.
It's not a hero. I was thinking a lot about heroes. Let's go look at item pages, maybe. But I don't think items would have brothers. Perhaps it could be a neutral creep. I'll look through these items real quick. I don't know if there would be a brother in these items, though. I don't know what else it could be besides neutral creeps. I'm not sure. I know I'm supposed to keep it broad and open, think about Dota as a whole. Favorite of us, but like. My brother is the one you want. What do I want in Dota? Good teammates. I wanted money. Trusty shovel?
It is not Trusty Shovel. I don't know how that thing has a brother.
Yeah, me neither.
That you can't see.
Think about what I trust though, and like trust that shovel.
You're reading too far into the name, I think. I'll give you another hint if you're still stuck.
Okay, give me another hint.
It is an item, and it is one of the most popular items in the game.
Popular items. We got Magic Wand. We got Blink Dagger.
The untrusted shovel.
Got BKB, debatably. What do you call that? Boots are popular. Wards are popular.
To respond to someone in your chat, I'd like to. I am vibing because I'm listening to, was it Tropical House on my end? If my stream just has like music all the time.
I turned off the music this time to like focus in on it. Maybe I need like the riddle, the thinking music. What's I don't know. I'm struggling on this one.
Mm-hmm.
My chat already got it.
Yeah, they got it really long time ago.
I was due for one that
you can
struggled.
give up if you really want to, but it's gonna be so obvious if I tell you. You're gonna hate yourself for it.
My brother is the one you want, the favorite of us, but only I can
What's an
see
item
how.
that you're like, you really want to get this item,
Dagon,
but you don't see it?
Midas. But you don't.
It is not Midas.
You don't see it.
Because only I can see him now.
Is it an Invis item? Related to Invis? At a secret shop?
You're so close.
Oh, so close.
Chat, he's so close.
Can I
man.
buy
He's like,
this item?
Of course, it's an Invis item.
Can I buy this item?
You're a support player. This is like your favorite item in the world.
It's not the Midas though.
Doesn't know.
Okay, what do we got?
Any more hints than that, I might as well just tell you the answer.
Let me think through. Invis things, we got Shadow Blade, we got the Shadow Amulet, we got Silver Edge. Are any of those these? The favorite of us. Do I have a favorite between these three? Oh, there's Glimmer Cape too. I never want to buy a Glimmer Cape. I want to buy a Midas. Trickster Cloak? I don't think it would be that.
It's literally invisible.
The item? A Sentry? An Observer? One of those two? Ricky's Invis?
Make a guess, man. Should I tell you the answer?
A literally invisible item?
Do you want me to tell you, or are you gonna like hate yourself afterwards?
I feel like I'm supposed to know it.
Man, he's trolling me, man. There's no way this is real.
No, I don't know it. Okay, what is it?
All right. The answer is a sentry ward. Think about the riddle now that you know the answer.
My brother is the one you want. Speaking about
So who do you
observer.
want? You want observer wards.
I want sentry
But-
ward sometimes.
No, you want to get the observer ward, but you don't see it because observer ward is the favorite one. Everybody has observer wards. They don't care about sentries as much. So you buy sentries to kill the observer wards, but only I can see him now, and so in me you trust. It's literally an invisible thing.
Everything's gonna see the observer wards.
Like Zeus, Bolt, and what, Gem? It's really rare to catch an observer ward except for like specific detection.
That's more
Even
than
the Dust of
only.
Appearance doesn't revel it. Dude.
Man, I was
think you could have
struggling on
gotten
this
it.
one.
I
I
think
was
you were
struggling.
overthinking this one. All right, I'm going to give you another one. And then I want to talk about, you started talking about all of your crazy ideas for fixing like high ground and stuff. And I think we only covered one, and then we changed topics. I'm going to go back to that.
Okay, yeah, we can do that because I already know the answer to this one. So I'll post this and let other people think about this one. Okay, so here's a good one. Here, Age of Empires fan, right? So part of the issue with high ground is that you have to walk up to the enemy's high ground.
Wait,
and they
why'd you say an Age of Empires fan?
Oh, you're
is
gonna
this
see.
related?
This is your own riddle. So the problem is that all your buildings are in the back and they're nowhere near. And so that's like part of the challenge. You're so close to the enemy base. There's the high ground. The towers are there. So we need like the challenge that creates that they have so many advantages defending high ground that you cannot, like, you struggle to break it. So I think Roshan or a tier neutral or like some new mechanic, right? We get late enough to the game. You need to be able to acquire a building kit. And you should be able to build different things, potentially a siege creep.
Are you talking
or
like a sequel to the repair kit? Because that thing was so toxic.
The
man.
repair
Holy
kit's
shit.
repair kit's boring. I am now bringing my villagers from the base, and I am building a castle next to my enemy's like base, and we are shooting them down over time. I am building
What the fuck? Did you get a castle drop?
a
in
trebuchet,
Dota?
and we are going to. Yes, I do. 80 minutes into the game, I want a castle drop. I don't think that's the craziest thing a man should want at 80 minutes when I cannot break the high ground because their base is too strong. Yeah, I want to build an outpost on their, like, outside their base so I can see into their base, and that will let me, like, have my own advantage. Or I want to build my own temporary tower in front of their base so that I have my own defensive structure that they have to come into to kick me out. I think when the game gets late enough, I deserve this.
Oh my god, dude. They actually have this in League of Legends. One of the champions in League can build towers.
From the dead ones, right? The sand guy.
The sand guy. His name is Azir.
Yeah.
Yeah, his passive builds towers, but the difference is Azir's towers kill themselves. And then they count as a tower kill, so it gives a lot of gold.
Really? Is that how that works?
Yeah. Yeah,
No,
they
I don't
do
want
damage
that.
to themselves every second.
No. I'm here to tower drop the enemy. I want to, I want to bring in my villagers and I want to build it. I want to bring in like creeps from the other lanes. I got to walk over with their little hammers and I got to go bop, 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 bop. And the more creeps that get there, the faster it builds. The carries should invest gold into it. And then I won't mind the carries farming so late, right? I want them to put their gold into my new castle right outside their high ground.
Oh my god,
and
dude.
then we're gonna shoot arrows. It's gonna do like 1 damage at a time, but it shoots like 7 arrows at a time. And it's gonna slowly
It's
whittle down
actually
that
just
tower.
a castle.
Yeah, or a trebuchet or
Jesus,
whatever.
man.
Something to make the high ground easier. This is what Dota needs.
So something that League of Legends has, the Baron buff increases the attack range of their siege minions. Do you think having a buff that can increase the attack range of siege creeps might be your solution?
I think it's something you could test, but I don't think it would be enough because we have a lot of instant kill things that could just kill the catapult really quickly, like Midas, Dagon, Devour.
But then you just like buff it
just auto-attack
anti-Midas or
things.
something.
if you want to increase the attack range enough that it becomes like a trebuchet, I don't know. It sounds like a workaround to my idea, but I guess that's fine. But I think the
Your idea
trebuchet is
sounds
a
like
lot
a
more
workaround that you're
interesting
playing
strategically.
MOBA, but you want to play Dota,
personally,
like RTS.
it's a lot more interesting of a strategic element to build and
Right.
develop a
You
base.
gotta have more than just that as an answer, right? Yeah. Well, is that the best you got?
That's the
for
fun ones.
How
Other
to
things are very boring and practical, like changing the amount of gold you get for kills, changing like the defensive bonuses your team gets, or like you said, buyback, stuff like that. Like those are all possible. Increasing the amount, it's a little uneven on the rating and dire about where you can place observer wards to see into the enemy base. Those are all set. Increasing the amount, like there's a couple places on the map that there's like a very tiny little bump. There's one in the Radiant tier 2 in front of the tier 2. There's two randomly in the river, like in the bridge. There's a tree on it. No one uses it. After it first came out, people were like, oh, this could be a cool observer ward. No one uses it anymore. If you put a little bump like that outside the high grounds, that could also be a massive change. It sounds like a little, but it could allow you to place an observer ward outside the enemy base.
Just to have high ground vision is going to be insane. That's half of your defensive idea. There is high ground vision.
That the enemy would
There's
struggle
already
to
like
get
sneaky ward spots that you can place, but they just get dewarded every time.
Because it's in the enemy's
I'm
base,
talking-
so it's not hard. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Radiant tier 3 bottom lane, where you have like that little outcrop. That's probably the closest you have to what you're talking about. It's slightly outside the base, but it's still close enough for supports to just like attack it. I think just anything that the team can fight over that isn't just the tower, if you make an outcropping a bit too far away, the defending team will never reach it. If you make it too far in, the defending team can kill it. And then you have to have something that the enemy... Oh, excuse me. The enemy has to put themselves in danger to counter your offensive strategy. I'm not sure if a warding spot is ideal. I like that idea, but probably something like a watcher would be better because you have infinite wards. Well, not infinite, but you can like stack multiple. But the warding spot, like a watcher, if that thing gets shut down, then it's over. You can't reclaim it for like 2 minutes.
That's true. It'd be interesting though, because it'd be really easy for a defending team to like preemptively cap that so the enemy doesn't get, and then it's on cooldown for like 7 minutes. So that one might need like a unique mechanic. And the issue with having like a little ledge for the vision could be like the cliffing that would come, but it could still be something. I think to tie it back though, being able to build some kind of structure that sees over, I think that'd be the way to go about it. You could like put it right
sounds
outside.
like a fun one.
Yeah?
I'll be more okay with that existing in my games than getting castle dropped. I'm already getting castle dropped in Age of Empires. I don't need it again in Dota.
Just following you through games, getting castle dropped.
But
in
if it's
different
like
places.
an 80-minute thing, I mean, I'll never see it. So I guess that's
why,
okay.
like Roshan. Okay, so like it goes Aegis, Cheese, and then Ags or Refresher, and that's kind of where it's stuck. It used to be both. Yeah, exactly. So it's very late into the game, right? We're not siege kitting 5 minutes in. That's too broken, right? This is 50 minutes plus the 4th, 5th Roshan, right? He can come in parts. The 4th Roshan has like the trebuchet arm. The 5th Roshan has like the wheels. This is like Kirby Air Ride now, where you randomly
what happens if one Roshan gets snuck? You just don't
have
have
to steal it from the
trebuchet
enemy.
ever?
You got to steal it from the enemy. In
Holy
Kirby
shit,
Air
man.
Ride, you had like 3 different components of like the best ships, and different people could pick them up. You got to kill that guy, take his ship piece. Now we're encouraging fighting in Dota again, so you can steal their catapult pieces to siege the high ground.
That's okay. I can see that as like a fun mechanic. I don't know if somebody puts that in there, they're like, oh yeah, Zach is like he was either big brain or maybe they think, yep, for real, Ice Frog is back because Ice Frog. He would implement something as crazy as that.
It sounds crazy.
He's done some wacky stuff.
It sounds
for the
crazy,
games.
but people thought like neutral items, talents, like none of that ever made sense in Dota. Like especially neutral items, like that was crazy to people. Like this is a totally different game. This is not Dota anymore. But many of us, it is Dota now. It's simply what it is. like you said earlier, it's like, oh, you can't change these things. People are used to it. Like, give it a week. People forget. It's what you're used
give it
to
a week.
after a little bit. So trebuchets, right? This is crazy. This is broken. A week later, you're like, so this is the best tower spot, and this is where castles should go, and housing supply in the back to not block your own stuff, right? It's
Housing supply in the back, dude. You know what you reminded me of when you said housing supply? You ever played Castle Wars back in the day?
a little.
It's where you have a builder, you build a structure, and the structure naturally produces units over time. It's one of the MOBA core mechanics now.
I don't know if I don't know if I played like one called Castle Wars, but I played a similar concept in a StarCraft arcade game.
Okay, cool. Maybe you can have one of those, just like add new units that spawn in, and then everybody's just gonna call us a MOBA. Sorry, not a MOBA clone. Kotsis clone. Heroes of the Storm. Because like in Heroes of the Storm, you capture the neutrals, and instead of like them giving you gold, they just go and fight for you, and you have like siege neutral creeps.
I think it's good.
Yeah, you have a siege neutral creep, a boss neutral creep. Like you kill Roshan, and then Roshan just spawns in as like automatically controlled like creep, and just walks down the lane for you. That would be also pretty funny. Okay, so you said you already know this one?
Oh yeah, this is Tangos.
Give it to me.
Tangos.
It's Tangos.
It used to
Some
be.
people forget they used to come in 5s.
And you used to immediately lose 2 of them
crazy.
as you gave them away to your mid laner. It was free of
Yep,
that.
your
I was
friends
one of
all
the,
wanna borrow
This was one
me,
of the
but never
hypest
give me
moments
back.
in a patch. I don't even remember what patch it was. Maybe I'll go back to it and like find the clip
Where
of
the
it.
Tango goes to like a 20-second, 30-second
Yeah,
cooldown.
when it became
You're
a
like,
cooldown,
oh my god, I don't
I
have
was
to
like,
do this
I'm
anymore.
free. I am Dobby getting a sock. I'm like, the mid laner does not have a hold on me anymore. I am gone.
God, how many times I've had my mid rage quit. My support didn't give me 2 tangos. I lose. I can't. Dude, it's 90 gold. Just do it. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. That was crazy. On that note, with tangos, here's a quick riddle. We'll go through this one, and then during the next, we'll talk about the next topic. Let's see if you got this one.
Okay. Tangos terrify me more so the quelling blade. Just how scared must I be when Rizrak is played? So I'm thinking about trees. I'm thinking about the joke about Treant Protector. You can't actually tango Quelling Blade Treant Protector though. So
You can't.
I'm leaning towards trees, but
But you
maybe
can-
that's the joke of like it's Treant Protector.
You got it right. It actually is Treant Protector.
Nice.
A funny thing about the story between Treant Protector and Rizrak the Timbersaw, it's really kind of a reference to Batman. I don't know if you've ever read their stories, but what happened is you had an invasive, basically like forge town of keen folk. They're like, oh, this river is really nice for a mill. These trees are really cool. We'll build a little village here and we'll make our stand. And then after the village is settled, years later, because the Treant is always joking about how everything is like super slow motion for him. Like he can't walk fast. You buy a blink dagger, he's like, this will let me run. How fast? He's just like, it's funny about the speed. So basically a bunch of Treants go and slaughter everybody in Rizrak's village. Rizrak's the only reason he survives is that he like locks himself in the shed, and during the carnage is where he like gets his mental instability, right? He's totally insane because everything around him, like as you could say, his parents died, but it was like his whole clan died. And then he built a suit out of anything that his enemies will fear to strike fear in their eyes. And then he goes and like kills bad guys because for him, bad guys are Treants. So it's Batman, because Batman, the whole reason he's a Batman is like, I'm going to build something that will put fear into the bad guys, right? That's his whole shtick, because he's afraid of bats. And now he's like built, Timbersaw is just Batman. He built a suit out of saws and stuff, and then he's back at that. So that's why I have that Timber Saw, like Rizrak gets played, so it scares the Treant Protector. Okay, moving on real quick to the next. This one was one of the riddles that Slacks got out of me when I got interviewed. I don't know if you saw that one or its answer. If you saw the answer, we can move on. You just tell me what it is. But if you don't know the answer, give it a shot.
I might, but my memory is like a goldfish. So
The
I
worlds I create, full of fear and of hate, put all in a vulnerable state. My obsession is real with the terror you feel. Before me, even gods kneel.
So I do remember this being read on stream. I'm trying to remember what the answer was.
Try and solve it rather than searching your memory. What do you think?
So there are several heroes about. So either creating worlds or being scared. So like Elder Titan, World Creator, Terrorblade is terror. I feel like Bane also factors around like nightmares and fear. I'm trying to piece in together the before me even gods kneel. I mean, you can technically use your abilities on any of the heroes, some being gods. So like, no. Dream worlds are kind of like real worlds being created. Put all in a vulnerable state, and he has enfeeble. I think that's that. I'll go with Bane.
It is Bane. Well done.
Okay, I think that's more from remembering the stream than myself.
Yeah. The worlds I create full of fear and of hate, those are the nightmares. And of course, being put under nightmares kind of like a stun. Now, Bane is the manifestation of nightmares from one of the gods called Niktasha. And his entire purpose is to create nightmares for others, especially gods, because he was born from a god's nightmare. So, before me, even gods kneel, Bane knows the fears even of the most powerful deities.
Gotcha.
That's kind of like how he was spawned.
A little bit of lore there. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well done on that. While we go over the next riddle, we can talk about the next topic. But since this one was on, this one should be pretty easy. I'm going to send it to you right now. I'll read it out, then we'll talk a little bit more.
Okay. Got it. Go for
Everyone thinks that I am lame, but I am cool for every lane. You should stun me or instead, I'll be dancing till you're dead. So think about it for a bit, and I want to ask you just about some of your favorite... Oh, you know it?
I think, but we can talk a bit. I'll let people also think on it a bit.
Let's give your chat a shot. You're a big support player, and you mentioned that before that you used to be a carry, but you're like, oh, I want to be more active around the map. How come you didn't transition to like position 2 or position 3? They're still cores, but they're meant to be more active.
I'm a team player, so came to Dota from League, and League I'd played a lot of so I started with ADC, ended up doing support because no one wants to do it. So I mainly play. I would say like at the beginning of the game, like ADC support. I like that about League, that people call it at the start. It doesn't always get respected back before they had like the role queue stuff. But I liked that. Dota didn't really quite have that as much. Besides, you could like click on the mini map, but whatever. Anyways, you say that, and then like 5 other people said ADC, so I played support. And towards the end, I did start switching to the jungle and the mid because I liked the freedom of like doing other things. So when I came to Dota, I was like, I want to like do whatever, I want to try that. So I did play like mids and carries, but as I was playing with a group of friends, like people fit into different roles, and so I actually played mid a lot because my friends didn't want to play mid, and I had the most some of the most MOBA experience out of my group of friends because I played League. I had a different group of friends, I should clarify. That one group of friends played League, and then I started playing with another group of friends that started playing Dota because I had the most experience. Someone else also had a lot of experience, but he wanted to play carry, so I ended up playing mid a lot. And from there, I just ended up playing all the roles. And when I would play ranked, I did do every single role, and I just didn't care. I usually filled, which meant like 90% of the time I played support. So when I decided to try hard for MMR, it was again, I was open to anything, but personal philosophy identified. We still didn't have ranked roles at this point. I identified like what is the role I am most likely to play in most of my games. It's like it's almost always support. So I'll just commit to it. I will learn this. And on the off chance we have too many support players, then I will play core. And at that time I was still good enough that like it did work out. Like if I ended up core, I like knew enough about what I was doing to like make it work. But I just won most of my games as support. And then now we have ranked roles. I could switch over to core, but I don't know. I think about this quote I read. I can't even remember where I read it from, so I can't even properly quote it to the person. But I remember reading about like what is passion, and like for some people it's just like what you naturally feel, already love, like it's very easy for you to do, and that's what a lot of people think about it, and I get that. But then there's like another kind that this person described that they developed. It's like you don't have to like something, but you do it so much that you learn to respect it and appreciate it, even if you hate it, right? Like you just know it so intimate. I think it was like a doctorate student or something, like someone talking about their research where you're like, you hate what you do. It's like, it's so much stress and everything, but it's like, but I know this topic the best out of everyone. And you develop a passion from like doing something so much and learning it so intimately. I think that's where I'm at as a support player, even though I traditionally, like I started with like, oh, I want to do core roles and stuff. I have played so much supporting, and I've invested so much time in like learning how to do it well. I'm very passionate about it, even though I would have started with like maybe doing something else. So that's why I'm still here in the support.
Since you used to play core, now you mostly play support. Is there ever time you look at the cores in your game and are like, if only I was the core, I would do this instead. Why aren't they doing this? They're buying the wrong item. Where's their BKB? They're not pressing it. Like people, you're like, why are they so greedy with BKB activation? They're fine. Just click the button. It's fine if you waste a second. I don't need to die.
Yeah, when I was a better core,
anything like that happen to you?
Yeah, when I was a better core, I would like think about that a little bit more. Nowadays, I'm so out of touch with it. Even though I started to learn it again a little bit lately, my mechanics are still pretty rough. So I'm not really harsh on any core players' mechanics, but the number one thing is just like the communication aspect, because like the type of person drawn to different roles, I don't need the core player to be the best. I just need them to say like anything. I need them to like, hey, can I leave? Or like, hey, I'm ganking. I need them to like respond and do something. And if I ever have a core player who just like talks normally to me, I'm like, I'm content. I'm happy with this core player. That's like all I want. I have very low bars now. I don't even worry about like, oh, he should be doing this, he should be doing that. I think about it in terms of like trying to improve at the game, and more than thinking about my own role, I want to understand like, oh, he should be doing this. He's not doing it. I'm not going to like blame and yell at him, but like that's what I think he should be doing and what I would try to do if I was playing that. But if they at least say like, hey, I'm going for this, I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, he's communicating. He's telling something. He's not just getting mad right away. Like that's all I need now.
From your perspective as a support, what do you think is the biggest mistake that your cores in your games do? Not talking about cores in general, but what do you see? You're like, oh my God, you're such an idiot.
It's different. For NA, it's mostly extremely passive play. It's the North American like
Twitch chat.
The North American mentality. Yeah, pretty much, Steven Johnson. That's what you get from him. That's a pet peeve of mine. I've said before, like dead silence for like 5 minutes into the lane, and then a sudden outburst of like, why haven't you been doing this for the last 5 minutes? Like, just go back in time 5 minutes and tell me that's what you want, and I'll do it. Like, it's that easy. Why are you so angry over something you could have solved with 3 words? So yeah, the post mistake detailed explanation, I hate that. But to go back to your actual question, in North America, there's a very like, I don't know, it's like a greedy, selfish mentality play style, and many cores only think about like what they need to do and want to do, and they don't think beyond that. And as a support player, it's super boring because the support is, you're supposed to enable them. But when everyone's trying to do the exact same thing, which is like passively farm up gold, there's actually very little for a support to do. I've been playing in the EU servers the last couple weeks, and there's a lot better ideas from them about who's supposed to be greedy, who's supposed to be active, and it's a lot more fun as a support player. So that's kind of like the mistake I see a lot in NA, which is like, there are things I need to do as a support player that are objectively good for me. I'm supposed to go to the wisdom runes. I'm supposed to fight for lotuses. I forget to do it sometimes, but I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to go to the mid lane.
It's like 150 gold per lotus in regeneration
yeah,
resources.
It's huge.
It's not little.
I'm supposed to go to the mid lane and like help get the power rune. And the higher rank you are, and what seems to be more prevalent in like the EU servers at least, I don't know about like other regions beyond that, everyone, like people understand like, yeah, the support is helping to get a power rune, is good for the game as a whole. The mid will do something with it. They'll gank another lane. Like they understand like more the connection. But there's a constant issue in NA, which is like the carry will see you leave to a power rune and they'll be like, that support has hurt me. He is not helping me. It is not like farming me. And like even as like the mid comes and kills their lane, they're like, I got the kill on that. Like they're not thinking about the connection between it. So like that's the frustrating part about being a support player. It's like you're trying to do things that help the team, but you will be yelled at because you did not help the individual person at every single moment.
Who was it that famously is like, never leave lane as 5?
Gork.
Was it Gork?
It's Gork.
No, I thought it was Gork. I was just like, never leave as 5. I'm like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
You're fine. You're fine. Just farm up a little bit.
Yeah. There's a lot of nuance to it, but man, that's the frustrating part.
Of course.
Is like if they would help you understand, like, hey, I don't need you as much in this lane, you're free to move. Or someone says like, hey, I really need a lot of help. This is a bad matchup for me. Like, please stay with me. If I ever got any of that, it would really help me understand where I need to be. But for me, it is always a complete like, here's my prediction of what I think I need to do. Here's how like I think I should do it. I go do it. I get no feedback whatsoever. I'm like, was that right? Did it just work out by chance? I don't know. Sometimes you get yelled at, and it's really tough. Like, you have to balance out, like, he's yelling at me, I just want to, like, yell back and shut it out. But some people are genuinely accurate. Like, you're wrong. You're not doing the right thing, and it's really hurting me. And you have to take the anger out of that and take the proper feedback. And other people are totally dead wrong. They're just mad about nothing, and you're like, that's fake. Like, it's not real feedback. And I'm actually correct. I have to continue what I'm doing, and he's wrong. That's the really hard part about improving, when no one's talking to you and explaining like their viewpoints on what you need.
I get you. At one point, you mentioned that one of your peers, like when the carry just does nothing but like attack creeps forever. It reminds me, because I sometimes play carry. It is fun to treat the carry role as a PvE for 20 minutes.
It's fun. I like it.
And you're like, what do you mean there's other players? I'm gonna follow Base Hunter's motto. We'll be creeping while you're sleeping, the old Dota theme song. Yeah. We definitely need to talk a little bit more about game communication. I want to go back to that, especially for League. But let's see, what is your answer for the current riddle?
This is Crystal Maiden.
It is for sure Crystal Maiden. A lot of people don't get that it's Crystal Maiden, but it's supposed to be like the I'm cool for every lane. She's got the crystal aura,
the
which
aura
is global,
for everyone.
And it's ice themed. So I thought that would be cool. Also, like everybody says that Crystal Maiden is dancing during her ultimate. Well done on that riddle. And I'll load up the next one. And then I want to talk about the different forms of communication in both League and Dota.
Everyone who thinks she's lame, wrong. She's cool as heck.
No, she's cool for every lane.
I don't think she's a great beginner hero, though. A lot of people like to throw beginners
I
on
don't
her.
agree. I mean, I agree she's not good as a beginner because she has like 275 movement speed and 400 health. It's you die by somebody looking at you the wrong way.
She's
so fragile.
I think that's like unfun
But
for a new player when you have no idea what's
But
going
her
on.
damage
and you're
output
dead.
is so high. It's kind of ridiculous how powerful her DPS is. And like level 2, you get QW if you have the mana for it with some mangoes. You can be a massive bully.
It's really good.
But you can also just die.
That's why I think she's higher skill. skill than people give her credit for. Because when it's a new player, they're like, just max aura and just give me mana. But I think it's very like true, but I think it's very boring for a new player. It's like, what you do doesn't matter. Like, I'll do it. Like, that's not very fun for a new player. Like, I think, hey, I stun, you stun. Like, give them someone tankier that's like more engaged, I think is better. But also,
Yeah, I think
like you
Ogre
said,
Magi
she
is
has a lot of
fantastic for beginners.
yeah. I think she has a lot of potential, but it's tough because her balancing point is her positioning of like, you have powerful spells, but you're very limited on mana, so you have to know when to use them. You're very fragile, but the closer you are to the target, the more damage you will do with your ultimate, right? That is a very nuanced understanding that for a new player, they don't even know what heroes do. So it's like, how are they supposed to know? It's like, oh yeah, I stepped too far because I had this hero, I had to be like here. Oh, this game I can go in close. Like, it's too much for them. And so I think it's easier to pick, like you said, Ogre, whatever other tanky here is like, just run in. You're not gonna die. Just go in there and like press your buttons.
League players are really bad if they want to pick up Crystal Maiden or Witch Doctor or anything like that because they have no concept of channeled abilities. In League, channeled abilities are like you press it and the game will initiate the ability for after you finish the cast, while in Dota, the channeled abilities are initiated during the cast. So they think, okay, I'm going to press my channeled ability, then I'm going to move, and my ability will go off, and then they'll move. But instead, it's like,
cancel.
Oh, shit, I just canceled Black Hole. I just canceled Crystal Maiden's ulti. I don't even know what happened because they don't read the tooltips that closely that it's like a channeled ability.
Yeah.
It's
there are
the concept
for
channel
it, but
is very different from both
like
games.
You said. Does I can't remember. Does League have shift queuing?
No,
Gotcha.
it doesn't.
So that's like another
Not
mechanic
even a little
that if they shift queue,
that's something that came from the RTS roots of Dota. Dota does have channeled abilities now require hold stop. I think that's a new bait because then people will channel their ability. I mean, I tell people to take it, but I still think it's a new bait. People will channel their ability and then they don't know how to dodge. What was that?
The stop to cancel channels. I'll use that. I think it's helpful.
You use that?
Yeah. Because
no
then you can
way,
like, you
man.
can be
How
like
do you,
spam
why?
clicking and stuff without access. Because canceling your ultimate's game loser.
Well, just don't press it more than once. You gotta have that little bit of.
Sometimes it just go off properly. You're like spam clicking it to like get someone. I think I think you just have to build a reverse habit of pressing stop before doing whatever else you need to click. But I understand if you can use it without that, I think it's good. And actually, it does screw me over, which works out because I'm not a puck player. But if you use that command, it's impossible for puck to like to jaunt to the orb out of phase shift and stuff. Because you need to press stop phase and then do it. But there's then a gap that doesn't exist if you don't use that command. So technically, I could turn it off for puck because he doesn't channel anything else. But
I only use it for teleport requires hold stop because I can teleport to a place and then I can queue an ability that will immediately happen as soon as I land. But for channeled abilities, I tried it. I really did. But I played Oracle 2 games and I'm like, I can't get used to having my like Q and my E happen at the same time. And I just turned it off. I can't deal with it.
It just comes down to personal preference in the end. But I do like that setting.
Okay, I'm gonna send you the next. Oh, I think I already did. Did I send you the next one?
Yeah, we didn't do this one yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it here. I was once moved with every patch and can swing an early fight. There's no one that can match me when I'm bathed in light.
So this one, I'm not fully sure. So there's a strong light, light mechanic here, or imagery in that last line. So I'm thinking of heroes that use light, like Keeper of the Light, Dawnbreaker.
But it has to fit most of the lines.
Yeah.
Or all of the lines, I guess.
That's the tough part. Like the swinging in early fight, that would be fine. There's no one that can match though. So this has to be like the strongest hero when it comes to light, essentially, I think. Like when that hero is bathed in light, they are number one. And then I was once moved with every patch. So that's the part that's throwing me off a bit. It's making me think this hero, or maybe item, right, whatever it is, has been changed a lot. So that's where I'm like currently struggling. I was thinking about Phoenix because Phoenix can turn daytime into night, and she overrides Night Stalker as well. I think.
She, I don't know.
They?
He does override Night Stalker. He's got top
Okay.
priority
Okay.
over everything. Night Stalker, Luna ulti, Phoenix is on top.
Yeah.
Because Phoenix is just like a sun, you know.
yeah. So that's kind of what I was thinking, but
It
I'm
is
not sure about
Phoenix
moving the
and
patch.
it's not Keeper.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, moving with the patch. I thought maybe because switch from strength to universal, but it's not that like every patch, which is what this made it sound like. So,
People in your chat already got it.
no.
My chat hasn't yet, so they beat you again.
When I'm bathed in light. Oh, Omni Knight also has some light imagery around his
Yeah,
spells, but I
moved with every patch.
Yeah, that's the line that's like getting me. Okay, I'm gonna step back from all the other lines. Let's see what got changed with every patch, and what does moved mean? Moved from different attributes? That only happened recently, I think.
It used to move, like the patches used to move the answer all the time.
Used to move the answer all the time.
I'll give you a moment to think.
Okay. Yeah,
But
yeah.
if you want to talk about communication,
Okay, yeah, what's up?
do you use voice chat in Dota a lot?
Yes,
What do you think
yes.
about it?
When I stream,
too.
I get worse at it. I end up talking to my chat and not necessarily to my teammates. But when I'm not doing, like, if I'm playing offline and I'm just focused, I do end up talking quite a lot. Usually through voice chat. Like, I think that's best. There are times I don't feel like it and I'll type. And if people are being really toxic, I am maybe more likely to type rather than voice chat. But I do think voice chat is like number one.
I'm bringing it up because, like you mentioned, how your lane partner might just be, not speaking for 8 minutes and then they just give up. They just go jungle or destroy items. Hopefully not, Quinn. Quinn, Amar, Ramses, they're so tiltable. Holy fuck. But I think that voice chat is really cool. At the very least, it presents you as a human on the other side of the screen. I think I'm a huge proponent of voice chat as a toxicity negator. The more you seem to like just not talk constantly, but be accessible through voice chat, the less people seem to be toxic because they recognize you as another person, even if it's just like, unconsciously they'll treat you different. That's what I've noticed. And I'm bringing this up because I've talked to a lot of League of Legends players. And
How?
Like it's a what?
Just kidding. I was making
How?
a joke over their last low.
I get it. Sure. I'm off game, okay?
Okay.
During streams, people that like talk to, and it is actually split down the middle, 50-50. Some people are like, we are the last popular competitive multiplayer game without voice chat. Valorant has it. Counter-Strike has it. Dota has it. Fucking every like not every RTS, but like some new RTS are now getting voice chat. There is voice chat in like competitive team games, except for League of Legends. League of Legends, categorically refuses to include voice chat, and they think this is such a shame. And then the other half of the people are like, voice chat, never, please. I hope it never makes it to League of Legends. I will quit League of Legends if it had voice chat. This will be the end of the game if it gets included. I can't quite wrap my head around the differences, but they're saying, the people that would hate voice chat, one of their biggest things is like, if voice chat is added to League and I don't use voice chat, I will be at a disadvantage to everyone else that does use voice chat, and this will put me below everyone else. It'll force everybody to voice chat. And I'm like thinking about Dota. I was like, no, never.
No,
Nobody's
but
ever
also, I
forced
don't
to
think it's
play
even
it.
bad. What's wrong with using voice chat? I get it. Like,
They hate it. They think it's the worst.
I don't think it's a.
I wanted to hear your thoughts on it. Why do you think this might be for League? Do you think Dota would be a different game without it? Because I like using voice chat because I think Dota is a social game. I want to pretend I have people around me that I'm playing with. There's a little bit of social. Like I don't have my I need my social interaction hitman. I don't go outside. I'm a nerd.
Same. I mean, first, I think it's huge for a game like Dota or any game that. How do you have a teamwork game that you don't have the communication, right? Especially anything high complexity. Like pros go into the game, they don't type. Like, do the League pros? I don't know. Are they not allowed to talk? Can they only type?
No, they just talk through like team chat or Discord
exactly.
or some shit.
Because like any complicated game, especially for any quick motions that need to happen, which is why I usually recommend like ignoring the human element, avoiding toxicity, stuff like that. Like just the actual communication of the game. I have to take my hands off the keyboard. I gotta like type like please gank now, like it's too much. Being press one button or like open mic and just saying like what needs to happen.
They say you can ping enough. I'm like, dude, Dota's ping system is so much better than League's by leagues if you compare the two. And still, you can't communicate everything you want. Like, how are you supposed to say, guys, smoke behind me, I'll bait the lane. You can jump on them when Wraithkin comes forward.
There probably is a chat wheel for it, but have you ever dug through a chat wheel? We have a lot of chat wheel options, but no one uses it.
I never use the chat wheel, but I believe
it's too much. Yeah.
It's so much.
I don't... Well, I can understand that if other people are using voice chat and you don't, I mean, that is technically a disadvantage. That only affects very few people. Like, I know a lot of women don't like to use voice chat because they get targeted, which is kind of a separate issue. And I feel for that.
That is true.
Yeah, I feel for that. But I don't know if that is a reason to not have it. Like, I think the individual person can just not use voice chat if they don't feel comfortable with it or can't for whatever reason. And you could just listen. Like if people say, I want to gank now.
You could just listen.
Yeah, you could do it. Or you can, well, I don't know if League can do it, but you could attach something to your like ping wheel that says like, no. Like, hey, gank, like, no. Retreat, whatever.
There's no like voice like lines in the ping wheel for League of Legends. It's all emotes.
Gotcha.
Only,
well, you can have it like I don't know. There's got to be some kind of negative emote, and there would rise even if there's not.
There's an X. There's like coming here, run from here. That's
it would come up. It would
like,
come up if you have to do this kind of mixed communication. Like people will figure something out. I think it's good to add it in. I understand there's toxicity to it. Potentially, and that's something that needs to be addressed and handled. But that's usually what like a mute system is for, or like behavior score, some type of like mechanic like that, and not just like, well, there's toxic people, so we just can't have it. I don't know.
I swear, toxicity will get lower if somebody uses voice chat. I think it's because people can type. Have you seen like? Even I mean I make comparison videos, but there was a video made a couple months ago from Blitzbank. I don't know if you ever watched his stuff.
I know a little bit about it.
He has played League of Legends and Dota 2 for a decade, like both games, and he even says that League of Legends is way more toxic than Dota, and people will just type the most creative insults because they have to get around the toxicity filter. Like you can't say fuck. Well, Dota, you can just say fuck, whatever the fuck, who cares? But it's like it is really bad. I think that voice chat in Dota, there are many games I would not have won if no one on my team had voice chat. I usually am the guy that chats the most. I mean, I think of myself as like someone that can coordinate, but sometimes someone else can do it. You just need someone to be a center point for coordinating a fight. That's all you need. And you can't do that with pings. All you can say with pings in League are, I'm going here, my ultimate is off cooldown, which by the way, their ping system is so scuffed. I'm so sorry for them. They ping an ulti. You know what it says in chat? First of all, it doesn't say it like in anything special. Like when we ping, we have like a special icon to show that this is a ping rather than us typing, and it comes out right away with like specific responses. In League, it just says, so your name, because you're the chatter, R-16S.
Very simplified.
That's it. My ultimate is on a 16-second cooldown. Now, dude, what? Instead, when we ping it, it says my name, the name of the ability is on cooldown, and it's like nice and written out. You can immediately see it without having to like notice which letter is being used or anything like that. Plus, in League, when you don't know what all of the abilities are, like, you might know what a champion can do, but you don't know which one is on his Q or his W. Like, how are you supposed to know if they ping their Q ready? Like, which one's Q? I don't know. I know he's got a stun. I know he's got a leap. One of those is probably the Q.
I would actually like the option to choose between these. Like, I wouldn't mind if it's just like Q16.
Yeah, at least to choose.
Like, that would be actually
but they
okay
have
with
it just
me.
set.
Yeah, but I think the clarity of having all of it is useful.
I think in Dota, it would actually be bad to choose because a lot of people use legacy keys. A lot of people use custom keybinds. You ping your legacy key T for Invoker. How are you supposed to not Sunstrike? I don't remember legacy keys. I know that Sunstrike is T, but nobody else does.
Well,
like,
I think
what the fuck?
Maybe there's like an automated translation way. I don't know, where you just like tells you what you would have.
A translation way, like based on yours.
It's a lot of work based for something that's not really.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
In League of Legends, you can't change your keybinds, so it probably would work easier.
I thought
right?
you could change some. I thought I saw last time I tried it. I was like playing
not
the settings.
for. So when you change ability keybinds, you can do that, but it changes it for every single champion you own at once.
Oh, you can't change it like individually, like the way Dota can. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Honestly,
and
I'm
I
kind
don't
of more
know
amazed.
how their ping system works if you ever change the keybinds, because nobody ever does. QWER totally works. Everybody uses that.
I'm kind of
no
amazed
one's gonna change
Dota
them.
has that much complexity of like you can individually change each and every one.
It's really like approachable. I changed the keybinds for a bunch of my guys. For example, I want all of my attack modifiers to be on Q, but sometimes it's not. So I'll just switch the attack modifier for Silencer for Ancient Apparition to be on the same thing.
Yeah.
But in League, you just can't do that.
I do something similar. Like Lone Druid, because if you want to use Roar on the bear, it's Q, or like to recall the bear is Q. But to summon the bear is Q. And if you accidentally miss micro, you'll summon the bear and set it on a super long cooldown.
So you have to like replace it with E on bear.
like C or something. So
I haven't done that. I probably need to do that. That's a good idea. I should probably think of doing that. Can you rebind hotkeys for summoned units? I don't think so. So the bear's just like
some of them have that option where you go into default. I think you can set all the neutrals which count as. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the bear.
I mean, all the neutrals are Q. That's comfortable.
Actually, I'm not fully sure on the bear.
Yeah, I don't remember about this.
I'd have to double check.
I would have thought the bear shares the same hotkey as the hero because it's the same ability.
I think it's separate. I think it's separate. Actually, I know it's separate because I changed it. For this riddle, I was thinking about it.
Or the riddle.
Towers get moved around in the patch.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
Dude, it's actually just towers.
Let's go.
Especially the tier 1. I was moved with every patch and can swing an early fight. You know towers can swing fights.
Yeah.
Especially in the early game. And then Glyph of Fortification fortifies them. No one can match their strength when they're fortified.
You know who can, actually.
And it's like bathing them in light. They're just covered with like glowing light stuff.
I don't think it works anymore, but actually Jakiro could damage towers through fortification with liquid fire.
No
it
shot.
It would go through fortification.
That wasn't Dota 1 though, because like that was just maxed armor.
I'm pretty sure it worked because I never played Dota 1. I only played this one.
Holy shit!
I'm pretty sure.
Maybe it still is 100% armor. Like what is it? Omni Knight's ulti. That's just armor basically. You're immune to physical damage.
I don't think other spells worked though. I don't think like Leshrak's W and like Teki's Q. I don't think those worked. I'm pretty sure only Liquid Fire would go through.
Those were physical damage, so that wouldn't work. Now Leshrak's W is actually pure damage. I wonder if it'll work. Another one that could work is Viper's shard ability, right? His poison attack now does damage. I don't know if that works against fortified buildings though.
Yeah, but Pugna
I'll have to
Blast,
double
Pugna
check.
Blast was magic as well, and I don't think that one went through fortification.
It was,
I
yeah.
think Jakiro's was specific because I think the way it coded was like, I don't know, the way it worked was just different on towers, and I think it was the only one. I know that because I played a lot of Jakiro, but I don't think it works anymore. I think my chat's telling me it doesn't work anymore, but the attack slow does work.
I see. So chat's like you can't do it, but you can add the status effects and then it'll just work afterwards. So sometimes even if it's fortified with Viper, I'll just keep attacking because I know afterwards he'll just melt straight through.
Yeah.
But it is towers. Well done, and you got on your first attempt as well. I thought you'd guess a couple of other stuff.
Had to think for a while.
You tried Keeper of the Light and stuff, but you were pretty sure that wasn't it anyway. So I'm not gonna count those as actual guesses.
Yeah. All right, let's do another one. I'm gonna have to.
Here's a pretty easy one, though it's a bit longer. Let's see how fast you can get it done.
All right, let me put it in. I'm good to keep going, but I might need to go get more water and like run to the bathroom at some point here.
Oh, please go get some water, get some stuff.
Let me read this
I was
riddle so I
thinking
can
of
think
us
about
doing
it.
it for like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, but 2.5 hours, and I'm having a good time. If you want to, and you want to, like, if you need to leave, or you think you want to like go back to reviewing stuff, we can totally end this and just pick up some other time. But I'm good to go.
Nah, screw those guys in my chat. I do that every Wednesday. We'll go back to that on Wednesday.
If you're having fun, let's keep going. Let's do it.
All right. Yeah, let's keep going. I'm probably good for like another hour or so. We'll see beyond that. I will let me read this and then I'll think on it while I go get more water and stuff. There are none
Sounds
that can
good.
escape when I have looked their way. Not the fast or hidden ones, I will catch my prey. Be it past the mountains high or across the deep, I won't stop until you die. I rush to see you weep. Menacing. I have some initial ideas, but I feel like I gotta think more. Okay, so
Get
I'll
yourself some
be
water.
back in like a minute.
While you're gone, I'll
Chat.
talk
Let's
to your
see. Let's
chat.
see if everyone can figure it out.
All right, my chat, Zach's chat. You guys have anything? My chat already guessed it. You are so fast. Holy shit, man. Oh, there you go, dude. Both chats have it. Hopefully, he does. I don't know if he can hear me or not, so I'm not gonna mention. But you guys are totally right. At least some of you are. I think Zach's chat is a bit of a mixed bag here. Argue amongst yourselves and see who gets it right. But there is something interesting about this riddle that makes it not be Medusa. Medusa is kind of weird, but Slardar? I don't know about that. Is it Garen? These are Dota 2 themed riddles. But Igor, if you want to do a League of Legends themed riddle, I got one for you. Let's see. League themed riddle just for you. I carry this relic with me where I go, looking to find the true hero of light. Eons have passed and my progress is slow. Nobody yet has the gift or the might. The hero of light is still nowhere in sight. That one is specifically a League of Legends themed riddle. Just for those that come from League or want to try it out. It is not Lulu. I see you, Igor. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you guys got this one pretty quickly. I think as soon as Ziquix comes back, he'll probably give me the answer as well. And we only have just the hour left, so I'll prep the next one to send it as soon as he has that one. For those in my chat, since you've already guessed it, I'm switching to the next riddle just on my side. If you want to get a head start. This is one of my favorite riddles I've ever written.
My mom gave me a bun.
Zquix, give us the answer, and I'll give you the next question. What is that?
A bun. There's a
very
red
tasty
bean in it. Spear breaker locked in.
It's Spear Breaker. It's no question, right?
I wasn't fully
You
sure.
can
I was
charge
thinking of some
invisible
other
guys.
mechanics, but yeah.
Now you've seen the next riddle, so you've had a little bit of chance to guess at it. But I don't think you got it, right? So let's see what you can do. Ice Frog never could decide on my recipe. Ring of Regen, no I lied. Headdress, not for me. Am I for melee or for ranged? No one truly knows. Patches always have me changed. Oh, the balance woes. After almost 20 years of Come Among the Kings, upgrading beyond my peers, enthralling greater things.
Okay, so chat, I'm gonna let you guys think on this a little bit. When we were setting things up just to get ready, Sour Potato gave me this one as told me this is like longest one to so we could get the sizing right on this riddle. I couldn't get it then, and I thought about it on and off since then, which is like a day ago too. I don't have it. I have a couple of ideas, but I'm not confident on.
We'll hear them, but I also want to respond to someone in your chat. While you were gone, I gave them a League of Legends riddle. Lieutenant Eagle. It is Poppy. Well done.
Nice.
But you totally don't have this one?
I don't have
It's an item. At least you got that far.
So I'll talk through it, what I was thinking about.
What are you thinking?
So based on the words, right, I think this item went through a lot of changes. And I assume that it had a ring of regen. That got changed to a headdress. That got changed. Am I for melee or for ranged? So initially I was thinking about items that have different effects for melee and ranged. But then I expanded it to, I don't think it strictly has to be something that has double effects. It could just be an item that both melee heroes and ranged heroes would get. And it's not clear who is supposed to get it. The patch is always having me change. I think that, we said that. The balance woes. So I think it's an item that fluctuated between super broken and then super garbage. After almost 20 years. So this is the last part, and I'll submit my first guess as the end here. I'm not fully sure how to read these last 4 lines, but I think it was an item that could be upgraded and improved. But the wording also makes me think the item is gone, which made me think Necronomicon. But I can't remember the items in Necronomicon.
It is not Necronomicon. Is that your first item?
I think so. I think that would have been
That's
my
your first guess?
guess.
It is not Necro. It's something currently in the game.
And it's not Helm of the Dominator, because that's another thing I had thought of. That when
Not
he first
Helm
gave
of
it
the
to me,
Dominator.
I thought of Helm of Dominator, because I know that went through a couple recipe changes and a couple different people would buy it. And now I was thinking it's now Helm of the Overlord. You can get bigger things. You upgrade it. You can throw more stuff. So I think it's this
You are
last
close,
line
though.
I gotta figure out. These last couple ones, I guess. I've come among the kings. Should that make me think of the king heroes?
I gotta say, hopefully you've closed your chat. They got it.
Dang it. Chat, what the heck?
They just figured it out. They were guessing a lot of weird stuff before, but now everybody's concurrent on the same thing.
Upgrading beyond my peers, enthralling greater things. I feel like part of the issue is I don't fully remember some of the item changes, especially if it came before I started playing.
I might not be thinking of every item. Like I might be thinking of an
true.
item that hasn't changed in a while, but maybe it went through a lot of changes. I feel like I don't know.
I think it's changed a couple of times even while you were still playing.
I can think of
But
some stuff that hasn't, like,
you're definitely on the right track. You're so close. You have no idea.
Oh, the other idea I had thought of while I was offline was Hood of Defiance. But you said it's still in the game, so I don't think it's that one either. I was still thinking about recipes and stuff that got changed.
How did Hood of Defiance, like, yeah, it was really good. It was, I miss it, honestly. I think that's a missed opportunity. Considering that item, I actually had a very potent build for Weaver carry Hood of Defiance.
Yeah,
like
so
position 3 Weaver.
melee and ranged heroes were
It
building
was so fun because what was that? Oh yeah, that's true. But Hood of Defiance isn't this thing like a map for melee or for ranged? No one truly knows. You are on the right track. That it used to have different things for melee and for ranged heroes, and sometimes you wouldn't be able to build it on one or the other.
I'm trying to think of other things that got big upgrades. Because this last line makes me think it's a pretty big item at the end. I'm not sure enthralling greater things. And I can't fully remember.
You know what that means, though, right?
Enthralling?
Yeah.
Kind of like
to
captivating
create into
interest.
thralls.
I don't know. That was my impression in my mind. I don't know if that's correct or not.
Close enough. Enthralling is literally to make of it a thrall. So to claim it as a thrall is enthralling.
I mean, is it not Helm of the Dominator / Helm of the Overlord then?
It is so close, but it is not.
It's not
Helm
those?
of the Dominator. You're so close.
What else
Any hint
captures
will give it
things?
away. So here's a hint. So the last 4 lines is when I am upgraded, I come among the kings because I get upgraded beyond my peers and thralling greater things. But who am I before I get upgraded?
Vlad's.
It's Vladimir's offering.
Oh, man.
It used to not even function for ranged heroes. Like, at all.
Yeah, that's right. And he also used to have...
Then they made it...
You couldn't have a Morbid Mask. It would be, like, separate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all this stuff.
Because you had orb effects that couldn't stack up. Yeah, so Vlad's used to be melee only. Then they made it really powerful, so, like, a bunch of ranged heroes would stop picking up. Like, I think Viper at one point would just pick it up because he's like tanky and it was a tank item because it'd give aura, like armor aura. But now it is something that usually tanks pick up, but it does work for ranged heroes as well, so they can lifesteal and get the bonus damage as well. When it gets upgraded, it goes into, Helm of the Overlord, so you're totally on the right track there. But this is an item that's existed since Warcraft 3. It was called Scourge Bone Chimes originally, so it is a very old item.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
For 20 years, nobody would really buy it, and now everybody's like, oh yeah, Helm of the Overlord, I'm going to buy that. Oh, it has the Vlads in it? Well, I might as well.
That's pretty much how it is.
Like, who buys Vladimir's just as a standalone? I want it to be a good... It's a weird item for sure. But yeah, this one was cool. I like how when I built this, you can tell that there's always, like, all the lines are rhyming. There's, like, pattern to it. I'm very proud of how it turned out, but it does stump a lot of people. I wonder if it's too difficult. Nobody remembers patch notes for items. Like, what the fuck is that? Right? But it is something that veterans would get pretty quickly. You're handling this really quickly. Considering you have just the limited time, I don't know if you would be down for another round of this, so I'll go into the next two pretty quickly. This first riddle is pretty simple. We'll see if you can get it.
Okay.
After the second riddle in a row, we can talk a bit more about some of the stuff.
Sounds good. Okay.
Fight me if you dare, but always have a care. You may feel such despair. Your life I will ensnare with my mesmerizing stare. It's not that hard. The very first comment on your Twitch stream was the right answer. It's just like,
well, there's a couple different ideas.
maybe it's a long day. I know it's getting a bit late for you. It's 6 o'clock now.
Yeah, just about. Fight me if you dare makes me think of like a taunt. Always have a care. I don't know, I guess you should be care when getting taunted. I don't know. I don't know if I have to think that. Maybe that one's just like rhyming to fit in. I don't know. Same with like, you may feel such despair. So maybe it's like a fear. Your life I will ensnare. Now there's actually an ensnare, but I don't think you've put the answer like in any of the riddles. So I
didn't put the answer right in there, no.
With my mesmerizing stare. So I think it's Lich's third skill, gaze, but because that one's technically a taunt fear. But I don't think you really want to fight him. That's why
an interesting thought.
That's why the first line is throwing me off from the Lich, and it doesn't sound like that's the answer anyways. But I thought that could work.
It is not Lich.
It's a weird one where it's technically a fear, but it actually pulls people in.
So here's something we can talk about.
Sure.
The game text of debuffs in Dota is not tied to any specific debuff, but instead is given to abilities customly. By that I mean, if you think about Lich's ability, if you think about the sleep from Naga Siren, or what's his name, Void Spirit's ability, they've been renamed between things like taunt, fear. They have been renamed to like stun. What else was there? It's just like a couple of different things. It's like Lich, it's a fear, but it comes towards you. It doesn't make sense. Well, the other one is it's now the sleep from Naga Siren. It's something like stasis or stun. It's different than just sleep. In League of Legends, they have a mechanic for it. It's called stasis. They have a mechanic for a fear that comes towards you. The game text calls it a charm. And I think when you compare League and Dota, League does a way better job describing with overhead game text what the ability is doing. While in Dota, it's just like, oh yeah, Nightmare. The fuck is that? I don't know. It's just like a stun, but it can like transfer over.
Yeah.
Because it used to be like sleep was the same thing for Bane sleep, for Elder Titan, for Naga Siren, and for Riki's dart. And yet half of those abilities had different mechanics than sleep.
It's
right?
It's one of those things in Dota where it's like kind of part of the charm,
really archaic.
where it's like, oh, you have to know these differences as part of the complexity of the game. And it's something that if they ever tried to change,
charming.
if they ever had to change
stupid.
it and like fix all of it, people would be like, that's my skill cap that I know the difference. But it would make a lot of sense just to
I think that's
standardize and change it. But I know part of it is hard because they'll add stuff in as an idea, so they don't know if it's like really going to be a thing. But then they never like go back to it once it stays in the game, and so it just ends up with like a weird,
it just never goes back.
Weird name for a while.
I'll disagree with you on this. I actually think that this is not a skill gap issue. There is no skill gap between knowing what abilities are doing, because the ability text is telling you the wrong thing. The skill should be something that you can express through itemization, through positioning, through gameplay knowledge. But if something is hitting you, you should know what that ability is doing. It's kind of like how in Dota they added the attack range of towers, or they added the spawn box for stuff. Do you remember Magic Bush? Everybody needed to just like memorize the Magic Bush and memorize the spawn boxes
I think they already
for all
had-
of the neutral cramp.
I think they had the.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not actually when I started. Now that you're saying it, but no, I mean I agree. I'm just saying
They
people
needed-
would claim skill cap. I think it's fine if you put it in, but it is one of those things that people will cling
I
to
don't
as
think-
the way it is, and then eventually it'll change, and then no one will think about it
Nobody
anymore.
is like, nobody's like, oh god, I wish we didn't know the spawn boxes for all the creeps. Oh god, I wish we never knew the
I
attack
think
range of
there
the
are
towers.
people though. There are people that'll say
It's-
it.
Oh, they are just
Wasn't there one
dumbasses.
recently?
That
like
is
we have
stupid.
the stun bar in Dota 2. A lot of people said like, "Oh, that's my skill cap," right? Of like knowing the
Yeah,
stun
but now
times and
you-
all that. But now
Oh
no one
my
thinks about
God.
it. But people
Now you
will
can
claim it's a
have
skill cap thing.
Things. How do you have like status resistance without a stun bar? You have no way of predicting the exact duration of
That's
enemy
my
crowd
skill
control.
cap.
The fuck, dude? So the thing I argue in League of Legends, I tell people, hey, you know, it's really dumb that you can't see the cast range, the attack range of towers, as an example. And they're like, that's my skill gap. You're totally right. League of Legends players will die on this hill. I've never heard a League player, actually never, League player that says that you need, like, that if they add the attack range on towers, it'll just break the game. And you know what I tell them? Dude, an enemy casts an ability, you can see a red circle on the ground. You can see the attack range of pretty much anything. You can see the cast range of enemies. What is it to tell you that you are missing some skill gap because you don't see that an ability is about to be triggered and then it just happens on the ground? That's a skill gap. Why aren't you watching the cast animations? Huh? And they have no answer. They're like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to see. Like, let's say you get ulted by Sniper versus ulted by Caitlyn. When Sniper's ulting you, there's a sound effect, there's a cast animation, but even if they're not on your screen, you can see on the little corner a debuff that a snipe is coming your way. Otherwise, you just have to dodge the projectile as it's coming in, which can be pretty tricky. In League of Legends, Caitlyn ults. It's the exact same ultimate, by the way. There's a giant bar on top of, not a bar, but like a circle on your head. There's sound effects on both teams know you're being ulted. There is a lot to show you that an ability is coming. Well, where's my skill gap? You know, like I can have 10 seconds to prepare my Zhonya's Hourglass and dodge this ability. That's a skill issue. Like, why are you taking that away from me? But when they're like, oh yeah, tower attack range, I can't be shown that. I can have everything else, but tower attack range is not allowed. They even showed the aggro range of neutral camps now in a recent patch. So neutral mini creeps, they're called jungle monsters in League of Legends, now have aggro range. And I'm like, okay, cool. Tower's still missing it. So back to the original question. Where was I going from this? We're talking about like skill gap, skill issue in Dota. I want to know, what are your thoughts on that? Like, do you think towers should have their tower attack range in Dota? We came from somewhere. I had just like a spiel to talk about it.
It's
Maybe
okay,
I
it's
went on
okay.
a bit too much long of a tangent there.
I don't think people are wrong when they complain about the skill cap, but I think the bigger question is, do you want that skill cap, and is it really significant to the game? Because you can trade things off, right? Like, you can only do so many things as a person, and if you want to make the game complicated by knowing a lot of hidden mechanics and having to figure it out, you can do that, but it means you probably can't get to other elements of the game. So I think when you simplify some stuff, it allows you to then focus on the next thing. So I guess, for example, in the original StarCraft and a lot of like old games, when you would create workers, they don't go do anything. They go right outside the base, and you have to go and click them and move
You
them.
can't even set them on any like
a spawn.
anything. Like if you put a spawn point on a resource, they'll just like stare at the resource and like, what do you think you're supposed to do? You're a worker, collect the
Yeah,
shit.
go collect it. But it is a skill then that people had to develop to mentally know the timing of when a worker's going to come out, go back, click, set it, spawn the next worker, go back to what you're doing and do that. And that's a skill. But do you want your game to be about that skill? And so when
Exactly.
you give
Like,
the
is
option
this
to
fun for you?
Yeah, when you give the option to automate it, it does remove a skill, but it then frees you up to potentially focus on something else. So I think it's fine for a game to be one way or the other. Like, I don't mind that StarCraft has it. It's like nostalgic for people and they kind of like it as part of the skill thing and about the mechanical challenge of StarCraft. But it's true that it's just something you have to do and it's not strictly engaging or fun necessarily. So it just depends what a game wants. And I don't think having like towers are a big, like the range should be necessarily a challenge that you need to have. I think you can show that and it's whatever.
But what about stun bars?
I think it's
You were talking about how
have.
stun bars was like a skill issue thing.
I mean, it is. It is. Like, I think it's fine to have, but it literally is a skill thing to know, like, that is a 1.7 second stun, so I will stun at this end. And I don't think the game needs to have it because it's complicated.
Status resistance. I'm not gonna
That's the other thing.
evidence,
Okay,
right?
10% status resistance, so I got to cut it off by a little bit, you know? Like, I think it quite literally is a mathematical timing skill that you can do, but that you don't need to make people do it. And so I'm fine with the status bar. I also would have been fine if the status bar does not exist. It is just whatever the game wants it to be, and I simply play the game. So I will play whatever they put in, and if I reach a point I don't like the game, I'll find something else. And I guess people can like complain and fight over their game and how they want it, but ultimately, like, the game is what it is, and if you want to engage in it, you engage in it. If you want to like do all the mechanical stuff, you go back and play StarCraft, and you only have like 12 units you can select at a time, and you like have to do all this micro stuff.
I'm playing through the StarCraft campaign for the first time right now. It is the unit pathing is the worst thing I have ever seen in an RTS. It is so atrocious. I fucking hate it, but I want to finish the story.
Yeah. It's like, it's so janky, but that's actually something I like about old games too, and why I think it's very cool when you see speedruns of old games and stuff. They developed so many tricks to deal with the god-awful pathing, right? Where like the pros found like, oh, spam clicking this way will like more likely work out, or like, oh, you can like black box this by like having one overlord with the 11 mutalisks, like then they'll group up, whereas if you don't have that, they scatter. I kind of like it for old games where it's like there's so many broken things because the coding was weird, but that then opens up so many like creative discoveries and stuff like that. So I think I kind of miss that. I say, but a lot of people are like skipping on coding nowadays, even in AAA games. So like you can find bugs and stuff. But I think it's really cool with old games and like speedrunning, where because like there were such limitations back then, there's also ways to break the limitations. And it can be fun, it can be a skill thing, it can also just be like plain boring to have to do. So yeah.
Maybe it's not as heavily impacting like the competitive scene because everybody just goes full air anyway. But when you're doing something like the campaign, there's like a ramp, and on the top of the ramp,
Dragoons
there
will never
are
make it up.
turrets, and then there's like a tank. It takes me 2 minutes to get my army up the ramp.
It's so hard.
I am going to lose units just because I can't go up this one ramp.
So hard.
Because there's like, I have, let's say, a Dragoon, and the Dragoon takes up the entire width of the ramp by himself, and nobody can go past him, and the Dragoon doesn't know how to go up the ramp on his own.
Yeah.
It's just,
and it's really buggy because
it is really rough.
The Dragoon that is stationary has a different size box than the Dragoon that is moving. And that's why the game gets confused.
I know.
And like as they move,
ranged,
it's like,
so
oh,
they'll
I can't
just
fit up
aggro
there.
on something and stop moving. It's so bad. I have lost so many units in frustration to like something that I know if I could just path up this hill, path across the bridge, I would have lost no units. My micro is decent enough. I've proven it before, but it's just you can't micro across a bridge. It is impossible. This thing is like, there's got to be some trick to it. Like you described, they probably figured something out, but I just don't know it. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this riddle? You've been thinking about it for a while.
I'm still not fully sure. My first guess will be Medusa, her ultimate.
It is Medusa. So with Medusa, it's the mesmerizing stare. You have to care about fighting her because she's just deceptively super tanky. And if you face towards her, you have to. You'll feel such despair because you get super slowed for some reason. But yeah, so it is Medusa. Let's go on to the next there. This one, I think, is pretty cool, but some people say that it's too difficult because there are answers that are close, but they're not as good as the one intended.
Okay.
So everybody will guess very similar stuff until they guess the right answer, and they're like, oh yeah, okay, sure. Let's see what you can do, though. You're pretty good on these riddles.
Let's see. I once have died and given all, but now it all feels quite hollow. For life has found me past sorrow. My life is now one I borrow. So there's clearly a death involved. And
This is very lore themed.
there's death, and the fact that it sounds like he's back. The bait to me, because you're saying it's like it's close. There's several things that make sense. I feel like the gut reaction is Skeleton King / Wraith King of like coming back reincarnation. But I don't think that's quite
of those.
Yeah,
right.
I don't think that's quite right because it sounds like this person literally it's borrowed the life, not just like coming back. So I mean they're back, but it's like they've died and a new life from somewhere else is given. For life has
And before
found
you
me
guess
past
it, it is
sorrow.
not Abaddon with borrowed time either.
I didn't think so because you don't put the names of abilities of like the answers in there. So if it
Sometimes
hasn't,
I might,
you might?
but he never died, so it wouldn't fit anyway. How well do you know your lore?
Now it all feels quite hollow. So I think that I'm trying to think about if that means anything to anyone. My life is now one I
It
borrow.
does.
So who died and came back? Huskar, I think, involves some like life and death altar, but I don't know if he actually died or not. I don't know. I'm not strict on the lore there. I know Venomancer almost died. I think he was like comatose for
Almost
17
died.
years or something. But I don't think he actually died. And if he did, I don't think he like borrowed a new life. So I don't think it's that.
Are you gonna make any guesses? You have infinite chances, or do you want to like definitely be sure?
I want to
because
try.
I'm not telling you anything.
Yeah. Don't tell me anything. I'm just kind of like thinking out loud.
Okay.
I'm then thinking about like the kind of like ghosty death heroes, but I don't know off the top of my head which ones like actually died and then came back, maybe as like a ghost type hero, or maybe like some of the heroes that aren't ghosts died and came back. I may not know the lore well enough to be able to do this one, but I'm still thinking and going through them. Has anyone in my chat got it already?
Let me see here. Scrolling up, no one in your chat has gotten it. You have been closer than your chat has.
Ooh, get wrecked. Oh, my chat can hear the sounds going through.
There you go.
Is it Death Prophet?
It is not Death Prophet, though it's a good guess. Because she does want to die, but Death just like keeps spitting her out.
Yeah.
She just has a crush on the Grim Reaper, wants to see what's on the other side of death. She gets rejected, man. It's so sad.
Who else? Or I guess it could also... I think it probably is a hero. I can't imagine an item died.
It is a
and
hero.
borrowed
I'll give you
life.
that much.
Who... Did Lion die? He's got a voice line about
He did
going to
not
hell
die.
and back and all that.
No, he literally just like walked there.
Just
Remember, the
walked
hell is
there?
just another dimension you can go there.
Gotcha. All right, let's think. Who's hollow? Are skeletons hollow?
Or who feels hollow?
Feels hollow. If I were like tap on them, they'll like make a little bong noise.
No, I meant like emotionally.
Yeah, I see.
Look at the riddle. But now it all feels quite hollow.
Feels quite hollow. Pugna seems a little upbeat for a dead guy.
Pugna is reincarnated, so that
Is
is
he?
an interesting guess.
Damn, you know your lore. How much do you know the lore for like almost all the heroes, or how deep in the lore would you
Yeah.
say you are?
Yeah, I would say I'm decently versed in all of the heroes, except for maybe like Marcy. Her lore is
Brand
really
new.
bad.
Hollow. Who's super depressed? Once have died and given all. Oracle's depressed, but I don't know if he ever died and came back. I don't know if that's like his thing.
He never died in our universe.
Um. Who else? I don't know. I think this might be one.
You were closer before. Here's a dude. Would you like a hint?
Okay, go for it.
The hint is that this person is essentially extremely angry being brought back to life.
Oh, that is Huskar,
because
then, right?
now his death has no meaning. It is Huskar. You got it
He
right.
did actually die in his lore. Dang.
Yeah, and then Dazzle's like, well, we kind of need you to fight for us, and he brings him
Yeah.
back to life, and Huskar's like, no, my glorious death. It was all for
Gotcha.
nothing. So now he just keeps trying to kill himself. He pours blood on his spears, lights the blood on fire, and throws them at you. How metal is that? This guy just wants to kill himself. It's great.
I see. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I remembered he was involved in something with like life and death, but I didn't realize he actually died.
I
and,
think you
got
should have
pulled
just
back.
guessed him as soon as you thought about it. All right. Here's one that could be up your alley.
Okay. Here's my thing. Okay. Got it.
While the sisters quarrel to no end, their magics always clash. We are one, and our own friend will turn you into ash.
All right, so I'm pretty sure the sisters would be Lena and Crystal Maiden, or Lena and Riley, and they
That's
are
right.
fire and ice. But we are one. It's got to be Jakiro and his twin brother. I don't know if they have separate names. I don't think they do. I think they're both just Jakiro. And,
I don't think so either.
And yeah, Jakiro.
It is Jakiro. Nice job.
Terminated.
And yeah, that's because they are also fire and ice, but they are friends with each other. Whereas Ogre Magi, the two heads, hate each other, and Crystal Maiden and Riley, they also hate each other.
I
So
didn't know they hated each other.
so they're the only ones that would fit in there.
I didn't know the ogres hated each
What
other.
was that?
I didn't know the ogres didn't like each
Oh
other.
yeah, they really kind of don't. They just work together because they have to, because they're the strongest ogre in the world.
Gotcha. I thought
Having
they like
two heads,
insult
but
each
they'll
other.
always be complaining.
Oh, I see.
They're always like, let me do the walking this time. No, me.
I see.
Go
I didn't
left,
realize.
no right.
I didn't realize it's because they hated each other. I thought it was just like the bantering of two idiot ogres.
It's a little bit of just like being tired of being stuck to one another, and it's not as strong a hate as Lena Riley. Those guys will literally like kill your house. Like, isn't there lore that the wealthy family, the parents kept on having to buy new houses because they kept burning down or being frozen over?
I'm not
So they're like, you know what?
sure.
Here's some allowance. You go in the desert. You go in the tundra. Just get away from each other.
I know
and
they got.
we'll go and live.
I know
and
they got
pretend you guys don't exist.
scattered, but I don't know if they did a short on it at TI, but I don't know if that was just like a fan thing or like a fun thing versus like actual lore. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't
not
think
that
I've
good
seen
on
this
the real-
short.
Oh no, there's a cute
No, but
TI
their
short
lore-
they made with the two of them, and they did burn down houses.
I'll have to take a look. Yeah, so essentially, their parents are the ones that scattered the two because they just couldn't handle the two brats fighting each other, but they had enough money, so they just like sent them, like go on your merry way. It's totally fine. Speaking of Rylai, I like how between League of Legends and Dota 2, there's a couple of different items or heroes that like pay homage to each other. In League, you have Rylai's Crystal Scepter, which makes it so your abilities apply slow. And in Dota, you have Rylai the Crystal Maiden, who has the Crystal Scepter. Both games have a Ginsu item. Dota 2 has Ginsu's Scythe of Vice, which is a spellcaster item. And in League of Legends, you have Ginsu's Rage Blade, which is an ADC item. And both games
like
also
that.
have an Abyssal item, Abyssal Blade for attack damage item, like for damaging like melee carries, and Abyssal Scepter for tanks in League. I think it's kind of cool how they both have like these little things, and they're all like it's intentional. Right? You don't have the tank item versus the damage item, and you don't have like a right click item versus a mage item that have similar names. It just seems like it's parallels on purpose.
I don't know the exact. I think it probably someone deep in the lore would know, but I know. I mean, the developers are the same pretty much, so I don't know if Dota. I don't know which one's Dota like kept as an homage versus like we had it, and then the League ones added as an homage.
Yeah,
I don't know which one's
Dota 1
like,
came out with these first for sure.
yeah, so I don't know which ones if Dota has like homages to League because I don't keep up with it.
No,
But I know
I
depending
don't think
who
so.
you
I think
ask,
it's
you'll get a much
specifically
more
just from League to Dota.
you'll get a much more heated answer
Yeah, you're
about
right.
why
You're
there's similarities.
Also, if we talk about Dota 1's development into Dota 2 and League of Legends, everybody's gonna be like, but technically Pendragon, we hate Pendragon, right, guys? I'm like, oh my god, it happened 15 years ago. Drop it, man. It's okay. It's fine. Relax. But when it comes to relaxing, what do you think of this riddle? Hope is what once I have been, but that is true no more. Death is all I revel in, and pain's what I adore.
I'm not sure on this one. So Pope, I assume there's. I know like Omni-Knight's very holy, but I don't think it sounds like it's whoever this is has left being so holy and is now more about death and pain. In terms of death and pain, I don't know. Queen of Pain comes to mind, but I don't think it's. She doesn't seem right. I don't know. I don't know if she was ever Pope. I don't think that's true. No, actually, I think I've read her lore before. I don't think that's her.
It's not Queen of Pain. Was that your guess, really?
No,
Queen of Pain?
no. I'm just thinking out loud.
Oh, okay. You're just thinking
Yeah.
aloud. Both of our chats have guessed it.
I guessed it. I don't know if I know enough about who is holy. So I feel like I have to.
Hope is what once I have been, but that is true no more.
Yeah,
So
so
don't
I-
think of current holy people.
Yeah, but I don't know I don't know who is like past holy. So that's why I think I have to go with like who just likes pain and misery, and then I'll imagine if they could have been a holy person before.
Oh, is that why you went for Queen of Pain? Because she's all about the pain stuff.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about like who likes all of that, because a lot of people do it, like hurt others, but they don't
What do
necessarily.
you call
like, talk
somebody
about
that loves pain?
Masochist. Or like getting pain or dealing pain. The sadist is the
How about dealing pain?
dealing pain.
that part's the sadist. I think that still fits Queen of Pain, but I don't think she's the holy person from before. Who else likes dealing pain?
That's a really big hint, by the way.
Pain.
I'll let you play with it for a bit.
Pain or sadism?
Is Bloodseeker Strigwer? Is he a holy person?
Strigwer.
I can't remember his lore.
I mean, technically he's holy, but like that's not the answer. We already had Bloodseeker as one of the earlier answers, by the way. So no repeat answers in my riddles.
Who seems like they could have been a pope? Death is all I revel in and what I adore. Necrophos? He has a lot of...
Is that a question or an answer?
It's a questioning thought.
Then I can't tell you, right?
Yeah. You don't have to respond. I'm thinking. Well, I was thinking about Necrophos because he does seem like deals in death, and I know he's got voice lines about like breathe it in and stuff. And if I imagine Necrophos as like, I actually don't know if he's dead necessarily, but if I imagine him in like a more previous life, he kind of has some like holy garb kind of looking a little bit. Oh, we'll guess Necrophos. Why not?
Interesting
I don't know
thought
who else
process.
to put.
The answer is actually Necrophos. Though he
Nice.
never died, he used to be a pope. Now he's the Pope of Pestilence. If you remember, he used to have a specific ability called sadism. Now sadism is a sub-ability attached to his aura.
Oh,
Sadism was specifically like you last hit something, you get regeneration for it.
Yeah. I forgot what that one was called. That one changed quite a while ago, I feel
Or
like.
sadist.
Right?
Yeah, so it was sadist. Now it's part of his aura, so he still has like the sadist sub-ability as a passive.
Yeah, I forgot what that one was
and yeah,
called.
he used to be the Pope. If you play him a lot, he'll call himself the Pope of Pestilence in voice lines as well.
I do play him, and I knew he'll talk about Pestilence, but I don't think I ever processed the fact that he was saying he's the Pope of Pestilence.
Did you ever watch a show called The Dota 2 Reporter?
I think I've heard of it, but I don't think I've watched it.
If you've not watched it, I'll skip one of my riddles, but maybe I'll say it just so that your Twitch chat can try it out. The riddle is, Dota 2 Reporter was a lovely treat. I was the first hero seen. What an awesome feat. I thought that the Dota 2 Reporter, it still holds up, by the way. If you ever go back and watch like season 2, season 3 of the Dota 2 Reporter, it's so good. Oh, it's such an excellent show. For those wondering, Anti-Mage was the very first hero shown in the Dota 2 Reporter. Not as much a riddle, more like if you watched it, we can talk about it. But since you've not really watched it, I'll skip on this one and go to the next.
Habit. I copied and pasted this, and I was going to go put it in the replay bar. Okay. Oop,
Dude, I even now have like a bunch of people. Like I also do replay analysis, but I've seen like you focus on people that already know the game. So you're mostly like, hey, this is what you should be doing. This is how you can improve, stuff like that. I use replay analyses to kind of talk about everybody in the game, because the people that I coach are so new to Dota. They don't know what the mid is supposed to do. They don't know what the offlane is supposed to do. And so I kind of just use replay analysis and be like, hey, I pause it at 10 minutes. And I'll be like, okay, let's talk for 30 minutes. No, I'm kidding. Let's talk for like 5 minutes about everybody in this game, in this position, and see how they work out. What do you prefer doing, live coaching or replay analysis?
I think live coaching is fun, but usually in a more laid back, I'm just chilling, chatting kind of way. I think replays are usually easier for coaching because you can pause and talk longer about different things. And it's a little difficult live coaching to process what's being said while
live coaching can
still
be so
thinking and
stressful.
doing things. Not for me. I'm just chilling and watching.
No, but it's stressful for the player because they have to like, at least from my perspective, they're learning the game and I'm also telling them what they should be doing.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, but some people
Some people
prefer
still
it,
prefer it,
and
though.
I don't care either way. Like if they think it'll help them more, then
Yeah,
I'm fine with doing it.
we're just gonna help them out, help them learn the game a little bit. So this riddle: dads are famous, his and mine, but we're not at all same. He seeks knowledge, I want war, bloodshed, tears, and fame. Who am I? Who is he? Who is my dad? Who is his dad? There are 4 answers.
Four
You can choose to answer them one at a time, or tell me all 4 at once.
So I have 2 in mind. I think there's Mars and Zeus. I don't know, those aren't my. I'm just gonna think out loud first. You don't have to say anything. So Mars.
You're not cheating watching your chat, right?
No. I'm looking at my Dota client. I'm looking at
believe
heroes. So Mars and Zeus I know are related. Greek lore / Roman lore. We got a mix. And Mars is the god of war.
Actually, in Dota 2 lore, it's all Greek.
Oh, really?
Mars changed his name because he was living under the shadow of his father Zeus. It used to be Ares. He's like, you know what, Dad? I'm going to go out and make a name for myself. And I'm literally going to make a name for myself so he renamed himself to Mars.
Gotcha. Okay, that's cool.
So it's actually Ares from Greek lore.
Gotcha. Okay, so then
the hero.
we got the Greek gods. So I think that's probably 2 of them. So then the other part is who seeks knowledge. And I think the he is referring. Well, I guess I'm not fully sure, but I thought it was referring to the other person's dad, not necessarily the other person.
I should clarify then. He is the other person that has a very famous dad.
Got it. Okay. Okay, then in that case, because I didn't think it was right, but I was thinking about Dawnbreaker and Keeper of the Light, because I think they're related. But if it's supposed to be another he, then I don't think it would be Dawnbreaker. So now I'm trying to think of who else has parents in the game, and maybe they're not. Maybe the dad isn't necessarily a hero. He seeks
Maybe
knowledge.
the dad isn't a hero, but he's famous.
He seeks knowledge. He is the other person.
Probably the most famous dad in the game.
Well, I was thinking Invoker.
Or in the lore.
I was thinking of
in the lore, I meant.
In the lore. Who else? Who's a dad who seeks knowledge? Or no, wait. The son is the one who seeks knowledge.
And he has a famous dad.
Yeah, the son seeks knowledge. The dad is famous, not necessarily for seeking knowledge. So who's our knowledge seekers in this game? I think TA, but she's not going to be it.
You got TA, Disruptor, Invoker.
Disruptor seeks knowledge? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Disruptor is like an archaeologist.
Ah, damn. What a brainy nerd. Who else? Where are my nerds at? And with
your chat finally got
it. Chat got it? All right, hang on, chat. Sure, I'm almost there. With a famous dad. Who's even got a dad? I'm just like going through the.
Do you play Rubik a lot?
Yeah, Rubik.
Support?
Rubik, and I just, as you said that, I saw Rubik's profile. Rubik and Aghanim. There we go.
I think you would have guessed it right away, so I don't feel bad.
No,
Rubik's dad is Aghanim. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. He probably is the most famous.
He picks up the scepter, father's masterpiece.
Yeah. So yeah, I
Very
guess
famous.
Mars, Zeus, Rubik, Aghanim.
I'm sorry, I stole the thunder from you, but I'm gonna give it to you. I think you got it.
You're good.
All right, this one doesn't fit as well as it used to, so I'm okay if you don't get this one pretty quickly.
Recently patched hero. All right, let's see it.
It is a patched hero, I'll tell you that. Still fits okay, but not as well.
Okay.
Peacefully you walk down lane. To each lane creep you bring pain. But to me it's very plain. Boom, you're dead. You push in vain. Go to Reddit and complain. Am I driving you insane? I'm proud of how I rhymed this. Look at this. It's 6 lines and they all rhyme.
Yeah, all the riddles have been pretty good, I gotta say. Let's see.
Twitch, your chat is like, fuck the answer. They still hate him. It's like the
peacefully
most
you walk
hated
down
thing.
lane, to each lane creep you bring pain, but to me it's very plain. Boom, you're dead. I think that part shouts techies, along with the Reddit complaints and being driven insane. So I'll go techies. He did get
It is
patched.
techies.
Yeah.
The most complained of hero in all of Dota time. Like more complained than Zeus or Pudge or anything. He's like, hi, techies, I hate him. It is actually the Goblin techies.
Are they goblins? Is that what they are?
The Goblin techies from Dota 1, it is just the Keen techies in Dota 2.
Ah, I see.
So they are Keen, but I mean they're really ugly looking because they, I don't know, they don't look Keen, honestly.
Yeah, they don't. They look pretty
But it's
different
because
from,
they were
like Sniper.
Yeah. They were made to be goblins, but then the lower department is like, no, they're inventors. We got to make them Keen.
Gotcha.
So they're just ugly as fuck Keen. And I think they kind of break the mold of what Keen are supposed to look like, where Keen are essentially, red or purple short goblin creature things. But techies isn't that. And techies, like, all 3 of them have different body proportions and their faces look different and it's weird. But they're still considered Keen. I think they're just mutants. I don't know. The next riddle does have 2 very valid answers. So I'll take either one of them, and I'll give you the other if you guess one.
All right, let's see if we can
Distance
do
means
both.
nothing to me. I'll be there in the count of 3. Towers, creeps, or none at all. 1 trap, 1 nuke. See you fall. Bonus points if you can guess both.
Distance means nothing to me. Okay, so we got some kind of global element. I'll be there in count of 3. Tower, creeps, or none at all. So it's not like Boots of Travel that needs a target. 1 trap, 1 nuke, see you fall. So the first I'm thinking of is Nature's Prophet, who can globally teleport everywhere without a destination. And then 1 trap, 1 nuke. I was saying earlier, I don't think you usually put it in, but then I'm thinking about Templar Assassin's ability to teleport anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that,
Interesting thought.
I mean, who are the other global heroes? Dawnbreaker, Spectre, and Io. So which of these would match the 1 trap, 1 nuke / see you fall? Or actually, maybe even it's not Nature's Prophet. Maybe it's like 2 of those. See you fall. I mean, Dawnbreaker falls. She doesn't need the trap though. It's not really a nuke either.
Mm-hmm.
TA has the trap, though it's not really a nuke. Io doesn't really have a trap nor a nuke.
I mean,
I'll be
Io
there in the
kind of
count
has
of
W,
3.
but like it's barely a nuke.
Yeah. I'll be there in the count of 3. So the teleport is maybe 3 seconds, which I think Io's actually got changed.
You're definitely like, you got it, man.
I don't know the exact timing on these. I think TA also has a channel time, I think.
Yeah, after you place... Yeah.
I'll go with
After
Nature's
you
Prophet
play the
and
heroes
TA
so
to
much, you
start.
almost forget, like... one of the answers is Nature's Prophet.
Okay, and
His
the other's not.
global teleport is a 3-second channel.
Gotcha.
And he's got the 1 trap, trees, 1 nuke is his ultimate.
Ah.
And you're right that, yeah, and you are right. He doesn't need any destination. It's not Templar Assassin, though I would say she does a lot of, like, fast damage. It is tied to her auto attack. I don't treat that as a nuke.
Gotcha.
Do you want me to tell you the next one, or aside the other answer, or do you want to try guessing at it?
Let me guess at it once.
Give it a shot.
One trap, one nuke, see you fall. So if Nature's has our technically a trap, technically a nuke, then let's see. I don't know if I'd call Dawnbreakers a nuke. Maybe. Io, you're just saying it's like a mini nuke. He did have a stun on Tether, but that's not in the game anymore, I think. Maybe it's a talent, I don't quite remember. Spectre doesn't really have a trap. Technically a nuke, I guess.
And I wouldn't even call her a spell a nuke. It's 200 damage. It's the most mana intensive, low damage ability in the game, and holy shit.
Hey, you say that until it kills you.
How's that balanced? Yeah. Well, it's like half her mana pool for a 220 damage nuke. Meanwhile, Vengeful Spirit can like cast an ability that does like over 300 damage, and it's just like 100 mana or something, 90 mana. I don't remember exactly how much it is, but it's the mana to damage ratio for Spectre's dagger is so low, but you get the utility from like running through trees and stuff. I think that's why it's expensive.
Okay, I'll guess Io, I guess.
It is not Io.
Not?
He doesn't have any traps.
Gotcha. Who else is global and doesn't need a target? Because I'm thinking Dawnbreaker needs to have an ally.
And it's a 3-second to get there?
3-second travel time. Is Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, because you said that for... It's not.
Yeah.
But even if it was, she's not the answer. She doesn't have any traps, really. She just has like an AoE stun, an AoE slow. Oh, I mean, I guess 2 AoE stuns and an AoE slow. I don't even think of the ultimate as a stun. I'm just like, I'm going to heal my allies. Click.
Is it Rubik that has stolen Nature's from?
No, I'm not going to give you the answers like that.
The only other thing I can think of that's like a global teleport is the recall from Keeper of the Light, but
that's not it.
I don't think he fits the other stuff. Count of 3.
The answer should be rather obvious. Your chat already guessed it. Maybe it doesn't fit as well though, because the nuke isn't exactly a nuke. But once you get the answer, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Who else can move around? Ember Spirit?
It is not Ember.
Meepo.
Not Meepo.
Dang it.
Good guess though. It's not a. He doesn't have like
I
a
guess it's not
global
a
3-second
teleport,
thing.
Yeah. I've been kind of like pushing away from the the 3 seconds. Okay, what's 3 seconds? Who's got that? Who has a 3-second thing?
Why don't I tell you the answer and you'll see if it fits to the riddle.
Okay, shoot. What is it?
Underlord.
I forgot about Underlord. Yeah, he fits.
His ultimate is a 3-second channel when you cast it even.
Yeah, I
And
guess
he's got the trap.
nuke part is a little...
It's not really a nuke, so I don't consider Underlord... Like, Underlord is a valid answer because so many people have convinced me to add it, but most people will guess Nature's Prophet, and that was the intention in the intended answer originally. So you got it totally right there.
Okay.
Do you ever see yourself playing off meta into the support role?
Yeah, sure. I've done some.
Like what? I know that I've seen Shadow Fiends into support back when he had the turn rate debuff.
I will play any of the like. Well, it depends what you mean by off meta. I will play supports that aren't considered meta, like when I feel like it. Lately, I've been trying to like win a lot, so I've been playing really meta stuff. But usually we do mix in stuff. Like I think I was near the front of trying out Clinks as a support after we saw one person do it. We're like, let's hop on that train.
It still works, honestly.
Yeah, still works. Not as good as at first, but
Yeah.
we haven't done anything too crazy lately, I think. I was also like pretty ready to hop on Ricky support when that was like first coming up. Gyro as a support, Luna and Death Prophet maybe.
I still play Gyro support pretty often.
Yeah, that one came back. That one's still good.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Do you think Dawnbreaker off lane is off meta is support because she like mostly plays core?
But she was a pretty viable support for a bit too, and I think she can still be played as a support. It's just not her.
I just rush GG
right
boots
now,
on her because you get the global teleport and you immediately GG boots.
Yeah,
like
I think she's
Chen.
fine if you want to play her.
I think I play mostly supports into the core position. I am one of those people that will play Lich mid with a phylactery. You ever seen that build? It's like a 6-second cooldown, 600 damage nuke. You get a lion ulti as a basic ability with a phylactery. That's all you need. Level 10 phylactery. It's so much damage. And then on top of that, you buy Dagon. Just that's it. Phylactery Dagon, good to go. But one hero I love playing off meta into the support is Queen of Pain. She's one of my favorite position 4s right now. I don't know, she's so good. You get that dagger and you essentially just trade with the enemy support. The dagger heals you. It does so much damage. They can't choose to just use an ability and run away because he's slow and just constantly auto attack them. And then you just max out your blink so you can get away from any combat. Oh, too many people. Like, I've pulled aggro. I just blink away. Fuck them. I need to go contest the rune.
Support the other day.
You did?
Yeah,
oh my god. How was it?
I didn't play it. I think she did okay.
No, how did it look?
I didn't see how the lane went. I think I was doing. I think she had some good ults, but I think our lane went well that she was in, and so like I think the game was in a good spot. We almost threw that game. I'm not gonna say it was only because of Queen of Pain, but I think
she scales, man.
I think she can, but there was a point where she was much better, and I played her a little bit as a position 4 when her Q was a lot stronger. I don't think I believe in it right now, but I would be open to it coming back.
Spirit Vessel first item.
Yeah.
Queen, yeah.
I want it to come back.
You put dagger Spirit Vessel on somebody, it's like 500 damage.
Yeah, but
nearly,
you have, like,
maybe
no
more.
Farming tool to get to it. It's so because you have to like max Q and max W, so you have.
You farm heroes, man. I have like top frags just by accident because people died to the poison.
Accident.
Hey, it's not kill steal, it's kill secure. Okay, KS has multiple meanings. Kill secure. Nobody's gonna complain. It's a team game. Right?
Oh, there will be complaints. There will be complaints.
Cross fingers. No, I understand. But honestly, like I do believe in her. She doesn't have a reliable like stun or hex though. That's probably her biggest weakness. Is in the late game, you can't just like blink initiate on somebody. You have to skirt the backlines and try and act like a Pike from League of Legends, where you just like you're an assassin, but you're playing in the support role, but your damage output is still pretty respectable. Like an AoE disengage pure damage BKB piercing ultimate, not too bad at all.
I think she's better than quite a few other things you could pick, but I don't think she's at the point that I want to play myself quite yet.
You're not gonna give her a shot and be like, hey, I heard about this thing.
Her, Sniper, and Kunkka, I like those and I would enjoy playing them, but I don't believe in them enough yet, I think.
What about Viper? That's one that I've been trying to make into support. It's not as effective as Queen of Pain support, but it's easier to pull off if you want to just be brain dead, because you just like Q people and they can't fight back because it's in the support role, right? So you have lane, like the creeps will just attack the other guy if they attack you back.
Yeah, Viper support was a thing for a bit. I can't remember what the nerf was that dropped it off.
Just probably movement speed. That's all he's gotten nerfed recently.
Been. Looking back at it,
oh, maybe it was his poison attack.
Yeah.
It does 4 damage per second. Level 1 now. It used to be like 8.
I think it went through a series of different nerfs at different times. But for a while, I remember you could play it. It would be like a position 5. And like you said, it was just like a lane bully support. And that was kind of like the main thing you did. And then you ult whoever BKBs, like a core who BKBs.
Yeah, you just have a short cooldown BKB piercing ulti. But I also love just picking it whenever the enemy have like anyone with passives. Bristleback, Spectre, PA. You just like put shit on the ground and they're like, okay, well I can't play anymore.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Also, what I really like about what I really love about playing Viper supports is you can get like maybe 2 levels into your acid and full clear waves. So if you have to like go somewhere deep push, you throw acid on the ground and it kills the entire thing just by itself. It is so much damage, but it has to be used on the creeps.
Yeah. I think it's just not as good as it used to be. If you really want to, like, it's another situation where like it's not the worst thing you could pick, but I don't believe in it over a lot of the other popular possible heroes.
What are you thinking? Someone in your chat said Medusa support. I've never tried that.
I wish I had when she first got changed.
When she was OP?
Yeah, when she first got changed, there was and then they had to fix her a little bit. There was a point you could do support Medusa, but more you could do offlane Medusa, and I didn't try it at that time. I wish I had.
I remember offlane Medusa, phylactery, nothing but mana regen. Back when it was like a 4-to-1 mana to damage conversion ratio. What the hell was that, man? I'm so glad they nerfed it. Even if it's nerfed by just a little bit, you can feel it. Like it stacks up. You ready for the next riddle?
Yeah, let's do it.
I am bright, a shining star, or so my dad would say. He's a pervert, senile too. Be as it may, he is light, and I his son. Our powers joined will slay. Disco lights and shining star will turn the night to day. Who am I? Who's my dad? I think you already know the answer to this one.
So the dad is keeper of the light. I his son though. So I knew Dawnbreaker was related to him, but I don't think Dawnbreaker's his son.
Dawnbreaker is not his son.
Yeah. So I'm not sure who else is actually, but disco lights and a shining star. I'm guessing.
Please
like,
don't say Leshrac.
So I was gonna say I'm thinking of Io, and then the disco lights make me think of Leshrac, but I don't think Leshrac counts as a shining star. Whereas I think Io fits
Not
more
really.
the shining star plus possibly like he's like a disco light. So I don't know the lore if they're related, but that would be my guess. Io and Coddle.
You're close. I'll give you one of them. Unless you want me to save it until you guess both. What do you think?
Let's see. If it's only one of them, he is like. So I'm feeling pretty confident about. Am I? Actually, I don't know. I'm going to assume Keeper is correct first. So then who else could that be? Our power joined will slay. Disco lights, shining stars will turn the night to day. Who am I? Who is my dad?
In case you were wondering, Keeper of the Light and Io are brothers.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, actually, I think that there's like 4 powers or something, right? That like.
Yep, the 4 fundamentals.
Yeah,
Keeper,
and then Enigma,
Chaos Knight, Io, and Enigma.
I didn't know Chaos Knight was another one. Oh, I think
Chaos Knight is one of them. Yep.
Is Phoenix a son? Keeper and Phoenix?
That's right. It is Keeper of the Light and Phoenix.
I didn't realize I thought Phoenix
Keeper
was
of the
a girl,
Light. First
actually.
thing he did is just make all of the stars.
Gotcha. I always thought Phoenix was either gender neutral or female. I didn't know that.
It might be gender neutral now. I think at one point that it had a he somewhere in the description of his abilities.
Got it.
But
maybe now it is.
It's supposedly male. It's a star. It's hard to tell that it's like an it.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe the stars are just gender neutral. But what I really like is Supernova, the ability from from Phoenix. It has the same name as Dota 1's Supernova. But in Dota 2's lore, that's Phoenix's true form. He just
the
turns
star?
into what he really is for a little bit because he's literally a star. That's so everything's burning. It turns night into daytime. He's literally a sun. He's just like a young small sun that's exploring the Dota universe because he wants to.
Gotcha. I didn't
The
know that.
full lore between them all is Keeper of the Light. First thing he does, all right, I got to make some light. Let's make a bunch of stars. And let's make them sentient, because why not? So all of the stars are either direct descendants or sons of Keeper of the Light. At the same time, Chaos Knight's like, well, I hate stars. They're too orderly. So I need to kill all the stars and also kill Keeper of the Light. So you have Chaos Knight eternally hunting Keeper of the Light because they want to kill him. The stars, they're pretty happy. They got the whole universe to themselves. The Titans are starting to create planets around them. So they're like, oh, cool, look at that. We got little planets. And some of the stars say, we have an enemy existing here. He just like came pre-installed with the universe. Nobody created them. And it's actually the Night Stalkers. They're just part of the eternal void of space.
Oh.
So we want to kill Night Stalkers, but we also want to kill Chaos Knight because Chaos Knight is hunting our dad. So the stars don't think themselves very powerful. They want to harness enough power to deal damage to Chaos Knight and ward off the Night Stalkers. So what they do is they build a Terminator robot, Dawnbreaker. And they're like, Dawnbreaker, you have one job. That's it. Go and capture Io. We want to use him as a battery for a super weapon to kill Chaos Knight with it. And Dawnbreaker's like, well, yes, Master's sons, I'll go and fight Io. Io, being one of the creator gods of the universe, says, fuck that. Beats the shit out of Dawnbreaker, so she just gets powered off for 50 billion years or some shit. And then goes and kills most of the stars in the universe, which makes it so that you can have nighttime now on planets because there were just stars everywhere. But Io's like, you guys made a Terminator robot to enslave me. I will wipe you out. And so now the stars in the sky are like a small fraction of the survivors of the Io genocide. And that's actually just in the lore.
Man, Dota lore is
Io
wild.
just goes literally genocidal and tries to wipe out all stars in the world because they fucked with him a little bit.
That's what the anime should have been about.
That would have been cool, but the anime, if it was about that, who the hell is gonna follow that story? Instead, we have a new story for you. The next riddle. I've sent it to you now.
Okay.
I will sting with every bite. I will bring on all the plight. I will drag on every fight. You're always in my sight. Trust me, you won't have a clue. Massive damage and slow too. Heavy armor won't save you. Log off, get out, no more queue.
With every bite. I'm thinking Venomancer, because he has Poison Sting on every attack. Fights do drag on. He likes very long fights on those. He's poisoning everyone. Always in my sight. He has Plague Ward, so he has very good vision. I think that might be that. Massive damage. Yeah, it builds up over time. It's pretty big. Percent HP. Slows, all of them. It's all magic, so armor doesn't matter. And he's toxic, so you want to get out and stop playing.
It's Venomancer. You got it. Full clear, man. Well done. Yeah, if it fits every line, it's got to be the answer.
I was trying to think if there's another, maybe Viper's also poison, but I don't think Viper has vision, so.
A lot of people do guess Viper, but I say that Viper doesn't fit that you're always in my sight.
Yeah, I think the Plague Words work there.
Well done. This one's pretty short, and I had it on stream. Sorry, on the what do you call it? At TI. This is the other riddle that Sir Action Slacks got from me. Let's see if you remember the answer.
Oh, I do remember this one.
With
being
name
on stream.
jokes
You can go
with
for it
name
anyways for
jokes
anyone who missed it.
aside.
Sorry.
With name jokes aside, half of one, speed and might and stride, part of lot of fun. Do you remember the answer for this, or do you
Yeah, I
want
remember
to
this,
give your chat a moment to?
I remember the answer being shown at TI, but chat can go for
Since let's give your chat a moment to think. I have another question for you.
it. Okay, what's up?
A support loves a couple of support items that are almost like core. There's Force Staff, Glimmer Cape. There is Ether Lens.
Ghost Scepter.
Maybe Pavis. Maybe Urn of Shadows. Like, what do you think is your favorite one or two support items, especially ones that you use to save allies? So Force Staff, Glimmer Cape. What do you think?
I was gonna say Midas, but gotta save allies.
See, Twitch chat, your chat was saying, I love to grief my enemies. Look at this guy. He says Midas on support's his favorite item.
No, it's good, right?
No.
It's my favorite. I don't do it because I know I'm not supposed to, but it's my favorite. I only do it when I think I can.
I see.
Besides Midas, I think Force Staff is a very cool item. That's definitely one of my favorites. I like I find Shadow Amulet pretty funny to use. I enjoy that one quite a lot.
Really?
Even though you're usually just upgrade it and get past it, but I think there's a lot of funny cases for Shadow Amulet. I enjoy using Solar Crest or just Medallion, like one of those, because it's free, so you can just like throw it out. And it used to be lower cooldown, so you can just be like pop, 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 like use all sorts of stuff.
Do you use it on enemies or allies more?
It depends on the situation. Either way is perfectly fine. I think drum boots are a cool item too.
The drum boots are great. I like the anti-slow, especially against things like Warlock or Venomancer. You just press it, you're like, haha, I am now, budget, what's his name? Centaur.
Yeah, that's good. I think that's most of them. Oh, I think Meteor's funny too, but you can clearly see like Midas and Meteor are like my favorite. And there's nothing at all about my teammates.
Like what?
I liked it on like Treant in the past. It's not so good anymore.
Oh, of course. Treant on Meteor Hammer. You just stay in the trees forever and split push.
Yeah, but
and then you
it's
just
not as good anymore.
Max out your heal. But yeah.
Maybe I'll do it again for laughs.
It's I like Midas. The only support I'll get it on is probably Ogre Magi because of the synergy. But I think it's tough to justify. Yes, the bonus levels on Phoenix, for example, really cool because you get level 12, so you get the survivable ultimate instead of one that just dies randomly. But I like Midas whenever I can take advantage of the attack speed on top of just the bonuses from cast. I feel that like Hand of Midas, it's a generally normal, like cost-effective attack speed item that also gives you gold and experience. It's tough to use it whenever I don't use the attack speed. So blame me if you want to, but I loved. Maybe I won't do it anymore because of the changes. But Invoker, Maelstrom.
As a core?
Because what do you get Invoker? As a core.
Okay.
So like Invoker, everybody goes Midas. I'm like, okay, sure. You want more levels. But Maelstrom, you get Alacrity, gives you attack speed. Your W used to give you a shit ton of attack speed. Doesn't do it anymore, so I won't do it. But like you just get a bunch of Wex, and you just attack speed Maelstrom the creeps, and it gives you more gold and experience than a Midas would for barely the change in price. Again, Wex doesn't give you attack speed anymore, so can't justify it as well.
Maelstrom, there has been some experimentation with right-click Invoker, and I think Maelstrom is considered in that build. But I also think it might just go like Witchblade into other stuff. I don't remember that one
Yeah,
fully.
you just go something that gives you universal stats as well.
Yeah,
You just get so much damage from him being universal.
Yeah, I think you can do it if you're trying for a right-click build, but obviously not the norm usually. Not too many people do it.
Obviously.
Yeah, but
Everybody just goes to a Spirit Vessel, Invoker, support, max out Quas. Oh yeah, you're stunned obnoxiously.
yeah. I like
So,
Invoker. I used to play a lot of Invoker, man.
What's the answer to this question?
Oh, this one was a quarterstaff.
It is Quarterstaff. I'm pretty happy with how it worked out. It builds into a bunch of stuff. It's literally half of one quarter. So speed and might and stride also. It gives you attack speed and damage. Here is the next one. And again, if you need to go, let me know.
How many more
at
do you
most
have?
an hour left. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Gotcha.
12 more.
How about you pick let's pick like a couple more.
If you want to do this again, I'm willing to it. Otherwise, I can just pick some of my favorites from the list.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's pick like 3 to 5 maybe. It depends how long of like either your favorite ones or like the hardest ones. And let's like end on some of those.
Okay.
And yeah, we can maybe save the others for like a future one sometime.
Let me take a look, and I'll decide what to choose for you.
Chat, Steven Johnson, you're on to me. You know I like that amulet.
I didn't think that the nerf to amulet where it lasts for only 15 seconds was necessary. I know they did it just to like stop people from cheesing it or like trolling with it, but I actually think it was cool that I was able to stand still and wait for people to come uphill for more than 15 seconds in a row.
Yeah.
I'm sad about that.
Yeah. I might like if they either increase the time or they made it so you can refresh it without revealing yourself. That way...
Without revealing.
Yeah, that way it counters the AFK press once, walk away kind of thing. You have to like repeatedly do it. But if you are tactically using it, you can sit there and keep pressing it. Of course, if you are trying to grieve, you can,
I think
you can grieve sitting there doing it. But I mean, you'll get reported. So like,
I think it would be really cool. I think it'd be really cool if it got the clinks treatment where you can cast it again without breaking the current invis. So it's not about like using it on yourself to refresh it, but more that you can use it on yourself, then use it on an ally if you wanted to have 2 people. Because right now, if you want to do it with an ally, you're forcing your ally to stand still for 4 seconds longer than you do because of the cooldown. And using it on yourself, I'm a support. Let me stand still for a little while, and then immediately I'll use it on you right as the creeps die, and then we'll just like stay in ambush. But it's really hard to use it for what I felt like was the intended purpose of just using it on like 2 or 3 people to stand in ambush, because you have to always be the last one. And so you're kind of just showing that you're going to be using this item over and over. I think if you got to use it while it was active, it would be cool. But again, that 15, 16 second duration it does hurt a little bit.
Yeah. In the end...
Did you get to the next riddle there?
Yeah, I just put it up. In the end, Shadow Amulet I think is like cool. And I also feel kind of like mixed that I got
It's a component nobody cares about.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, ultimately, almost everyone ends up putting it into something else, so you don't get to use it
Exactly.
on its standalone too much.
Exactly.
Anyhow. All right.
Back when
riddle.
it gave like 30 attack speed, I saw some total noobs buy like 6 shadow amulets because they wanted attack speed items. They didn't know what the shop, the neutral, like what the secret shop is, so they can't find those bigger attack speed items.
Yeah.
So everybody just bought a bunch of shadow amulets for the attack speed.
Yeah, I'm glad they broke it up. It made more sense. Like,
me too.
Glimmer Cape having attack speed was really funny, but it's like it doesn't matter to me. I'm paying extra gold for what?
Yeah, I know. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Swords and arrows tickle me as I stroll across the lands. Just how helpless must you be when I summon my god's hands? Got any thoughts? It's been a while, and I think your chat might have tried guessing it already. Let me check. No one's gotten it yet.
Okay. Swords and arrows tickle me. So I guess it's someone who's pretty tanky and maybe high armor because swords and arrows are physical. Stroll across the land. Okay. Just how helpless you must be when I summon my god's hands. So who calls upon their god in this game?
This one is pretty lore heavy, so if you don't get it because of lore diff, I totally get it.
So we got Chen, but I don't think he really fits the other things. Omni Knight.
A lot of people will guess Chen first because, his ultimate. It's called God's Hand. But
yeah, but it doesn't really make
he's not even praying. He's a fake.
Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't know that. And he doesn't make you feel helpless.
He's kind of a fake. He does he pretends to do miracles just to be part of the fold, I guess is like the cult he's part of, and to subdue people into following him.
Oh, okay.
No, it's the fold is his cult, but his god, big quotes, god Obelus. I'm pretty sure it's not confirmed, but I'm pretty sure that's just a fake god that his cult came up with.
I had no idea. What else? Swords and arrows tickle me. So I was thinking okay, we got Omni Knight making physical attacks. Nothing. When I summon my god's hand, but I'm not sure how that part fits in. The ability is Guardian Angel, but I don't know if it really has anything to do with the hands. And I don't know if you feel helpless. Well, maybe you do when you're attacking and they're not doing any damage.
Maybe you're,
But
maybe the other team feels helpless when I summon my god's hands, but they can just purge it off, or it's not the worst.
So who?
Oh, one person in your chat got it.
One does have it. I'm not sure who else is a holy hero.
There's actually a lot of holy heroes. If I pull up Dota, I can show it. But I made a list of the origin. I'm pulling up Dota right now. I made a list of the origin of heroes' power. If you want that as a hint, I can read off from the list all the heroes that I have.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, because I know
give me a second. I'm pulling up the Dota.
Yeah. I know many draw upon gods and stuff, but I don't know which ones exactly, or I'm trying to think of which specifically the ability actually is God's hand or something. Who's got a hand ability in this game?
All right, let me see here. Empowered by a god. This is the list.
Okay.
Omni Knight, Undying, Bloodseeker, Monkey King, Mirana, Luna, Wind Ranger, Vengeful Spirit, Skywrath Mage, Neek's Assassin, Ogre Magi, Phantom Assassin, Tidehunter, Medusa, Bane, and Muerta. That's a lot of heroes. But yep, lore-wise, all of those people draw their power from gods.
Interesting.
I like how everybody, a lot of people in your chat are saying that it's Sven, but it's not Sven. Sven's ultimate is god strength. He doesn't actually worship any gods. It's just that he has strength equivalent of a god, but he doesn't do anything about gods.
Summon my god's hands. Swords and arrows tickle me. I'm trying to. You read me out the list. I'm trying to know what's still. If I even remember any of them. Let's see. Muerta does.
I can read it to you again or send you a picture.
Let me look for a second. Muerta does have Pierce the Veil, but I don't know if she has a god's hand kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think her specters are God's hands.
yeah.
Those are literally just her dead family members.
Rip. Um,
You knew
see.
that, though, right?
I don't know if they were her family members. I knew she's like does a lot with the dead. That's
Actually, just her family
Rip
members.
family members. I knew she lost the family when I
She
read
she
the lore
she
when it
throws
came out.
ghosts of her family at people,
That's
and so
hilarious.
does Grimstroke. Grimstroke's W is just his wife.
I know it's his wife. That's funny. I knew he
Yeah,
lost
it's
his wife.
literally his wife.
That is funny. Okay.
Like,
Let's try again.
go,
Who's-
wife, go! I summon you, Pokemon.
yeah. Who are the heroes again? Let's try one more time.
I'll send you a list,
Okay. Okay.
or I can send you a picture. Though it's really easy to guess who it is once you know all of the heroes.
All right. I'm not sure if I would get it without. So maybe. You
Okay, here is an image. You can either load it on your side or you can read off from it.
Omni-Knight, Undying, Bloodseeker, Monkey King, Mirana, Luna, Wind Ranger, Vengeful Spirit, Skyrath, Nyx Assassin, Ogre Magi, PA, Tide Hunter, Medusa, Bane, Muerta. Which one is like a god's hand? Who would feel tickled by physical damage? Would it be... Would Tide Hunter... Are the tentacles his god? Is that...
Is that your answer?
I'll go with that.
That's actually correct. It is Tide
Okay.
Hunter.
I didn't
Kraken Shell
realize
makes
that's what
him
that
shrug off
was.
swords and arrows.
Yeah.
So, you know, his animation is he like lifts his head up and roars a little bit.
Yeah.
He is praying to his god, Melron the Tentacular. And it summons the god into our plane of existence for a second to like help him out.
Okay. That's cool. I didn't know
So
that. I didn't realize it was a religious
his god is like a
power.
giant squid.
Gotcha. I didn't know
Yeah,
it was a
his god is a massive squid, Melron the Tentacular. It's like a kraken of sorts.
Gotcha. Man, I'm learning so much about the game today.
So yeah. Holy shit! Yeah,
That's cool. That's cool.
As his ultimate is just like summoning his god, which nobody, like very few people seem to know that, but I think it's a really cool bit of lore.
I think
Because it's like, where else are the tentacles coming from? What, does he like spawn them from his feet through the ground? Like, I don't know.
He's calling on the fish people.
But it's like he I mean, he like spits water. I guess he's like close to like a Bulbasaur or some shit. But yeah, he is extremely basic with his abilities. Like he spits water at you and swings his anchor around. Except his ultimate is he prays, you know, to his god. Prayer is just roaring at the sky. Who knows? Different religions, different people. But yeah, it's when I was making this list, I made a really big list of all of the sources. Actually, I'm gonna send you this whole list. Hold on. So that you can see what I'm talking about. So this list, here, I wonder if I can show it on stream.
Yeah, I can save this picture and then.
Oh,
add it
I
to
can't
my
show it here
own
on
stream.
on my stream really quickly. But I made a list of all of the heroes in Dota at the time and their sources of power. And to me, it's amazing just how many are literally gods, empowered by gods, or there's some sort of like demigods like the Celestials or the Fundamentals, which are almost gods, but they're not worshipped like gods. And it's just like, okay, how is a third of Dota's roster related to deities? And it just dawns on me, who wrote the lore to this game? Do they have nothing else to do with the lore other? Oh, why is this guy powerful? I don't fucking know. His god gives him powers, and it's just like, okay, you used this one before. You've said the same thing 10 times now. but it is a lot of gods and God followers, God worshippers, stuff like that.
Gotcha. This is a cool
under
list.
empowered by a. Yeah, it is. It is a lot of stuff. In the list, I think that Magic Crystal is kind of funny that is the source of Nepo's power, and he's uniquely in there. While a bunch of people like Fish, Sven is under the Fish category, guys. I saw your chat was talking about how Sven was God empowered. No. He is half fish. So that's where his power comes from, is because the fish are really powerful.
It's a fishman from One Piece. My God.
Is he a fish? Oh yeah, I watched a bit of the One Piece anime. I think I finished not the anime. Sorry, the Netflix adaptation. I finished the first season. That was pretty fun.
I haven't watched it yet, but I want to, just to see how it compares. I didn't know he was half fish.
I mean, it's cute. I liked it. I've never watched the One Piece anime itself. It's too daunting. It's too long.
Yeah, I read it.
I don't think I have the patience
save a lot
for
of
that.
time.
All right. I'm gonna send you one of my favorites here. Here is the next riddle. We're coming to a close soon. I'm skipping quite a bunch, but hopefully this is worth it. Also, I stopped recording like 3 hours in. I think I either have enough footage or maybe I don't know what to do with it. A lot of people, this is something that's not specifically Dota related, but a lot of content creators, they will record things like this session. You did the same with Sir Action Slack. So you record it and then you make a cool video out of it. You edit it nice and clean. I've never really been able to do that. I don't know how to translate a podcast or a collab session into something watchable on my YouTube channel. So I did record most of this one to try edit, but I'm daunted. It's scary.
I still have it
How am I supposed to go
recording
through
if you need any
3 hours
bits
of
from me.
footage for this?
It takes. Here's the thing with the Sir Action Slacks thing. I record with him. We did about 2 hours. I spent an entire day editing on it, and then I uploaded the wrong version where I didn't do any editing, and people preferred that, so I left it. It did to take 2 hours to cut 2 hours down to like an hour 20. I spent like 10 hours in a day, like putting some of it wasn't about cutting it down. Some of it was like other editing, which did end up making it uploaded. But trying to like constantly having to re-listen to it and be like, does it make sense? Like, does the conversation make sense if you remove this section from it? Like, yes, no. It does take a long time. I'm sure someone who is more experienced with it could have done it a lot faster than me. But like you said, I never really did stuff like that either. And it's hard. I would say if you do want to use it, like the easiest way is probably just to cut bits, like highlights of it. And just like, here's some funny moments. Here's like clear moments, whatever. To cut down the whole conversation to some extent, it's tough. I'm not sure how people do it. Maybe even more experience, it becomes easier, but...
I bet it becomes easier. It also makes more sense for you to have something like this because you've already done a lot of, hey, you just talking at the camera kind of videos. Even when they're edited, there's a lot of it. It's like, this is what you should do. And it's just like the game in the background. While for me, I did this like years ago. Some of my favorite videos that I made, they're really not good quality videos, by the way. I need to remake them, but the content within the video is great, and I'm like talking to the camera and then I edit it. They have like 50 views, 60 views, and I made an entire series where it is the origin of Dota 2's abilities from Warcraft 3. And I go through each of the different races in Warcraft 3, all of the items. And I talk about this is how the Warcraft 3 ability translated into what was used in Dota 1 and then eventually into Dota 2. I am very happy with that. I think it's really cool how in-depth I go. And the videos are really bad. So nobody watched them. I need to redo those. But that's the thing is like I made those videos with, hey, I'm talking at the like I am a cameraman on the screen. I have the game and I'm showing the abilities. It's just not edited as well. I think if I'm to redo it, I would have to do like side by side Warcraft 3, Dota 2, let's do it. But it's gonna be like really
It's a
highly
lot of
edited, and it's not
editing for
gonna
that kinda
be
stuff.
the talking head.
Yeah. It's a lot of editing for that kind of stuff, which some people are better at than others.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It'll be cool. If you come up with if you edit this, I'll watch yours for sure. If you don't want to edit
We'll
this
see.
stream, don't worry about it. We'll
Like
we'll
you
see
said,
what
it's
happens.
pretty long. We'll see what
All right.
what I do.
This might be my favorite riddle I've ever written, except for maybe the one with Vladimir's, because of how it flows as poetry. The way I write riddles is I write a poem with being vague about who's talking.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll read it to you here. Did I send it to you? Let me see.
Yeah, I have it. I got it.
I did. Okay. My bag was once too vast, too free, that I was lost inside, chanting, raving of what I see that others ran to hide. Now my bag is smaller, but when all the world is still, I'll always dream of what I'd say for when my bag I'd fill.
All right. So, lore-wise, I don't know of any hero who is like stuck in their bag or anything like that. And I don't know how much I'm supposed to like read into that directly, but if there is a lore answer, I don't think I'm familiar with it. I am thinking of the victory shouts, which a lot of heroes have about putting things in their bag. And now my bag is
in the bag, mate.
yeah. Now my bag is smaller. It's throwing me a bit off. I don't know if anyone had their like voice line cut down, or if again it's a lore thing. Like I got out of my bag and then magically shrunk it again. Maybe like Agadan could do something about that.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an actual
I'll give
bag,
you hints if you don't get it, but I think you're on the right track.
Yeah, I think the most famous victory shout is Skywrath Mages. And so I think I'll go with that to start.
That's correct.
Okay.
Skywrath Mage and his victory shout is the right answer. Now,
Infamous.
knowing Skywrath Mage's shout, try and look again at this riddle and see how it fits. He used to have a 15-20 second voice line Skywrath Mage voice chat, like the victory shout.
Mm-hmm.
It's been cut down.
I didn't know
the
that.
most common version you'll hear now is a third to a half of the original length. The devs actually like removed most of it.
What? I had no idea.
Yeah, because he used to talk about like from the ghastly eerie
heights.
He can see to the ends of the world. But now he's like, this one is in the bag, and it's just like he cut. Most of the time, if you play
That's all of it. God.
very small chance of you to hear the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
You
know
see how
that.
it's much smaller? So that's where the bag was too vast, too free that I was lost inside. Like he's stuck chanting about this thing. And then you have chanting, raving of what I see that others ran to hide. This is to reference that from the ghastly eerie, he can see to the ends of the world and from this vantage point. So that's where that line comes into my riddle. Now the bag is smaller is referencing how it got cut down. But when all the world is still, references that these shouts can only be used at the start of the game when nothing is happening and the game map is very still. No creeps have spawned, no runes have spawned. That's the only time you can use the chat. He'll always dream of what he says for when he fills his bag again, is because it's in the bag victory shout.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very proud of how that one fits in, and it looks like some of your chat does like, what the fuck is this riddle? But then someone says he likes this one a lot.
Yeah, you got to know the victory shout for this one, I guess. But fortunately, if you've heard it a couple times, I think people remember the really long one, which was enough to get this. I didn't realize it was cut down. I didn't know that.
Yep. Okay, I have just a couple left that I've chosen. How many do you want to hear? I'll give you one now, but you'll decide when you want to end it. If you want some more riddles just off stream, I can just like give you a bunch and then you can solve them on your own. If you're in my chat or Z Quixotics, am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I've practiced a little bit.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. hit Z Quixotics up. He has a bunch of cool educational content on YouTube. He streams on Twitch. It's all about if you already know Dota and you want to get better at it, especially from the support perspective, which is something I'll talk about more, is supporting. Go to his stuff and check it out. I know I'm only reaching just a few of you, but maybe it'll be enough to make a difference. For me, if you guys are brand new to the game or you're coming from League of Legends, that's where I fit into the puzzle. So here is the next riddle. This is one of the newest riddles I wrote. I wrote this one just before TI. I was pretty happy with it, and I think it's pretty cool. Trading health for power, all I will devour. Flesh and steel and tower, run away and cower. Becoming weak and strong, my life I will prolong. In battle I belong, in power before long.
So there's only 2 items, actually 3 now, that trade.
There's
Well,
a
it
bunch
could
of
be a hero as
close
well.
answers, but
Yeah.
none that fit as well as the real answer.
So I'm gonna go through all the thoughts. Don't let me know until I submit
Go
the
for it.
final one.
I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, the very first thought was Soul Ring, where you trade health for mana. But as I read more, it seems to be more about you're fluctuating a bit more. And Soul Ring's kind of like one way usually. So then I think there's Armlet of Mortigan, which, spoiler, that's probably my first answer. But I'm gonna finish thinking through it because that one, it is health for power, and that one you can turn on and off, armlet toggling, which can make your life a lot longer if you know what you're doing. And it is particularly good against towers, especially because you can just tank them forever, pretty much. Which I can't think of another. Well, first I'm only thinking of items, and then I don't think it's the item, but since I said there's 3, Blood Grenade, technically you trade health for something, but those are
I
like...
love Blood Grenade as an answer. Fuck it, I'll take that one. No, it's not Blood Grenade.
So those are items. I'm trying to think about heroes real quick, just in case I'm missing something. So Huskar comes to mind, but you said you don't have repeat answer, so...
I don't have repeat answers.
Otherwise, he might kind of fit about trading health and power. I don't think too many other heroes.
For sure, he fits closely.
Yeah, Morphling maybe shifts stuff around.
But what about becoming weak and strong?
Yeah. So
I don't know if Huskar fixed that one very well.
Yeah, I think it has to be Armlet. Yeah, I'm gonna go Armlet. Lock it in.
It is not Armlet.
No.
Though Armlet is a close guess, there is an answer that fits much better.
Who else trades health? Runaway and Cower.
Your chat guessed it already, by the way.
Damn it, chat. Is there an
You got
item?
some really, that shows that you're a good coach. You got really smart people in chat always guessing the right answers.
They just want to show me up.
Yeah.
What other... Okay, I'm going to start with items. Is there something I missed item-wise? It sounds like there's a double-edged nature. Maybe like Mask of Madness, but you don't really trade any health for that. And
yeah, you trade armor for attack speed, but like it's whatever.
Yeah, and as I flip through all these other items really quickly, looking at the screen, I don't think you trade your health for anything else. I can't think of anything. There's life steal, but nothing that you trade health in for. I'm gonna go back to...
Then maybe it's not an item.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to heroes. So I'm writing off Huskar. Trade health for power. Oh, Dazzle does that now. Does that make sense? All I will devour. Flesh and steel and towers. Runaway and cower. Becoming weak and strong. Does he really become weak? I guess he loses his health, but he can grave and like he has benefits that way. My life I will prolong. Oh, that could be grave along with the heals. In battle I belong. In power before long. I'm not sure if...
I wouldn't say he's much of a tower killer, though.
You ain't never seen no Armlet Dazzle, huh?
Oh, shit. I've never seen Armlet Dazzle. What the fuck?
Who else trades health and kills towers. Killing towers. Pugna kind of trades health a little bit. More like drains it. I guess that's kind of trading. Flesh and steel and towers. He can kill heroes and destroy
I can see
buildings.
Pugna as an answer.
My life I will prolong. Yeah, maybe Pugna could have worked, but you saying that means it's not supposed to be Pugna. Who else?
I think Pugna is cool, but becoming weak and strong at the same time doesn't quite make sense for Pugna.
Yeah. Who else can trade towers? I mean, trade health. Oh, Terrorblade.
Who else can
trade
become
health.
weak and strong at the same time?
Weak and strong. Terrorblade, maybe. He's got meta for the transformation. You could also consider the health swap. Could be good for him, could be bad for him. He likes to fight. He kills buildings. Does he devour things? I don't know his lore. Maybe.
You gotta think of someone, a big hint, that can become weak and strong at once. Like at the same time.
At the same time.
Once you know the answer, you're gonna be like, oh god, I could have guessed it. Oh no.
Weak and strong.
What a puzzle, isn't it?
Flesh and steel and tower. Runaway and cower. Tower killer. Well, a lot of physical damage heroes could kill towers. Life I will prolong. Or before long. I'm not sure on this one. I know you're telling me weak and strong is a hint, but
You can also combine it with trading health for power or the last line in power before long.
I guess I could
In
go
battle,
back to
I
Morphling
belong-
then, because the power could be agility and the health is the strength. And I guess he can kill all the buildings and stuff. All right, how's Morphling?
The answer is Morphling. Congratulations.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
If you think of it, becoming weak and strong, when Morphling gains strength, he loses attack speed and damage. He literally is weaker to you, but he has strength. So he's strong.
I see. I think
And he can trade
Armlet
his
is pretty
health
good
pool
though.
for damage. Armlet is a close second, but I don't think Armlet you can be. I mean, I'll give it to you. Armlet is good. I do think that Morphling fits better. Your chat guessed at Morphling pretty quickly, as opposed to I don't think they liked Armlet as much.
Chat, you betraying me? What is this?
Yeah, looks like they're not on your side, man.
Armlet's where it's at. You guys need to get wrecked by an Armlet builder.
What do you think? One or two more?
Yeah. Let's do two more.
All right, here's a shorter one since we just did a really long one. Oh, this one's a bit wider than the box that I've set for, but I'm not going to change it. Fuck it. Ready?
Okay, a little smaller. Yeah, there we go.
My upgrades have been slowly removed from the game. Now I lack power, longevity, fame. Yet even with all of the basics the same, I'm loved by the masses and never felt lame.
My upgrades have been slowly removed from the game, so there were multiple upgrades in the past that are now gone. Now I lack power.
Either the upgrades have been gone or it's no longer part of the recipe.
Part of it. Yeah. Now I lack power, longevity, fame. Yet even with all of the basics the same, I'm loved by the masses and never felt lame. So it's an item that's still here that people like, but it's not as strong as it used to be. My first thought is Wraith Band that had Aquila, and I think it also built into Dragonlance for a while, and maybe some other things as well. It's still good, and people like it. It's not as strong as it used to be, but I guess now with the doubling value, maybe it does have power and longevity, and maybe fame.
Doesn't the W value mean that it has longevity?
Yeah, that's what I'm like not sure on. Okay, let me see what else. Loved by the masses. So it has to be relatively popular. Raindrops used to build into things, but I think it was only ever earn.
It was only earn,
and
even then it was
popular.
kind of weird. I'm so happy they removed that.
What else had things that changed?
Oh, I should make a clarification in case the riddle is a bit obscure. It's most of my upgrades have been removed from the game. I think I should rewrite that.
Not necessarily all upgrades,
Not necessarily all of them.
but some of them. What else has been removed? What's been removed lately? Wraith Band? Necronomicon? Hood of Defiance? I don't know if I can quite remember anything else actually recently besides neutral items, but you don't build into those.
Remember, it also could be an existing item with a different...
changed, yeah, that changed the build up.
Like it doesn't use it anymore.
Yeah. Still has some items, but not. I'm
This
assuming
shouldn't
not
be
that
a difficult question. If it is, you're probably overthinking it.
I'm probably overthinking then. Now I lack power.
This is the updated version with a new first line, if you wanted to use that.
Most of my upgrades. It's okay. Orb of Venom used to build into Scotty, but I can't think of anything else it built into.
Oh, jeez, I forgot about that.
See, Dragonlance has gone through a series of changes, but I don't think all the components still build into a bunch of different things, I think. Bring a Basilius. Null Talisman used to have a bunch of different buildups too.
I can say someone in your chat has guessed it, but everyone in your chat is just guessing everything different. So your chat will not know who the person that guessed it is.
Loved by the masses. So it's got to be pretty popular.
It's probably the most popular item in the game.
The Midas. What's the most popular item? Iron Branch, Blink, Tangos, Wards, Branch. What did Iron Branches used to build into? I don't know if I remember that. Circlet's pretty common to build. What do people like? Daggons?
Daggons are not the most popular items in the game.
Okay, it's not popular in the sense people don't buy it, but if you ask people if they like
it's like
Dagon,
the most common thing.
The people love Dagon.
Like everybody will buy it.
Boots? But I don't think boots have been changed.
Boots has never lost any upgrades. It's only gained some.
The most popular item besides boots... Blink's one of the most bought, but it's only gotten upgrades. A wand?
wand, but I don't think wand ever used to build into anything else. I don't know what else I would consider.
God, you're really close, by the way. You almost had it, but you gave up.
I don't know what else.
Quite a few people now in your chat are starting to get it.
I don't know. Circlet.
It's not the circlet. Good guess. I don't think circlet, like, what did it build into that's gone?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm thinking of like the base component of like other things, I guess.
It is literally the most commonly purchased item.
A tango.
Biggest hint I can give you.
It can't, but boots have to be the most purchased item. You can't convince me boots are not the most purchased item besides like
Not
consumables.
I can. I promise you I can.
Can he? I don't know. What's more popular than boots? Every single hero buys boots almost.
It is more popular than boots.
It's a lie. I don't know. Stick and wand come to mind. Observers and sentries, but none of those upgrade really that have changed. Tangos don't get upgraded. Clarities don't get upgraded. Bottle's only built by one person and has no upgrade. Iron branches maybe because you buy a lot, but I don't know what you build them into. I can't remember anything that they went into besides wand.
No memory of older patches? This was, I think, while you were playing Dota.
There's the iron tree, but that was a
It
neutral
was a while
item.
ago.
That's only one.
Yeah, it's not Iron Tree.
Oh, did it used to go into Dagon?
What? Iron Tree?
What is it the iron branch?
It is the Iron Branch. It used to go into Hedros of Rejuvenation, Buckler, and I think like one or two other items.
Oh, I vaguely remember that now that you say it. I need a math report though.
Now it
Iron
only
Branch
goes.
I guess so. I guess people are buying multiple iron branches.
Iron Branch is
nowadays.
way more popular than boots.
All right.
Have you
all right.
seen like one lone druid will buy 12 of them?
Okay, but it depends on the patch. I feel like lately we're very Iron Branch heavy, but in the past, I think there are times where the Iron Branch is not bought as much. Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
Well,
it probably
this
does
is
add
a
up.
modern thing.
It probably does add up
It
to more
adds
than
up,
10
man.
branches
Everybody's buying
per
like
game.
2 or 3, even if you're not lone druid. Every like universal hero will buy 4, supports will buy 2 or 3. If you need a magic wand, you'll buy one. And magic wands are pretty popular as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Iron Branch is the most popular item. So when I say that to somebody as a hint, it's like the biggest hint I can give you, and nobody can figure it out because they're like, it's gotta be BKB, it's gotta be Boots of Spade, or maybe a Blink Dagger. You'll never buy 2 of those though, but you'll buy so many branches. It's even more popular than that. And if you look, yet even with all of the basics the same, yeah, it's just +1 all stats. It's loved by the masses, and it's not really changed from +1 all stats ever since they got given the planted tree active, which was a long time ago. Was that 7.0, by the way? That was
I cannot remember
ages
at all.
ago.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't even remember. I would never have remembered it built into other things until you said it, and then I vaguely remember.
Okay. I had some more things to talk about, but we are getting pretty long in here, and I need to set up. I have work later today, so this will be my last one. if you want more, let me know in Discord. But thanks again for doing this with me. I'm glad you took the time out. Did not think it's gonna be 4.5 hours long though. I thought we'd do like 1 hour. I'd be like, oh my god, I need to. Oh man, I have nothing to talk about. But we talked a lot about like other shit.
You thought
it was
I'd
really
be able
cool.
to answer riddles faster. 2 minutes per riddle was very. I was very confident of you of my ability, but you overestimate
I was like
me.
5 minutes per little. Here's the last one I'll cover today. I have like half a dozen afterwards if you want more. So, this one should be pretty simple. We'll see. Maybe I keep saying that and it's like, what is it, psyching you out too much and you're not getting it right away. I control most anyone and everyone I sway will fight for me all for my fun until their dying day. I grant wisdom clarity, my brother gifts his might. We fight forever, he and I, with thralls both dark and light.
Control most anyone. Who is a hero that has control? And then has to have a brother he always fights with. This could be going back to the... You were just telling me those like four fundamentals are brothers or whatever. They're fighting. Who controls others? Let's start with that. So we got like Helmdom, Overlord, Chen Enchantress. They control stuff. Lifestealer can infest and move things. But I don't. None of those strike me as like having brothers, I think.
This is strictly a lore riddle, so it might be more difficult than others.
I grant wisdom clarity. My brother gives his might. So I guess one brother's got the brains and one's the brawn. We have brothers in here.
So far, so good.
Well, I don't know how much further we're progressing. If it were there's 4 fundamentals, even if we consider them brothers. But then that might make sense because I imagine the fundamentals could grant, like, I don't know, to the things they create, like intelligence.
There are 4 of
power.
them, so it doesn't make that much sense for this riddle.
Yeah.
Even if from the 4 you try and choose 2, it's hard to choose any 2 that control people to fight for them.
Yeah.
Right? They more just fight among themselves anyway.
Control people. Who else can control people? Oh, is this the Ancients? The Radiant and Dire?
Is that your answer?
I think so.
It is. Specifically, the one talking is the Radiant Ancient.
Yeah.
His brother is the Dire Ancient. Radiant Ore grants wisdom, and it's blue. Dire Ore grants strength, and it's red.
I like it. That's a good
So
one.
yeah, it is the Ancients.
That's a very good one to finish on as well.
Thank you. So that'll be it. We talked about pretty much anything from how we started like our YouTubes, our experiences with League of Legends. I still think that having stun bars is better than not having stun bars.
I think so too.
But I'll just be on that one there.
I think so too.
It was really nice to hang out. Thank you so much for all of your time. I had a really good time, and you did really well. Like, you started out with these riddles so fast. I was like, oh, he is gonna finish this so quickly. But then we got to these longer ones, and you got stumped a bit.
No, yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for joining me on this, and thanks for making these riddles. It was a fun time. I know you didn't have to do them, but
it was a huge fun. Most of these riddles actually wrote in like one day. I was like,
oh really? Wow.
it's time to write poetry. Okay, what do I write poetry? Dota riddles. And I just like pumped him out in a couple hours.
Nice.
It was pretty fun.
Chat. If you guys had fun,
Yep.
go check out Czar Potato. He's on YouTube. He's on Twitch. Occasionally, you told me sometimes you stream, but not as frequently. But
Whenever I stream, it's like coaching. Like usually, the streams are coaching totally new players in Dota. So if you want to watch extreme noobs, that's where you get to see my side. You'll not learn anything watching my streams, by the way. Just let you know. If you're...
I always learn something. I learned a bunch today. Look at that.
Oh yeah, so much for Dota stuff.
Yeah.
Riddles. You were asking me earlier about like how if I know the lore about everything. A video again. You specifically you, Zach. I don't. Chat can do whatever. You should at some point watch my Dota lore summarized in one sentence. It's a video I made. It's like what 10 minutes long, I think. That just gives you a hint of how like schizo the Dota lore is. I swear, like the people on this, like they were on some drugs, man. There's no way this was written with foresight in mind or anything like that. You have the craziest shit. But I guess that's why we love Dota.
Yeah. All right, I'll go check it out sometime later.
All right, I need to hop off. Thanks again.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, thanks so much. See you later. Okay, chat. That's that. Boop. Was that fun? Hope you guys had a good time. I will also be stopping the stream for now, just about, because this is a very long stream. But I had a good time doing all this. We didn't do as many replay reviews as we usually do today, but I hope this was fun in its own way as well. Tomorrow, variety stream. We're playing Outer Wilds. I might play a Dota game or two at the start, and then do Outer Wilds, but I might just straight Outer Wilds. I don't remember what we were doing 2 months ago. We're gonna find out together if you like that stuff. But I'll probably start around lunchtime, about, what time is it? 16 hours from now or something. And then Friday we'll be back to good old regular Dota. Hand the channel over to the chat today. You lost to my... No! No! I don't wanna... let's go find somewhere to raid real quick. I'll raid the channel away before I give it to the mods. Where can we go? Is the tournament... I think there's a day break now, right? The next series of games isn't starting in like 4 hours, right? There's a small break? I think so. Sour Potato, yes. This is my first playthrough. I don't know very much about it. Thamada has been very helpful. He keeps the chat spoiler free as much as possible. Although when I'm playing, I kind of zone out of the chat anyhow. 1 day break, nice. All right, sure. We can raid Dubu. We'll add into Dubu's. I'm sure many of you would go there anyways. It's like GOAT support streamer, right? Actually visible minimap. I know it's like a little bit of a minimap blocker, but that's much better than just having the cam over the minimap and then we can't see anything. Oh, Thamada wasn't even trying. I thought Thamada was like deleting some like accidental spoilers or something. That's hilarious. But yeah, I will be continuing our Outer Wilds game tomorrow and trying to figure out what's going on in that game. Who knows? Thamada, thank you for gifting a sub. An apology sub to Ample. Worth it. Yeah, for sure. All right. We'll go raid Dubu. You guys go watch actual Dota now. All right, everyone. I will see you later. See you tomorrow for Outer Wilds or Friday for more Dota.